Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. I am Mohan Ramaswamy from Arunachala Ashrama, welcoming all the devotees for this global satsang. We will start today's satsang from Australia.
This manifestation and this world
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala Ramanaya Om. Welcome everyone. We are celebrating Bhagwan's arrival at Arunachala 128 years ago, when he was a boy of 16 years of age. The importance of this day for all of us is that he showed us the path, pathless path of abiding in self. Once he came to Arunachala, he never left Arunachala. Once he realized self, he always abided in self. So this staying at Arunachala is very symbolic also, that self-abidance is eternal. Once you know it, you are free from all bondages. Bhagavan did it to himself, and later he did it to all of us. All of us can feel that bliss and peace of Arunachala Ramana When someone asked Bhagavan at Virupaksha cave that who is he said, I am Arunachala Ramana. For me, Arunachala Ramana means both love and surrender. We get all this love from Bhagavan, His blessings, surrendering to Him, surrendering to Arunachala. It is one and the same. Bhagavan's teachings are so easy, so simple, yet profound. If we stay constantly remembering His teaching, practicing it day in and day out, naturally we can stay in this pure self, in Hridayam, which is the center of our being. Bhagavan's grace is always on us. Grace is ever flowing, infinite grace. To receive that grace, we have to be in our stillness. We have to give up our doership. Doership comes in form of thoughts and desires. Desires talk to us only in form of thoughts. Thoughts comes to us when we have identity with the body. This I am the body idea. But when we inquire and we reach the innermost core of our heart, Hridayam, we see there only Arunachala Ramana, none other than us. We are that Arunachala Ramana. Be in that and be peaceful and be happy. Stay in bliss of Arunachala Ramana. When we do this, this is the best offering to our teacher, our Lord, Bhagavan Ramana and Arunachala. Abide in self. Bhagavan's primary teaching is pure silence. When we pay attention to the self, we attain that pure silence. When thoughts are still arising, we can do self-inquiry as taught by Bhagavan. Once we arrive at self, we can pay attention to this self all the time. And sooner it becomes our natural state, effortless state, and all our efforts drop down. This is self-abidance. This is all grace of Arunachala, all grace of Ramana. This year, some of us devotees went to Arunachala, stayed at Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi's ashram for a week. And Advent Day celebrations at ashram was so blissful. We did Girivalam as everyone does, visited other temples, went to Virupaksha, Skanda Ashram, and everyone was soaked in that blissful energy of Arunachala and Ramana. We were so nicely looked after by people at ashram. And we all were soaked in the divine energy at ashram. We had satsangs there, bhajans, prayers, walks, and sitting in silence in Old Hall, in Samadhi Hall. We would like to share clippings of our trip to Arunachala, trip to Sri Ramana Ashram on Bhagwan's 128th Advent day. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala Ramanaya Om. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Ramanaya Namo, Ramanaya Ramanaya, Ramanaya Namo, Ramanaya Ramanaya, Ramanaya.
Bhagavan has given us very clearly that you start where you have to end. Rather than saying everyone is God, that's okay, that's very good, but feel that godliness in you. The moment you accept that you are that divine, that self is God, you are giving the utmost respect to that God in you, which is with you for millions of years. But how foolish we are. We go to temples and mosque or wherever we go. We put God there and come back home and play with our ego as us as separate from that. How much insulting it is to the God within you that you go to every place, you think every place is sacred and you don't treat yourself as sacred. And which is with you all the time. The moment you change your attitude towards your own self, things starts unfolding. Magic happens. See the God within you. The biggest issue with seeing the God within us is then you have to behave like God. Then you can't discriminate. Then you can't talk cheap. Then you can't cheat people. Then you can't lie. Your whole personality is at stake. And that's why people don't do it. Because it's not easy. Because what makes us selfish is our ego. And what makes ego is these ongoing intrusive thoughts, one after other. Where they come from? They come from our conditioning. And if you keep accepting those thoughts and keep following them as a slave, you're in bondage. The moment you decide that I am the divine awareness which is uninvolved, then how those thoughts can affect you? They will be more like a noise in the head. But if you don't pay attention, you don't follow them, they will be less and less and less, and finally they will just disappear. Even if they will be there, they are not creating any issue to you. Now your mind is your slave, and the mind merges in that bliss. I think we all have seen that when we are stressed, it is because of thoughts. But some people can argue, say, oh, I love these thoughts, I am going there with that beautiful lady, or dreaming. Some people do daydreaming, or they think I will be there. If I don't have intention to be there, then how I will be there? That's what people say. If I don't have intention for success, then how would I be successful? And I agree with them. If you don't have intention to reach somewhere, probably you might not be the best in that field because you are not putting all your energy into it. But what do you want? Do you want peace or do you want success? You have to choose. You see people who are successful at the top of anything, how much stress they have gone, or do you think they are happy? Ask them. An Olympic winner, a gold medalist, next Olympics also wants a gold. And if he is unable to achieve, he is worse than before. But who understands these things, So I believe spirituality is for very, very small group of people. So if you try to apply spiritual rules in daily life for a worldly person, you cannot. So there is no point in arguing with anyone. First thing is this. And most important thing is, I have met so many seekers and they are in their dual mind. They want this, but they don't want to leave anything else. They have fear of losing what they have already gained. And this is what the ego is. It is all a mind construct. It's not that the moment you give up possessiveness in you, everything will go away from you. Maybe it might multiply, who knows? As Bhagavan puts it down beautifully, that whatever is in your prarabdha, you will get it. It will make you do things what you have to do, even if you are a lazy person. Or if you put your hard work and in your prarabdha, you can't get that, you can't achieve. No matter how hard work you do, you will not get it. So how beautiful this line is. And people arguing about it. I said, just accept it, you will be in peace. If there is no I identifying with the mind-body complex, all your past stories and future projection of this body's stories have no value for you. Because until now we have invested so much for this body, whatever we have done with this body. And to lose up that identity is very difficult. There are two types of death. One is death of the body, when we die. That is incomplete death, because only out of panchkoshas, 5 sheaths of the body, only the gross body, sthul sharir, has gone away. Rest all of them are there. So this is not a death. For a complete death, you have to kill your ego. Bhagavan says mano nasha. Because if man goes with you, man actually, your mind creates another body, because unfulfilled desires or unfulfilled issues with people, these unmet desires leads to another birth and then another birth. Unending cycle of birth and death. So if you want complete death, which looks odd to most of the people, you have to kill your ego while alive. Ego is this identity. So we call it Hriday Granthi. It's a knot in the heart. Because the mind is in the heart. I just want to explain you. I'm talking from Bhagavan's point of view. I have not made any my own personal concepts about this. Actually, I have no concepts about it. Mind is here, heart is here. You choose heart. You stay in your heart. You stay in awareness, being aware, uninvolved, witnessing, sakshi bhav. Keep practicing. Ego is mixed in it. You suffer, and you are involved, but you keep slowly and slowly, when you keep that practice constantly throughout the day, a time will come that you start feeling peace. As if now you have moved out of that identity. Because you are just paying attention, trying to be witness. Though you are not witness, you are just knowing things happening, but you are involved. It is only acknowledgement. From acknowledgement, witnessing starts happening. And with that comes peace, and profound peace and silence. I also have to tell something about further advanced seekers. I know in this group there are people who are having grace of Bhagavan, and I was talking to Kavita ji, and she started having dreams 4 years ago that she's a baby and Ramana Maharshi is holding her hand and taking her and then reading book and all. And then she was told that she was that Indra. I don't know how many people know about Indra. And where Bhagavan, she said about the life and death, and Bhagavan gave her a mantra. Naham, usko. Sorry? Yeah, Naham Deham Koham Soham. And she died young. And there is not one coincidence in her life. Her daughter's name is Indra, because she just gave me the call and I called her, come, your daughter's name is Indra and her mother's name is Indra? Your mother-in-law's name is Indra. And she told me so beautiful experiences of her life in last 4 years. And the explanation of every satsang further, whatever she listens, and her experiences with silence and in that shunya and spurna in your heart. I heard somewhere that Nisargadatta Maharaj said that I agree everything about Bhagavan except that there is nothing like spurna, and I completely disagree with Nisargadatta Maharaj. That was the first thing, even when the things started happening to me, that I felt this is spurna in the heart. And even now sometimes it's so vibrant that the whole body is on vibration, because that energy is that vibration, And she was saying to me, it feels here, and and it's not just I have heard from hundreds of people. Maybe the people who follow Bhagavan's path, they all have spurna. That's what I believe. There must be some. This is truest. Bhagavan he's not saying that it is an individual experience. I think it's a universal experience. The Western world has created non-duality as a very separate thing, and don't talk, devotion is like nothing, and they call it New Advaita. I think someone says it's called New Advaita. I will call it nonsense, because without devotion nothing can happen, That's why people never have faith, because to develop faith you have to have devotion. When you have faith and devotion, then you take that practice seriously, and then you know that I know my Guru has power to do it. He will do it, and then it will happen. So it is very important, In Arunachala Puranam, there are so many sayings of Arunachala, that you become my devotee and I will give you moksha, or you stay here and I'll do that. How many people believe in it? We are all here, we have actually seen Arunachala, no? We have done a Girivalam also. Some people have come here multiple times. And if he has promised that even if you once think about me, I will give you moksha, then accept it as the truth, absolute truth. It is not happening because we have a doubt. We means the mind. And with devotion, that doubt goes away. You become so strong because you get all those experiences, some milestones, some internal understanding develops so deep that nothing can deter you, can move you from there. It is a process. I think it takes time, but it definitely happens. And I would say you keep practicing. What Bhagavan says, self-inquiry. Self-inquiry, I believe, is more like when a thought is coming and you're entrapped, and then you say, whom am I? And then you get into the silence. But once you know that silence, then I think the next step is just observing that silence and not engaging with thoughts. And this practice gets deepened. When something is more emotional you are attached to, then you can get agitated, and then you see it, and then immediately you can withdraw from it, and your reaction is less to things, and you become non-reactive, you become more settled. Still there will be some odd personality trait will be there. If you like gulab jamun, you will still love gulab jamun, you will jump for it. These things doesn't matter, choice of clothes or whatever it is. But at that emotional level of thoughts which binds us, which are strong, will go away. So that is what our personality makes us, a jiva, a soul, an individual. That dissolves. When that dissolves, that energy flows, and it moves in a way that when When someone else sees you doing things, they think you are thinking and doing. It is very hard to make. So when something happened, I was looking for someone who was not there. I tried to find that person's room. I knocked, and then that person's room was open. So someone was saying to me, "Oh, you must be stressed with these. So where your thought must be negative thoughts would be coming to you. Oh, you must be agitated." Because you don't know, there is something intuitively moves in you in a way by which you decide, or something decides for you. Nobody can explain it. Like sometimes there's no reasoning for anything. The person with a very, people are sometimes very planned people. They plan everything. 5-year planning, 10-year planning, home planning, finance planning, everything there is planned. And when something goes wrong, then they are depressed. Because there is a divine planning already from prarabdha karma. Huh? Sometimes our planning and the divine planning goes together. So we are happy. When it goes opposite, then we are unhappy. When it goes the way what we thought, divine planning goes the same way, we take proud that, look, I have achieved, I am smart. And when it goes away, then we say, I have bad luck and God is not kind, and So when it goes wrong, we blame God. When it goes right, we take all the pride. No, this is ego. This is the first and last sin, and this only we can remove. No one else can remove. So we have to keep working on it all the time, all the time, all the time. And the good thing about it is that slowly you will start understanding there are two things. You have to give one to someone else and one you have to keep. Very naturally the ego wants to keep the good, when nobody is seeing. And you do it, but then the person who is a seeker will actually do the other way. Pick up the good one to give others, and then you feel, oh, why I am doing it, and let it be. But I'm just telling you, very small things are there, techniques. Like I'm calling them as techniques because now you're aware, and the ego behaves in this way because this is, ego actually fulfills needs and wants of this body. And the God fulfills needs and wants of everyone. This is the difference. For awareness, everyone is equal. Everyone is important. No one is less or more important. Whether they are animals, human beings, or even inanimate things. Everyone is equally, because everything is equal share of the same. Make this body as instrument of God. That means that the person living in it has to disappear. Because all questions, whatever happening to you, are happening in that person mode, in that ego mode, in which I am this body, there are other bodies, and this is happening, and why all of us in bondage. It is a dream. There is nothing except a dream. But the problem with this dream is you have to put efforts. The dream at night, the mind comes out of it and then puts us into this dream. And then this dream continues. Everyone is in this dream. Intellectuals, everyone, like people you appreciate in this world who have achieved, everyone is part of this dream. But in whose dream are they coming? In your dream only. So it is your responsibility to wake up from the dream, not anyone else. Like you are sleeping and dreaming, and then you say that I will get out of the dream, when all these people in my dream also get out of the dream. You have to contemplate on this all the time. People think it is easy. It is very easy, just as Bhagavan said, Ati Sulbham. But you have to follow the basic principles of Vedanta. Basic principles never change for anyone, whether they believe in Vedanta or they don't believe in Vedanta. One of them is Vairagya. We all know Vairagya, detachment. Vedanta goes to an extent that even a saint living in forest, taking care of a deer who was almost was being killed by a hunter, next birth he became a deer. There was a story about this enlightened person. At last he just wanted to show, he saw a mango on the tree just before death, and he became that small insect. And the disciple killed that insect immediately. All these tells how sukshma Maya is, how it catches us. And we have thousands of attachments and desires, unending. We are actually on the path of increasing it. Though we say we are on the path of spirituality, but at the same time this ego is collecting more attachments and desires, maybe even on a spiritual path. So this awakening from this awakened dream needs Vairagya, detachment from everything. And Vairagya with mumukshutva, like you are really, longing for it. You just know, you're like on a fire. And you cannot be satisfied by anything except that knowledge. Vairagya, and with this mumukshutva, and the Shad Sampatti, all those things in that, they are important. But I believe Vairagya develops when you have longing for it. You live in family or you don't live in family, you can still be attached to things. It's not that brahmachari or someone who is not having a family is completely detached. You know that. So that detachment comes when your energy is within, inwardly directed. When our energy is inwardly directed, and so much directed, that even this vichara doesn't come that because of my internalization, my family is suffering or my spouse is suffering or someone is, you are so, nobody can hold on to you. We always feel we are trapped in our family and we want to get out of it. If the Vairagya is really, really strong, whether you live with a partner or whatever, nothing can hold you. When you are in that fire, no emotional attachment will be there, and so nothing can hold you from knowing that. So there is no point in even leaving. But if leaving has to happen, that might happen. That is what Bhagavan said. If it's ordained that you have to leave family and run away, if that happens, just accept it. But don't make a planned decision for something like that from the ego. If it happens, it's not a big deal. When we think our family is suffering from my Vairagya, that means there is some attachment. We still feel my family, and we are still in both boats. One leg in one leg in. All this family, all this what is happening is my dream, coming projection of my mind. Others are getting freedom or not, or others will be in bondage. there is that Paramatma, that Absolute, taking care of everything. You don't have to worry about it. In India, they say that after 840,000 births, you get a human birth. So it's such a rare thing. And to know the divine in you, you have to have a human birth. But Bhagavan has even challenged it, he gave realization to animals also. But anyway, let's believe that it's the rarest of rare thing which Bhagavan could do. So in that sense, you should have more faith on Bhagavan. If he can do on animals, I am still a human being. I should be able to understand more because I know a language also. And the second important thing in human birth is your interest in spirituality or in God or self-realization. And I believe that is also everyone, that's why everyone is here. And the third and the last important thing is to have a teacher, which we all have. If these three things are there, nobody can stop you from liberation. So I think we are all so much blessed and we should feel good about it rather than feeling that how it will happen. Now, how it will happen is his responsibility, not our responsibility. We have surrendered, we have interest, he knows. He is in our heart. He is Antaryami. He knows more than what we know about ourselves. Our mind can deceive us. It deceives all the time. It shows, it portrays that we are good, others are bad. But that self knows how good or bad we are. So we can deceive ourselves, we can deceive others, but we can't deceive God. Once we are ready, they say, Aap pratiksha mein ho, you are in waiting. You are in waiting. It will happen. If you are the right person for that, he will do it. But he has given you some method, you do it. You know why we do methods? Not for self-realization. People think that you do self-inquiry, you will have self-realization. This is not right. I'm not quoting from any book, but this is my experience. It is just to get more grace. When, let's say, parents have asked a child to do this and then I'll give you that thing, chocolate. You do that thing to get that chocolate. So you are just doing it. But don't do with the doership. People talk like this, I sit for 2 hours, nothing is happening, what should I do? Doership should not be there, even in the practice. Just do because the Guru has said to do, that's all. Don't use too much of mind and don't look for results all the time. Like you put a seed and every week you just take out and see how much seed has grown. The seed will die. You have put the seed, you keep watering, put manure, give sunlight and wait and it is happening. You will only see when it comes out, So just take time. It takes time. In everyone's case, it takes time. And in some cases, it just happens. So depends whatever practice you have done in the past. Our thanks to Ramana Ashram who has given us this space to be here, to stay here, to have food here, to conduct satsangs, to give infrastructure with all of their love and their best service to us. So we are all deeply, deeply grateful to Ramana Ashram management. And of course, we are all grateful to Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, who has entered in our heart, who is doing all this. And people congratulate me, congratulate Arunachala. He has organized everything for all of us. Without His permission, nothing can move. All is His action. Nothing is our action. We cannot have any action. We can't do anything. And we all know this. He does through us all the time. We just have to recognize this truth. That same truth in all of us, we have different names for it. We call it God, our Father, someone can say our Mother, Brahman, awareness, self. All means the same. You know, you might have seen that picture of Hanumanji opening up his heart and then Ram is sitting there. This means that it is this in Hanuman. So Hanuman and Ram is same. That he has found Hanuman. Hanuman has found Ram in his heart. We all have that Ram in our heart. All these things are very symbolic. We need to understand this and learn from this. And then see how Hanuman got Ram. By constant devotion, constant bhakti, constant prayer, constantly saying Ram, 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 Ram. They say wherever you take name of Ram, Hanuman comes there. And he is here right now when I am talking about Ram. And they say if you want to please Ram, you please Hanuman. So what it means is if you want to please God, you please His devotees. Be the devotee of devotees. Appreciate people who come here, who have devotion. Do best what you can do for them. That is why in Indian ancient tradition we feed sadhus, and saints and sages. It is an old age tradition. Even in Ramana Ashram they feed all sadhus. And outside you might see a lot of people are feeding sadhus. Don't judge those sadhus whether they are having smoking something or they are beggars only. He has to decide. If they are wearing ochre robes, you can give them food. At least food you can give to anyone. In Melbourne we have societies and we distribute food to homeless people, to primary school people, primary school students. You think that in developed world people don't need food? They need food. Some people are incapable, they don't have money, they have psychic issues, their family issues that they don't feed their kids. They come to school and they have no breakfast. So breakfast clubs are there. Giving food is such a good thing, such a good act. Annadanam. And look at ashram, they give so much of food to so many people every day. How beautiful it is.
Lord Ramana, Lord Ramana, my Savior. Lord Ramana, my Savior. Lord Ramana, Lord Ramana.
On this Advent day of Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi, it has been so many years, 2024, And that Advent day was a day when Venkataramana came to this beautiful place called Arunachala from Madurai. Just after hearing the name Arunachala and Tiruvannamalai, it sparked something deep within that young boy. When he caught the train and landed at the foothills of holy Arunachala, what a beautiful, wonderful experience. And when he came in there, the young boy went, meditated in the Arunachaleshwar temple premises. In the premises, he went down to a small cave and meditated there. When he came out and he went on the hill and went up and stayed for many years in Virupaksha cave and then Skandashram. All the devotees, all the disciples all over the world know how Bhagavan Ramana was born from the young Venkataraman. But the significance of the day of the Advent day is the day that is such an holy and auspicious occasion. Every moment is auspicious and holy, and all is just here and now. But that day, Advent day, when Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi came to the foothills of Arunachala, is revered as one of the most beautiful days, because that was a blessing for humanity as well. In today's parlance, in today's technological age, one famous word that is used is disruptive technology. And that very same technology, a disruptive technology, was what Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi advised all those who came to ask him. Normally, he was in silence, and all teachings used to be conveyed through silence to destroy the mind. Because that was the disruptive technology that Ramana Maharshi used to use through silence to destroy and vanquish the mind and make it still. But when ardent devotees and disciples came and asked him, seekers in the divine came and asked, he would also use the same disruptive technology and advise that rather than using the mind that you have to project it outwards towards objects, an objectification. All it does is create me and the other and causes this manifestation and this world to appear, and that causes a lot of issues. Then the whole gamut of likes, dislikes, good, bad, etc., is born, and everything comes about as me and the other. There's always a dichotomy. So his technology was turn the mind inwards, disrupt what is there in the current to turn that right here and now inwards, and inquire rather, who is this I? Because the substratum of all that is and all that a seeker knows at this stage is I am. That is the only truth. That I am. On top of that, layers are added on of I am this, I am that. I am an engineer, I am a doctor, I am a farmer, I am a teacher, I am a sadhaka, I am a seeker, etc., etc. I am a sannyasi. But all these are only add-ons. Personalities are added on all through the existence of the body. Then you have these other personalities, which is you are a son, you are a daughter, you are a father, you are a mother, you are an aunt, you are an uncle, etc., etc., etc. And the endless amount of personalities that are born. But if one turns back and these personalities are removed, because these personalities have no existence in themselves. A husband is born only when a marriage happens. A wife is born only when a marriage happens. But originally, you are only that I am. So that I am, one needs to investigate to find out who is this I am, which is the substratum. Intellectually knowing that is one thing, but truly, in essence, what is my true nature? Who am I? Is the question. Whether through, as Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi said always, that either through surrender or through inquiry, whatever means may be used, whatever is the propensity of that particular mind, use that to achieve that ultimate goal and realize and reveal rather. Not even realize, but reveal your true nature, which is that pure, absolute self. In silence, as silence. That inquiry and going deeper and deeper as one turns within. When that attention is so strong that inwardness and that attention that is turned 180 degrees into that source, all this creation that is there, that has been created as I, me, myself and the other, all drops away. The entire edifice dissolves. Because I am not this body, I am not this mind, I am not this intellect. I am that ever-existing reality. Parabrahma Tattva, Satchidananda Atman, absolute existence, absolute consciousness, absolute bliss. These may sound as only words, but that experience of that revelation can be revealed when Bhagavan said that I see no other. There is no other. Only I. I am that I am. I am I. I am. But that spoken in vocabulary through language is one thing, but that very experience in silence, because silence speaks the language that even vocabulary fails to do, because that is the original sound. And that has to be revealed through not this I of E-Y-E, as in the I of the body, but through that I of eternity. That I of eternity is who you are in reality. And that when revelation happens, then there is only joy, bliss, peace. Whatever has to happen, happens. As in the case of Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi. For 40 years after that, Bhagavan never moved out of Arunachala. And through that Advent day, we have received such teachings and such blessings, which is disrupting what we are actually engrossed in. And asking us, drawing us inwards. That is what a guru does. From the outward, he is pushing one inward, the seeker inwards. And as the guru within, he is drawing the seeker inwards to reveal the truth in silence. That is Ramana Maharshi's true, 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 Let us all, as seekers in the divine, use this Advent day and every other day, every other moment to revel in that glory of absolute pure awareness. That is who we are. Om Purnamadaha Purnamidam Purnaat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Namo Arunachala. Very nice to be here to communicate something from the Gita for you, and of course from our hearts. I actually read this, and it says, the self you surrender to is also the inner witness, the abode, your home, your only refuge. So there's no refuge beyond your inner home. Your only true friend is Krishna, Ramana, Source, God, yourself. So that's very interesting when you see the self you surrender yourself to is your refuge. So that really, really puts a different spotlight on where we've been going outside of ourselves to get refuge. It actually is yourself. And the other thing that I read is, I am the father and the mother of this universe. So that is the self. And I am its grandfather too. So you're all of that. You are this self. I am its entire support. So there's no support anywhere else except from self in a million billion forms. And to know it's just self that is supporting in all those forms. I am the goal of life, the Lord and support of all, the inner witness. So there's no other witness except the self. The abode of all, I am the only refuge, the one true friend. So all the other friends, they fall away. So many just fall away. But the self is still here. I think that's rather wonderful. I am the beginning, the staying, and the end of creation. I am the womb and the eternal seed. Therefore, that pattern of consciousness is who you are. And you are the womb of consciousness, the womb of creation. And this really is something to contemplate. There's nothing beyond any of that. So I just wanted to share that you were the beginning, you're here now, and you are the end. Thank you. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
அகமுவை நன்கறிந்தும் நீர் நதி போலும் ஓயுமே அருணாச்சலமே வெளிவிடயம் விட்டு விளங்கும் அருள் நேசாம் வழியடக்க நிற்கும் மனத்தால் உளமதனில் உன்னை தியானித்து யோகி ஒளி காணும் இடத்தில் ஒப்புவித்த உள்ளத்தால் எப்பொழுதும் உன்னை கண்டெல்லாம் அன்பியம் செய்யும் மன்னோம் நருணாம் சதாவிருந்தே அருணகிரமணன் ஆரியத்தைக் கண்ட அருணரையம் தக்கருத்தே ஆகும் அருணாச்சல பஞ்சகமணியை கந்தம் வெண்பாவான் கழுத்தான் அறிவாயங்கி பரமாத்துமம் அருணாச்சலம் அறிவாகுளம் முருகானம் வரநாந்தி முருகையாம் கருவாம் திரவாம் நிறம் அறிவாயில் வெளியாம் வாழ்க வானருணாச்சலம் பெயர் வாழ்க பெயர் வாய் துணி வஞ்சகம் வாழ்க வாய் மன்னன் மாரமணம் வரும் வாழ்க பரம் மன்னர் அன்பரே நம Shivaya Namah. Om Namo Bhagavate Ramanaya. Om Arunachala Shivaya Namah. Om Namo Bhagavate Ramanaya. Om Arunachala Shivaya Namah. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Om Arunachala Shivaya Namah. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Om Arunachala Shivaya Namah. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Om Arunachala Shivaya உதித்த இடத்தில் ஒழுங்கியிருத்தல் அது கர்மம் பக்தியும் திபரம் அதியோக ஞானமும் தீபரம். உதித்த இடத்தில் ஒழுங்கியிருத்தல் அது கர்மம் பக்தியும் திபரம் அதியோக ஞானமும் தீபரம். மனதின் உண்மை மறவதின் சாரம் மனமென ஒன்றிலை தீபரம். மனத்தின் உண்மை மறவாது உஷாரம் மனமென ஒன்றிலை தீபரம். மாக நேராக தீபரம். தானாயிருத்தலே தன்னை அறியாம் தாமிரங்களாம் தீபரம். தன்மய நின்ற தீபரம். தானாயிருத்தலே தன்னை அறிதலாம் தாமிரங்களாம் தீபரம். தன்மய நின்ற உள்ளதலம் உள்ளம் உளதோ உளபொருள் உள்ளதரம் உள்ளதே உள்ளதாம். உள்ளவன் உள்ளபொருள் உள்ளயம் உள்ளத்தே உள்ளபடி உள்ளதே சத்சங்கத்வே சங்கத்வம் நிசங்கத்வே நிர்மோகத்வம் நிர்மோகத்வே நிச்சலதத்வம் நிச்சலதத்வே ஜீவனம். தத்சங்கத்வே நிசங்கத்வம் நிசங்கத்வே நிர்மோகத்வம் நிர்மோகத்வே நிச்சலதத்வம் நிச்சலதத்வே ஜீவனம். सर्वेषां मङ्गलं भवतु. ॐ सर्वेषां पूर्णं भवतु. ॐ सर्वेषां स्वस्तिं भवतु. ॐ सर्वेषां शान्तिं भवतु. ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते. ॐ असतो मां सद्गमय तमसो मां ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्यो मां अमृतं गमय. ॐ शान्ति ॐ शान्ति ॐ शान्ति. हरि ॐ तत्सत्.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya. Namaskaram. Today I'm going to be talking about the greatness of the thought of Arunachala. In Sanskrit, there's a sloka which is very well known in South India. Darshana Dabrat Sadasi Janana Kamalalaye Kasyantu Marana Mukti Smarana Arunachalam. That means Janana Darshana Abrasadasi, from seeing Abrasadasi, that's Chidambaram. Janana Kamalalaya, by being born in Kamalalaya, that is Tiruvaro. Kasyantu Marana, by death in Kasi, that is Varanasi or Benares. Mukti Smaranat Arunachalam, by mere thought of Arunachala, by a mere remembrance of Arunachala, Mukti is assured. That is, we will get Mukti if we see Chidambaram, if we are born in Tiruvaro, if we die in Kasi, or merely think of Arunachala. The mere thought of Arunachala is so powerful. This truth has been expressed and explained by Bhagavan in his poetry, and he lived, that is, it was Bhagavan's experience. There is a verse that Bhagavan once wrote beneath a picture of Arunachala, and he later wrote it under so many pictures of Arunachala, both pictures that he drew and photographs of Arunachala. And it's also in Bhagavan's Ramanujaratu, collected works in Tamil. It's under the photograph of Arunachala. The verse is Karuna Navamai Karuna Katinal Arunachala Shivamitam. That means this is Karuna Navamai. That is being the ocean of grace, of compassion. Karuda, when thought of, Gati Nalhu, giving liberation, this is Arunachala Shiva. So this is Arunachala Shiva, which, being the ocean of compassion, gives liberation when thought of. That's a very, very beautiful verse. And then there's also among the 7 verses that Bhagavan composed, based on verses from the Arunachala Mahatmyam, from the Skanda Purana and the Shiva Rahasya, there's one verse that also expresses this idea. Uruterielle utukannutral. By seeing by seeing its form from wherever the form is visible, within the area where the form is visible. So seeing it, Karidinal Dura Karutila Lume, or by thinking of it by mind from afar. Wherever you may be, you can think of it from afar. Varuta Marada Varada Vedanta Atum Vijnanam, that is the Vijnana, the true knowledge that is the import of Vedanta, which cannot be achieved without great difficulty. Akum undame, it will arise for everyone. It will come to everyone by seeing this hill from afar. I mean, seeing this hill from wherever it's visible, within the range of the limits of its visibility, by seeing it, or by thinking of it from afar. This import of Vedanta, the true knowledge by Vijnana, will be achieved. So Bhagavan has expressed this in there's so many verses. In Aksharamlai, he says the very first verse, Arunachala mena ahame nine pava ahate vera rupai Arunachala. Arunachala, you eradicate the ego of those who think of you in the heart. And there's a double meaning there, because ahame means both in the heart, and it also means I, only I. So it also means those who think of Arunachala as I in the heart. It's got both meanings. Because when Bhagavan is throughout Stuti Panchakam, the verses we can be understood at different levels. That is, Bhagavan is clearly praising the external form of Arunachala. Arunachala is a hill, but he's also repeatedly saying Arunachala is shining in the heart. So the true form of Arunachala, that is Arunachala Swarupa, is Atma Swarupa, the real nature of ourself. But the real nature of ourself has appeared outwardly in the form of Arunachala in order to turn us back within. As Bhagavan says, when after praying to Arunachala, Tane, Tane, Tattvamidane, Tane Katavai Arunachala, oneself alone is the reality. Reveal this to me, show me this yourself, Arunachala. Then in the next verse, he says what Arunachala taught him: Tirambiyaham, turning within. Tane dinamaha kankan, see yourself daily with the inner eye, that is the eye of attention. Terium, it will be known. Endrane, you said, en Arunachala, my Arunachala. Well, an Arunachala can mean what? Arunachala, what? It can be an expression of, en can be an expression of wonder. It can also mean my Arunachala, expressing the intimacy Bhagavan has with Arunachala. So we always need to see that in Aksharamlai, there's the different levels of meaning. There's the more surface meaning, and there's the deeper meaning. Both are correct meaning. Both are perfectly valid. That is, these verses are intended to be understood at different levels. Because when Bhagavan talks of the thought of Arunachala, he's talking both about the thought of the external form of Arunachala and the internal form of Arunachala as I. And there's so many verses where he talks about how where he indicates that in his life what the effect that the thought of Arunachala had on him. For example, in verse 70, Payanina tidave pidi tirutaneyun perumaya ariva Arunachala. The very moment I thought of your name, perumaya ariva, sorry, I'm just trying to remember. Payanina tidave pidi, yes, you caught hold of me and pulled me to you. Perumaya ariva, who can know your greatness? And then in verse 103, oh no, sorry, verse 102, Arune and Dranayan. As soon as I thought of Arunachala, Arulkani Patenon, you caught me in the net of your grace. Un Arul Vale Tapumo, can the trap of your grace ever fail? And then in the next verse, because when he talks about a net and a trap, it suggests a spider. In the next verse, he says, Chindit, that is, we think of Arunachala, he thinks of us. So this is about Arunachala thinking of us. Chindit taropada chilandi polkati chirayit tundrane Arunachala. Chindit taropada chilandi pol, that is like a spider resolving like a spider but resolves to catch its prey. You thinking like that, you caught me, and made me a prisoner. But the verses I want to talk about particularly today are a sequence of 4 verses, the last 2 verses of Arunachala Patikam and the first 2 verses of Arunachala Ashtakam. These were composed on consecutive days. That is, Bhagavan was composing 1 verse a day. And as soon, these were 4 verses were composed on 4 consecutive days, and there's a clear sequence of ideas, a flow of ideas through them. So verse 10 of Arunachala Patikam is an extremely important verse, because this is the verse in which Bhagavan explains how this thought of Arunachala, how it works in the mind and bestows upon us mukti. What he says in this verse is, in the first sentence is, Patanum pudumai veer vali kanta parvatam. Patanum pudumai, I have seen, pudumai means, literally it means newness or freshness, but it means a wonder, something extraordinary or miraculous. So I've seen a wonder, something extraordinary and miraculous. What is that wonder? Veer vali kanta parvatam. Kanta parvatam is the magnet hill, the magnetic hill. Veer vali, that forcibly seizes the soul. So I have seen something extraordinary and miraculous, this magnetic hill that forcibly seizes the soul. So just like a magnet will seize any iron that comes close to it, this hill seizes the soul and draws it near to it. Then in the next verse, his next sentence, he says, this is a very important sentence, because this is where he explains what happens. Orutanam idane ortidum virin seteye oduki orutanadu abimukamaha itu ade tambol achalma chedu if inui bali kolum. Av inui bali kolum. So what that means is, Orutarum idane ortidum virin sheshteye oduki means subduing the mischievous activity of the soul who thinks of it once. Orudarum means once, so even one thought of Arunachala is sufficient. Idane means this, it's referring to Arunachala. Ortidum, who thinks of, virin, of the soul, Cherished. Cherished is a Tamil form of in Tamil it's Shette, but it's a Tamil form of the Sanskrit word Cherished, which means activity, movement, activity, action, or exertion. But in Tamil, it particularly means mischievous activity. Subduing the mischievous activity of the soul who thinks of it once. What is that mischievous activity? It's the activity of the mind. The mind is always going outwards, seeking happiness in this or that. That is the mischievous activity. That mischievous activity of the mind is what is drawing us away from Arunachala, who's ever shining in our heart. And then in the next sentence, then that's the first clause. That is, there's a series of adverbial clauses. So the first clause is subduing the mischievous activity of the soul who thinks of it once. Oru tanadu abimukamaha ietu. Pulling to be facing towards itself. Oru means one. Oru is an adjective that means one. Tanadu means is a genitive or 6-case form of a generic pronoun tan, which can mean oneself, or in this context, itself. And abhimukham is a Sanskrit word that means facing towards. So Tanadu abhimukh, and this abhimukham, it can be used with the accusative, dative, genitive, or locative cases. In this case, Bhagavan uses it with the genitive case. So though Tanadu means of itself or its own, it's understood here as the object of facing towards. What is facing towards? So facing towards itself. Aha, to be, irtu, pulling. Irtu means pulling, dragging, attracting. It implies forcibly pulling. It's this. It also means drawing towards or carrying away. So pulling to be facing towards itself. But there's this adjective one, towards itself, a one. But oru means one, it means single, it means unique, it means peerless, it means special. So the implication is that Arunachala is the one. Though it's an adjective, it's not a noun, but the implication is pulling that soul to be facing towards itself for one, meaning the one reality that shines in the heart as Satchit, pure being awareness, I am. And then in the next clause, the third adverbial clause, Ade tambol achala chedu. That means making it to be motionless like itself. And then finally, in the main clause, av inuir bali kolum. It takes that sweet soul as bali. Bali means, bali is the, it means a sacrificial offering. In the Vedic sacrifices, in yagas and yajnas, what is offered into the fire is bali. It also, in later times, it came to mean the food that is offered to God in worship, whether in temples or at home. When you make any offering to God, that is bali. It also means the food that is offered as alms to mendicants. So Arunachala takes that sweet soul as bali. The implication is that the sweet soul, why is it sweet? Because it's spiritually ripened and pure. So only when it's spiritually ripened and pure, will it be drawn within to face Arunachala itself and thereby be made motionless. So the implication is it takes and consumes that sweet, spiritually ripened and pure soul as bali, food offered in sacrifice or alms. So the whole of this second sentence is, the meaning of the whole sentence is, subduing the mischievous activity of a soul who thinks of it once, pulling to be facing towards its unique self, making it to be motionless like itself, it takes that sweet soul as bali. The implication is, if we slightly expand it, bringing in the implication, subduing the mischievous, outward-going mental activity of a soul who thinks of it once, pulling, dragging, or attracting that soul to be facing towards itself, the one reality that shines in the heart as Satchit, pure being awareness, I am, thereby making it achala, motionless like itself. It takes and consumes that sweet, spiritually ripened, pure soul as bali, as sacrificial offering, as food offered in sacrifice, in worship. So in this sentence, Bhagavan explains how Arunachala bestows mukti by on those who merely think of it. That is, but if we merely think of Arunachala, it will work within our heart to slowly subdue the outward-going activity of the mind. It will pull us within to face itself. Its ever shining in the heart as I, the one reality that's ever shining in my heart as I am, the pure Satchit, being awareness, and thereby it will make it motionless like itself. Like itself, tambol can also mean as itself. It'll make it motionless as itself, and thus it will take and consume that sweet, spiritually ripened, pure soul. When he says it will take as Bali, it's reminiscent of verse 21 of Ulutunapadu, where he ends by saying, Unadal Khan, becoming food is seeing. That is, in order to see our real nature or to see God, we must become food. We must be swallowed. We must be absorbed in him. We must lose ourselves completely in him, cease to exist as a separate entity. And then the next sentence is ikten. Iktu means this, en means what. So it literally means this is what. It implies what a wonder this is. What is often used in the sense of what a wonder. It's an exclamation. So what a wonder is this? That is this working of Arunachala, this Aral sail, that action of Arunachala's grace is such a wonderful, extraordinary thing. That's why he says, Patanum Pudumaya, I've seen something wonderful, extraordinary. You can just feel that in Bhagavan's words, every word, you can feel the intense love that he has for Arunachala. Then the next sentence is, the final sentence, Otumin Wiakal Ulamadil Oliriv Wiakoli Arunama Giriye. That means Wiakal is addressing us all. It's a vocative plural form of Via. Via means soul, so he's addressing us all, souls. Because he said earlier, the soul who thinks of it even once. So he's addressing all of us as souls. Souls. Wiamin. Wiamin means be saved. It's a plural imperative. Be saved. How to be saved? Ought to. Ought to means thinking. Thinking of what? Ulamadil Oririv Wiekoli Arunamagiriye. This great Aruna hill, Arunamagiriye, if Wiekoli, this killer of the soul, Ulamadil Oririv, who shines in the heart. So what this sentence implies is, souls be saved by thinking of the great Aruna hill, this killer of the soul, who shines in the heart. Who shines in the heart means he shines in the heart as the heart, namely as Satchit, the fundamental awareness of being, I am. That is what is shining in the heart of each one of us as our fundamental awareness of our own being, I am. That is Satchit. That is the heart, that is Arunachala, that is the killer of the soul. That is, if we turn within, he will devour us. So he's the killer of the soul. So in this verse, Bhagavan explains how this thought of Arunachala, how by thinking of the outward form of Arunachala, it will draw us within to make us tanadu abhimukham, to facing towards itself. That implies towards itself in the heart. Tanadu means both itself and ourself, because it is ourself. And then in the next verse, he boldly proclaims, or he emphatically proclaims his own experience. Giridu Parama Karudiyev Thembol Ketava Retane Kolo. That means, like me, Empol, Giridu Parama, who think this hill to be the supreme. Like me, who think the hill to be supreme, Ketava Etane Kolo. How many are there who have been ruined? Ketava means who have been ruined. It implies who've been destroyed. In other words, whose ego has been eradicated. Arunachal Mana Hamainini Pava Ate Vera Rupai Arunachal. It eradicates the ego. So it's how many of those like me who have been destroyed by thinking this hill to be the supreme. In other words, whose ego has been eradicated merely by thinking this hill to be the supreme. This is the tattva of Arunachala. Arunachala appeared as a column of fire for one purpose and one purpose alone, for crushing the ego, as in the Puranic story of the origin of Arunachala. So, as Bhagavan says in one of the verses in Akshram, Kodi Tadeyeri Kollune Kati Kondeng Varven Arunachala. Kodiyetu means raising a flag. That is, if you're going to do some charitable deed, like feeding people or something, you raise a flag to announce your charity. Like that, Arunachala has raised a flag to announce the charity he is doing. What is the charity he does? Kodiyet itu adeare kollune katti. That you to announce yourself as the killer of your devotees, Kondeng and Varven, having embraced you, who announced yourself as who proclaimed yourself as the killer of your devotees. How can I survive? So, like me, who think this hill to be the supreme, how many of those who have thereby been destroyed? Giridu, these are such beautiful words. Giridu parama karadiya vembol hetava retane kollo. Then the next sentence, viritural pire penil virevu vittu udul vittida viradu karudio tirivir. Tirivir is a vocative, he's addressing people. Karutinul orukal karudida kolamale kollum oru aru marandu ondru undu avenio. What that means is, oh, people who are wandering about thinking of a means to give up the body, having given up desire for this defective life due to its expanding or unfolding misery, there is on earth one rare medicine that, when thought of once within the mind, will kill without killing. Will kill without killing means it will kill ego without killing us. That is, what we actually are will not be killed. What we actually are can never be killed. But what we now seem to be, this rising I, this ego, that will be decimated, completely killed by. So this is the Bhagavan is proclaiming Arunachala as the great medicine that will. It won't kill the body. It won't kill the. That is when the misery of this life is so intense, we want to give up the body. But giving up the body is not a solution, because so long as ego remains, ego will continue projecting one body after another. So merely giving up the body is not sufficient. So we want something that will kill ego. So kolame kolum, we'll kill without killing. It can mean we'll kill ego without killing us. That's the deeper meaning. The more superficial meaning, it will kill the ego without killing the body. That is, the body will live according to its prarabdha, but the one who takes that body to be I, the I that rises as I am this body, I am this person, that will be killed. So what is this great medicine? What is this medicine on earth? But merely thinking of which will kill without killing. Adutan arunamadiram ena arivir. Know that it certainly is Aruna Hill. Adutan, that itself, Arunamadiram, Aruna Hill, ena arivir. Know that it is certainly this Aruna Hill. So here he's talking about his own experience. He says, like me, how many have been killed? So in the next verse, the first verse of Ashtakam, he goes on to talk more about his own. That is, there's a touch of autobiography in that last verse of Patikam. That autobiographical theme is continuing in the next verse and in the next two verses, the first two verses of Ashtakam. What he says in this verse 1 of Ashtakam, in the first sentence, he says, Ari Varu Giri Ena Amataram. That means it is seated as if a hill bereft of awareness. Amataram means it is seated, it remains, it abides. Ena means as, but in this context it means as if. Ari Varu Giri. Ari Varu means a hill without awareness, without knowledge, bereft of awareness. So it seems to be a hill bereft of awareness. But then what he says in the next sentence is, Amma. Amma is an expression of wonder. Adisayam Eden Sail Ari Varidakum. Its action is preeminent, extraordinary, or wonderful, difficult for anyone to know. Ari do Akum means for anyone or for everyone. Ari Varidu means it's difficult to know, difficult to understand or recognize. The action he's talking about here, sail, is Aral sail, the action of grace. So though it seems to be an insentient hill, its action of grace is something extraordinary, wonderful, preeminent, that cannot be, that it's difficult for anyone to know it, to understand it, to recognize it, to comprehend it. And then he goes on to talk about his own experience. In the next sentence, he says, Ari Varu Siru Vayadu, Adu Mudal Aruna, Miha Peridu Ena, Ari Vinilanga, Ari Hilan, Adum Porul, Adu Tiruvannamalai Ena, Oru Varal, Ari Vura Petram. So what that means is, I'll go clause by clause, Ari Varu, the same, he used the word Ari Varu at the beginning of the first line, referring to Arunachala. It seems to be an insentient hill. So Ari Varu means devoid of awareness, devoid of knowledge. In this case, it doesn't mean devoid of awareness, it means devoid of knowledge. Ari Varu Siru Vayadu. Siru Vayadu means tender age, the young age, when he was very small. Adu Mudal, from that tender age, from that young age, when he was bereft of knowledge. That implies from my young age, when I was bereft of knowledge of anything else. That means he didn't know anything else, but he did know one thing. What did that one thing he knew? Arunachalam Miha Peridu Ena Ari Vinilanga. That means, though Arunachala shone in awareness as what is exceedingly great, what that implies, awareness here is implying the mind. So what this implies is, though Arunachala shone in my awareness or in my mind as what is exceedingly great, Peridu means what is great. Miha Peridu, Miha is an adverb. It's actually the infinitive of the verb mihu, which means to exceed or surpass or be great or excellent or superior. But often in Tamil, the infinitive of verbs are often used adverbially as adverbs. So here it means abundantly, greatly, extremely, exceedingly. So it's exceedingly great. And Ilanga means it shone, but Ilanga means to shine or be bright. So it implies it shone brightly. So it was very, very clearly Arunachala was shining in his mind as what is exceedingly great. In some biographies of Bhagavan, they say that Bhagavan had a vague idea about Arunachala, but we can see from this line, this isn't anything vague. When he uses the word Ilanga, it clearly means it was shining brightly, clearly. So there wasn't any doubt before Bhagavan knew any other thing, but one thing that was shining in his mind as what is exceedingly great, what the ultimate reality is Arunachalam. So that knowledge that Arunachala is something exceedingly great was shining in his mind before he knew any other thing. Late in his childhood, he came to know that verse, Darshana Dabrasadasi Janana Kamalaya Kasyantu Marana Mukti Smaranat Arunachalam. He came to know that later, but even before he knew about that. Arunachala was shining in his mind as something that's exceedingly great. That's what he knew. Arunachala is the ultimate reality. So one day when he was a young boy, a relative returned from some pilgrimage, and so he asked that relative, "Where have you come from?" And that relative replied, "I've come from Arunachala." That was a great a thrill for Bhagavan when he said, "I've come from Arunachala." So you can actually come from Arunachala. Arunachala is actually a place you can come from. So he said, "What? You've come from Arunachala? Where's Arunachala?" And that relative said, "Don't you know it's Tiruvannamalai?" Of course, Bhagavan knew about Tiruvannamalai, but it's a very holy place. It's been worshipped by all the great Shaivas saints. But so what he says in the next clause is, Arihilan Adon Porol. That means I did not know its Porol. Porol is a word that is very difficult to translate into English. There's no adequate word. It means substance, essence, reality, or what a thing actually is. So he didn't know what it actually is. When didn't he know what it actually is? Adu Tiruvannamalai enna Arivaral Arivurapetram. That means even having got to know from someone that it is Tiruvannamalai. So the whole sentence is Arivari Siruvayadu Adu Mudal Arunachala Mihaperidu Enna Arivinilanga Arihilan Adum Porul Adu Tiruvannamalai Enna Oruvaral Arivurapetram. That means though from the young age of bereft of knowledge, Arunachala shone in awareness as what is exceedingly great. Even having got to know from someone that it is Tiruvannamalai, I did not know its Porol. I did not know what it actually is. I didn't actually realize it, that is experience what it actually is. What it actually is, obviously, it's our own real nature. But at that time, he didn't come to know that. So if we slightly expand the implication of this sentence, though from my young age, when I was bereft of knowledge of anything else, Arunachala shone in my awareness or mind as what is exceedingly great. Even after getting to know from someone that it is Tiruvannamalai, I did not know, understand, or recognize its porol, its substance, essence, reality, or what it actually is. And then the last sentence is very, very significant sentence. Arivine Marulurutu Aruhil Eka Aruhuram Amayam Idu Achalama Kandain. What that means is the first part of that is Arivine Marulurutu Aruhil Eka. Arivine is again, it's an accusative case form of arivu, which means awareness, but in this context, it implies mind. Marulurutu means marul means bewilderment, delusion. That's the usual meaning of maru, but it also means wonder. It also means possession, as by a spirit or deity, or enchantment. Urutu means gaining or acquiring or undergoing or experiencing. So Arivene Marulurutu means enchanting the mind or possessing the mind. Like that is like a divine possession. Well, not like it was a divine possession, being possessed by a divine being. Aruhinil Eka. Eka means pulling or pulling or drawing or carrying away or pulling towards itself. Aruhinil means close. So the meaning of this first clause, when enchanting the mind, it pulled close. That implies when enchanting or possessing my mind, it pulled me close. Then what happened? Aruhurum amayam idu achala makandein. Aruhurum means coming close or reaching close to it. Amayam means Amayam is a Tamil form of the Sanskrit word samayam. So it means an appointed time, a proper or opportune moment. So at the opportune moment of coming close, Achalama Akandain, I saw it to be Achalam. Achalam means, this is the same word Bhagavan used in verse 10 of Patikam, which we discussed earlier. That is when it makes the soul motionless like itself. So he says he saw it to be Achalam. Achalam means motionless, still, steady. It can also mean a mountain. That's where the name Arunachalam comes from, because the name of the hill is Aruna. Achalam means it's a hill. It's a hill is called, or a hill or mountain is called Achalam because it's steady, it's immovable, it's motionless. So this sentence, when enchanting the mind, it pulled close. At the appointed time of coming close, I saw this as Achalam. But the surface meaning, the superficial meaning is when pulling Bhagavan close to it, when enchanting his mind, possessing his mind, it pulled him to him. And at the appointed time, that's on the Bhagavan's Advent day, the day that he reached Tiruvannamalai, that appointed time when he came close to it, he saw it to be a hill. That is the surface meaning, but it's actually got a deeper meaning. Because what happened in Bhagavan's Advent when he came to Tiruvannamalai is the inner significance of that is what had happened 6 weeks earlier in Madurai. That is, Bhagavan's true advent, his true homecoming, wasn't just, that was expressed on a physical level on the 1st of September when he when he physically came to Arunachala. But that what was expressed physically on that day had actually happened spiritually 6 weeks earlier. And I think, of course, we can understand, as I said earlier, these verses of Stuti Panchakam, we can understand on different levels. They're intended to be interpreted on different levels. So the surface interpretation is talking about the samayam, the amayam, the appointed time, the appropriate time, the opportune time was the time that he came to Tiruvannamalai and he saw it to be a hill. That's the surface meaning. The deeper meaning is, it's important to note here, the words he uses here are very, some of them are the same words that he used in that sentence, in the main sentence in verse 10 of Patikam, where he talks about Arunachala stilling the or subduing the mischievous activity of the soul who thinks of it even once, drawing it to face towards itself. For one, that implies drawing it inwards to face itself. So the word he used for drawing or pulling there was irtu. Here he uses irka. Irka is another form of the same verb. It's the same pulling. And there he said, achalama chedu, making motionless. Tambol achalama, making motionless like itself. Here he says the same achalama kandane. So achalama means as achala, or to be achala. So the deeper meaning of this is, when enchanting his mind and pulling him close, that means it pulled him within. That is on that day in Madurai, when that fear of death arose in him. That was the opportune time when Arunachala had already enchanted his mind, but he fully possessed him at that moment and pulled him close in, back into the heart. And at that appointed time, when he entered the heart, he saw it to be Achalam. He saw that Arunachala is that motionless being that is ever shining in our heart as I am. And of course, if it's a matter of seeing it to be a hill, there's a seer and something seen. That is all knowledge of things other than ourselves is tripartite. There's a knower, there's a thing the thing that is known, and there's the means by which it is known. That is the knower is called pramata. What is known is called prameya, and the means by which it is known is called pramana. So that is about knowing anything other than ourselves. But to know ourselves, there's no such three factors involved, because we, as Bhagavan says in verse 26 of Upadesha Undya, Tanai iritale, tanai aridalam. Being oneself alone is knowing oneself. That is, it's not a matter of, because oneself is not two. So they're not two things, one to know another. So we can know ourselves only by being ourselves. We can see what is Achala only by being Achala, is the implication. So when he said, I saw it, Achala Makandane, it implies I saw it to be Achala. But it also has another implication, Achala Makandane. As motionlessness, I saw it. That is, I myself became that motionlessness, and thus I saw it as myself, is the implication. So there are two ways of interpreting this last line of this verse. Both are appropriate, but the problem with, if we take it to be talking about the Bhagavan's physically being brought to Arunachala, there's a slight discontinuity between this line and the next, the first line of the next verse, in which he talks about investigating who is the seer. In the early days, many devotees thought, after Bhagavan composed this ashtakam, but Bhagavan's realization was complete only after he came to Arunachala, saw Arunachala standing as a hill. He then investigated who is the seer, and he saw what remained when the seer ceased to exist. So many people thought what happened in Madurai was some sort of a stimulus, but it was what started in Madurai was completed in Tiruvannamalai. Natyananda, who came to Bhagavan in 1918, he told me that when he came to Bhagavan and read this, he, like most other people, he took it to mean the Bhagavan is indicating here, but he attained the full realization only after coming to Tiruvannamalai. Natyananda told me that was his impression for some years until he heard Bhagavan saying very explicitly that was not the case. One way Bhagavan often used to express it is, the sun that rose in Madurai, the same sun is shining here in Tiruvannamalai. It hasn't changed at all. That means the sun of Jnana, that arose in all its fullness and glory in Madurai, has not diminished at all. It has remained the same ever since. So Bhagavan made it very, very clear what happened that day in Madurai. That was the final ahate verarupa. It was a complete decimation of ego. So if we take the deeper meaning of this, that what Bhagavan is referring, the amayam, the samayam that Bhagavan is referring to here, is not just his physically coming to Tiruvannamalai, but the opportune time when he was drawn close to Arunachala in the heart, it fits in perfectly with the next verse. So what he says in the next verse, I've only got 5 or 6 minutes, so I have to be quick. This is also a very, very important verse, because here Bhagavan is talking about, in verse 10 of Patikam, he indicated that by thinking of the outward form of Arunachala, Arunachala will thereby subdue the outward going activity of the mind, draw that soul within to face itself, the one, the supreme, and thereby it will make it motionless like itself and feed upon it. That is the implication in that verse. So now, in this verse 1 of Ashtakam, he was talking about that thought of Arunachala was shining in his mind from the very earliest time, before he knew anything else. So that at the opportune time, it pulled his mind within, and he saw it to be achala, to be motionlessness. So then if we take it in that sense, then this verse, he's in the first sentence of the first line of this verse, he's expanding on what actually happens when Arunachala draws us close. That is, the self-investigation takes place. That is, our mind is pulled back and fixed in Arunachala, who is shining in our heart as I. And that is Atma Vichara. As Bhagavan says in Nana, in the 7th, Bhagavan defines what Atma Vichara is. Sadakalamam manate atmavil vaitirvatu. So keeping the mind always on oneself, keeping the mind always in oneself, in the heart. So that is what happens when Arunachala pulls us within. So what he says in this verse is, in the first line he says, Kandavan evan ena karutinul nada, Kandavan indrida nindradu kandain. This is very, very beautifully expressed. Kandavan evan ena karutinul nada. When investigating within the mind, who is the seer? That is, Bhagavan uses, Tamil is a very beautiful language because it's possible to say things. In English, if we want to talk about an action without saying who is the actor, we have to use the passive form. For example, we can say, the door was closed. we're not saying who has closed the door, but the door was closed. Someone has closed it, but we don't know who. But in Tamil, you can say that in a sort of active voice, but actually correctly speaking, it's a middle voice. It's neither active nor passive. It's active in form, but it's equivalent to what we in English would call passive because there's no subject there. So all he says is, when investigating within the mind, who is the seer? He doesn't say who is to investigate. Obviously, it's the seer who is to investigate, but he doesn't specify that. So when investigating within the mind, who the seer is, Kandavan Indrida Nindradu Kandain. I saw Nindradu, what remained, Indrida, Kandavan Indrida, when the seer became non-existent. That is, when investigating within the mind to see who is the seer, I saw what remained when the seer thereby became non-existent. Some people who claim to be self-realized claim to see the disappearing of the I thought. But who is to see the disappearing of the I thought? The I thought is the seer, ego. Can ego see its own disappearance? No, it cannot. Can our real nature see the disappearance of ego? No, it cannot, because in the view of our real nature, there's no such thing as ego at all. So Bhagavan doesn't say, I saw the seer becoming non-existent. He said, I saw what remained when the seer became non-existent. Since the seer became non-existent, who is the I who saw what remained? It can only be what remained saw what remained. In other words, what we actually are always knows itself as it is. So when the seer disappears, we experience ourselves as that which always knows itself. So the wording is so subtle here, but if we think about it very carefully, there's so much implication and subtle meaning in the words Bhagavan uses. Then in the next, I've got to be really quick now, I'll go through. The next sentence he says, Kandavan Endrida Karutera Ville. The mind does not rise to say I saw. Kandilan Endrida Karuteru Marin. In what way can the mind rise to say I did not see? That is, since the mind doesn't rise to say I saw, how can it rise to say I didn't see? So whether I saw or I didn't see, there's no I to say either I saw or I didn't see. As he says in Uludunap, to say I have known myself or I have not known myself, both are grounds for ridicule. Because when we know ourselves as we actually are, there's no separate I there to say I have seen or I have not seen. And then he goes on to say, Vindidu Vilakidu Viruluruvona, Vindile Panduni Vilakida Endral. Who has the power to elucidate this by speaking when in ancient times you elucidated it without speaking? That implies when in ancient times, as Dakshinamurthy, even you elucidated it without speaking. Elucidated it without speaking means elucidated it in silence. As Bhagavan said, the words can be pointers, but the truth can be revealed only by silence, because silence is itself the truth. Silence is our real nature. Silence is the very nature of being. That is, the silence of pure being alone can reveal the silence of pure being. And it can reveal it only to the silence of pure being. So we need to become Achala in order to see Arunachala as Achala, to see it as motionless. Vindidadu unnile vilakida vendre, vindalam achalama vilakida nindrai. Only to elucidate your state without speaking, you stood as a hill shining from earth to sky. That is, only to elucidate your state of silent and motionless, pure being awareness, without speaking. Without speaking means in silence, you stood as a hill. So Arunachala is ever teaching us through silence. Because our minds are so outward going, we're not able to understand the silent teaching of Arunachala. So it became necessary for Arunachala to appear in human form as Bhagavan Ramana, in order to give us the same, what he's eternally teaching in silence, Bhagavan has put it in words for us. Those words will turn our mind back within, where the silence will draw us within and make us see it as Achala, as itself. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya.
Des gens ont rapporté ceci. Vous aurez dit qu'un gourou n'était pas nécessaire. D'autres ont rapporté le contraire. Que dit le Maharshi? Réponse. Je n'ai jamais dit qu'il n'y avait pas besoin d'un gourou. Question. Sri Aurobindo et d'autres disent de vous que vous n'avez pas eu de gourou. Réponse. Tout dépend de ce que vous appelez un gourou. Il n'a pas besoin d'avoir une forme humaine. Datreya avait 24 gourous, y compris les 5 éléments, terre, eau, air, feu et terre. Chaque objet dans ce monde était son gourou. Le gourou est absolument nécessaire. Les Upanishads disent que personne d'autre qu'un gourou ne peut faire sortir un homme de la jungle de l'intellect et des perceptions de sens. Donc il faut qu'il y ait un gourou. Question. Je veux dire un gourou humain. Maharshi n'en avait pas. Réponse. J'ai pu en avoir eu un à un moment ou à un autre. Mais n'ai-je pas chanté des hymnes à Arunachala? Qu'est-ce qu'un gourou? Le gourou est Dieu ou le soi. D'abord, quelqu'un prie Dieu pour exaucer ses désirs. Puis vient un temps où il n'est pris plus pour la satisfaction des désirs matériels, mais pour Dieu lui-même. Alors Dieu lui apparaît sous une forme ou une autre, humain ou non humain, pour le guider vers lui, en réponse à sa prière et en fonction de ses besoins. Question. Quand on est fidèle à un seul maître, peut-on avoir du respect pour d'autres? Le gourou est unique. Il n'est pas physique. Tant qu'il y a de la faiblesse, on a besoin du support d'une force.
Some people reported you have to say that there was no need for a guru. Others gave the opposite report. What does Maharshi say? Answer. I have never said that there is no need for a guru. Question. Sri Aurobindo and others referred to you as having had no guru. Answer. It all depends on what you call a guru. It need not be in a human form. Dattatreya had 24 gurus, including the 5 elements, earth, water, etc. Every object in this world was his guru. The guru is absolutely necessary. The Upanishad says that none but a guru can take a man out of the jungle of intellect and sense perception. So there must be a guru. Question. I mean a human guru. Maharshi does not have one. Answer. I might have had one at one time or other. But did I not sing hymns to Arunachala? What is a guru? Guru is God or the self. First, a man prays to God to fulfill his desire. A time comes when he will not more pray for the fulfillment of material desire, but for God himself. God then appears to him. in some form or other, human or non-human, to gain him to himself in answer to his prayer and according to his needs. Question. When loyal to one master, can you respect others? Answer. Guru is one, is not physical. So long as there is weakness, the support of strength is needed.
When I am all-pervading, where can I go? The great incarnations, such as Buddha, Shankara, and Jesus, all came to redeem the world. When the time of the physical dissolution was approaching, these teachers, who had already completed the purpose of their manifestation, imparted a final divine Upadesha to their followers. Similarly, at the time of his Brahma Nirvana, Bhagavan, to console all the devotees who were grieving at the impending separation, looked at them graciously and spoke the following words. So, Braget, thinking this body itself to be Bhagavan, they are grieved that Bhagavan is suffering on account of his illness. What to do? They are worried that Swami is going to pass away. Where to go? How to go? Like the ambrosia that cures the bodily ailments of those who partake of it, these ambrosial words of jnana will instantly free from the disease of individual existence those who understand this truth. By revealing for the last time his true nature through this divine Upadesha, Bhagavan indicated that everyone's true nature was indeed that. Fully satisfied that the aim of his incarnation had been fulfilled, Bhagavan shone with a cheerful countenance in the state of Videha Mukti. It is known that during his last days, Bhagavan Sri Ramakrishna was seriously afflicted by throat cancer. He had become very weak as a result of not eating or sleeping for many days. Even when he was suffering in this way, he remained firmly established in meditation. In addition to giving darshan to devotees, he was also dispelling the doubts of Vivekananda and other disciples regarding his own incarnation. We know from his biography that right until his final breath, he shone as compassion incarnate. Similarly, during his last days, Bhagavan Ramana, even though he was suffering intensely from fatal cancer, not only bore it cheerfully to the astonishment of the devotees, he also gave darshan uninterruptedly, showering his look of grace on all those who came. It is well known that he shone as the bountiful bestower of jnana right up to the very end. At the time of his Brahma Nirvana were there, in addition to the human devotees, animals such as cows, an elephant, and peacocks in the vicinity of the Nirvana room. Not being able to bear the impending separation from their beloved Lord, they forgot themselves and paid their last respects in a most touching manner. This rare and divine scene, which can be seen in the photo that were taken at the time, is something unique. It was not witnessed at the ends of the lives of other Mahatmas. This quote comes from Sri Ramana Darshanam, from Sadhu Nathanananda, and it's the number 25, page 43. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
From the book Face to Face with Sri Ramana Maharshi, Chapter 101. Sudananda Bharati was a patriot who worked in the field of Tamil literature, journalism, and social reconstruction during the 20s and 30s. His Ramana Vijayam is Sri Ramana's first biography in Tamil. His Arul Aruvi, Torrents of Grace, contains songs dedicated to Sri Ramana.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. My last political speech was delivered in Titucorin under the presidency of the heroic Chidambaram Pillai. As I was addressing the Mammoth meeting in the Vatakinar Maidan, tears flowed from my eyes. My subject was politics, and I was speaking religion. The spiritual India is already free. The material India shall be free through spiritual force. Start mass prayers and meditations. Purify and electrify your souls by yoga. Send out waves of good and great thoughts. Send out the message of the Upanishads. The waves shall transform the thoughts of humanity. The silent force of a silent sage is working behind the destiny of India. I felt this and had a vision of this clearly. I came down the platform and closed myself in meditation for one day. The vision was confirmed. The need of the hour, I wrote to Ganapati Muni, was yoga and silent development of power. By then I had the darshan of Maharshi Ramana. I hurried to him, finishing my political sojourn. I reached Sri Ramana Ashramam and entered the small room adjoining the mother's shrine. Ganapati Muni stood up exclaiming, "Welcome, welcome." Ramana's gentle voice said, "Let Bharati come in." I saw no human form. I felt dazed. Effulgence enveloped me. My mind disappeared into silence. I sat down, closed my eyes, and entered the inner cave of my heart. 1 hour passed like 5 minutes. I came back to myself, opened my eyes, and saw Ramana's lotus eyes riveted on mine. He appeared like a linga, spreading rays of burnished gold. After all these years of sadhana, here I experienced a delightful inner reality which was beyond words and thought. I caught hold of the Master's feet and shed tears of delight, singing with Saint Manika Vachakar, who sang, "Today thou hast risen in my heart, like the sun destroying darkness." The Muni congratulated me, saying, "Like myself, you have found the right Guru in the right place."
Narasimha Swami writes in his book Self-Realization, contact with a Maharshi made Bharati feel more introverted. His egotism sank so low that he began to refer to himself in the third person. In this way, he spent 6 months at Tiruvannamalai. Later, he wrote a brilliant piece of poetic prose, Ramana Vijayam, every line of which breathes intense devotion to the Maharshi.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Promenade sur le lac Samudram avec Bhagavan. Un matin après le petit déjeuner, les dévots dans la salle ont exprimé à Bhagavan le désir de visiter le Samudram. Bhagavan était assez humain pour accepter la suggestion et nous sommes tous allés nous promener pour la voir. La digue de réservoir est de plus de 2 km de long et nous avons marché de l'ashramam au réservoir, environ 1 km, et puis toute la distance de la digue. La présence de Bhagavan et ses paroles étaient plus intéressantes pour nous que le réservoir débordant et la vue imprenable sur le lac au pied de la Sainte, Arunachala. Bhagavan a parlé de beaucoup de choses, dont je m'en souviens. À cette distance du temps, seulement 2 sujets d'intérêt. À un endroit, Bhagavan a souligné un arbre de palmyre qui s'est décomposé à l'emprise et à l'étreinte d'un banyan parasite. Un oiseau avait laissé tomber la graine du banyan dans la palmyre. Et lorsque le banyan a commencé sa croissance, la palmyre s'est coincée, s'est fendue et a ralenti sa croissance. Attirant notre attention sur ce phénomène, Bhagavan a remarqué que c'est juste l'effet du regard de la grâce du dhyani. Un regard dans une âme, et tout l'arbre de vasanas récolté à travers les cycles des naissances est brûlé et se désintègre. Alors la réalité de l'Atman est vécue. Dans l'analogie, l'arbre des vasanas et la palmyre est le regard du Guru, la semence de la grâce et le banyan. Ainsi Bhagavan nous a expliqué l'effet du contact avec un Mahapurusha, le suprême dhyana qui est obtenu par le toucher du Satpurusha ne peut jamais être obtenu par l'étude de n'importe quel nombre d'écritures ou par n'importe quel stock de punya karma, actes vertueux, ou par d'autres sadhanas. Puis, quand nous étions à la sortie du débordement au bout du lac, nous étions tous émerveillés par la largeur de celui-ci, qui était aussi large qu'une rivière. Nous avons séjourné là-bas pendant un certain temps. Puis nous sommes revenus. Sur le chemin du retour, nous sommes passés devant le déversoir, au milieu de la digue. En le montrant du doigt, Bhagavan fit remarquer « Regardez ce petit passage qui est petit, si on le compare au gros à l'autre bout. L'énorme contenu du lac serait de peu de valeur pour les cultures, si ce n'était pour ce petit orifice qui laisse passer un filet d'eau. Si la digue cédait, ce serait un vrai déluge, et toutes les récoltes seraient perdues. C'est seulement si on les irrigue par cet écoulement bien contrôlé que cela aide les plantes à pousser. Il en est de même pour la conscience de Brahma. À moins que
la félicité de cette conscience ne soit accordée par la grâce du gourou, par des chemins éprouvés, l'âme n'a pas d'aide pour atteindre Vasanakshaya, la destruction des tendances du mental. Car selon le processus, l'Atman, demeurant en tant que tel dans l'unité avec le Brahman, s'établit dans l'astipada, l'être d'être, du gourou, s'accrochant à son aspect de Satchit, être conscience. Le travail de Vasanakshaya se poursuit en même temps et là où les formes pensées s'élèvent pour mettre le mental en action, c'est-à-dire dans sa nature rajasique. Ce travail de Vasanakshaya ne devient possible que dans la proximité du gourou. Par conséquent, le gourou lui-même est comme le déversoir. Il irrigue les âmes par la grâce de son Kripa Samudram, grâce divine. Il en est besoin pour demeurer en tant que l'Atman et accomplir le Vasanakshaya, la destruction des tendances du mental. Au contraire, si la digue est rompue, la pleine force du lac tout entière jaillit, balayant tout sur son passage. Cela ressemble à un sadhaka qui reçoit la pleine force de la conscience de Brahma. Sans l'intervention ni la modération de la grâce du désarroi du gourou, et ainsi il meurt physiquement sans avoir le bénéfice d'avoir pu effectuer la destruction des vasanas. TKS Higher Call Divine, April 1, 1981. Om Arunachala Ashrama.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Walk on Samundaram Lake with Bhagavan. One morning, after breakfast, the devotees in the hall expressed to Bhagavan a desire to visit the Samudram. Bhagavan was human enough to accept the suggestion, and all of us went for a stroll to see it. The tank bund is over 2 miles long, and we walked from the ashram to the tank about a mile, and then the whole distance of the bund. The presence of Bhagavan and his birds were more interesting to us than the brimming tank and the grand view of the lake at the foot of the holy Arunachalam. Bhagavan talked of many things, of which I remember at this distance of time only 2 topics of interest. At one place, Bhagavan pointed out a palmyra tree which had decayed at the grip and embrace of a parasite banyan tree. Some bird had dropped the seed of the banyan into the palmyra, and as the banyan began its growth, the palmyra got struck and cloven and stunted in its growth. Drawing our attention to this phenomenon, Bhagavan remarked that is just the effect of the look of grace of the Jnani. One look into your soul, and the whole tree of vasanas gathered through cycles of birth is burnt down and decays. Then the reality of the Atman is experienced. In the analogy, the tree of vasanas is the palmyra, and the look of the Guru, the seed of grace, is the banyan. Thus, Bhagavan explained to us the effect of contact with a Mahapurusha. The supreme jnana that is obtained by the touch of the Sat Purusha can never be obtained by the study of any number of scriptures or by any store of punya karma, virtuous deeds, or by other sadhanas. Then, when we were actually at the outlet of the overflow at the end of the lake, we all marveled at the width of it, which was as wide as a river. We stayed there for some time and then returned. On the return walk, we happened to pass the sluice at the middle of the bund. Pointing to it, Bhagavan remarked, "Look at this small outlet as opposed to the big one at the end. But for this small hole through which trickled the stream of water, the huge contents of the lake would not be helpful to the vegetation. If the bund breaks, it would be a regular deluge and the entire crops would be destroyed. Only if served properly, regulated through this sluice, or the plants helped to growth. So too is the Brahmic consciousness. Unless the bliss of this consciousness is gifted through the grace of the Guru in seasoned outlets, the soul cannot be helped to vasanakshya, the destruction of the tendencies of the mental mode. For in this process, the Atman, abiding as such in its oneness with the Brahman, is established in the Astipada, the state of being of the Guru. Holding on to its aspect of Sat Chit, the work of Vasanakshya proceeds as and when the thought forms arise to propel the mind into action, that is, in its Rajasic nature. This work of Vasanakshya becomes possible only in the proximity of the Guru. Hence, the Guru himself is like the sluice and irrigates the souls with the grace out of his Kripa Samundram, needed for the abundance as the Atman undoing the Vasanakshya. Whereas, if the bund is broken, the full force of the whole lake rushes through, sweeping everything before it. This resembles a sadhaka receiving the full force of Brahmic consciousness without the intervening and mitigating grace of the Guru's sluice, and so physically dies without the benefit of effecting the destruction of the vasanas by T.K. Sundaresa Iyer, called divine, April 1, 1958. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Welcome to the Arunachala Ashrama group Satsang. We will start this morning with the Arunachala Ashrama by Aruna Ramanan and Ramkumar Sankaran.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Tarunarunamani Kiranavali Nigar Karumaksharamana Mahimalai.
Tirunadiya Tiruvadiya திருமருள் தெளிய பரவுகள் பொருளாக
கருணாகரமுனி ரமணாரி அனுவ கையினார் சொல்லியது கதியாக
அருணாச்சலம் என அகமே அறிவோடும் ஆழ்வார் சிவனுலகாழ்வாரே
அருணாச்சலவரக்கேற்ற அக்ஷரமண மாலை சாற்ற கருணாகர கணபதியே கரமருளி காப்பாயே அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல
அருணாச்சலம் என அகமே நினைப்பவர் அகத்தை வேறறுப்பாய் அருணாச்சலா
அழகு சுந்தரம் போல் அகமும் நீயுமற்றபினமாயிருப்போம் அருணாச்சலா
அகம் புகும் தீர்த்து உன்னாக குகை சிறையாய் அமர்வித்ததன் கொல்லருணாச்சலா
அகிலம் பழித்திடும் அருணாச்சலா
பழித்த புனையே நினைப்பித்தாய் இனி யார் விடுவார் அருணாச்சலா
ஈன்றிடம் அன்னை பெரிதருள் புரிவோ இதுவோ உனதருள் அருணாச்சலா
உனையே மாற்றி ஓடாதுளத்தின் மேல் உறுதியாயிருப்பாய் அருணாச்சலா
ஊர் சுற்றுளம் இடருனை கண்டடங்கிடும் உன்னழகை காட்டருணாச்சலா
என்னை அழித்திப்போது என்னை கலவாவிடில் இதுவோ ஆண்மை அருணாச்சலா ஐம்புல கள்வர் அகத்தினில் புகும்போர் அகத்தினில் இல்லையோ அருணாச்சலா
ஒளித்தவர் வருவார் உன் சூரே இது அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
ஓங்கார பொருளொப்புயர்வில்லோய் உனையார் அறிவார் அருணாச்சலா
அவ்வை எனக்கு அருளை தந்தன் ஆளுவதும் கடன் அருணாச்சலா
கண்ணுக்கு கண்ணாய் கண்ணின்றி காணுனை காணுவதெவர் பார் அருணாச்சலா
காந்தமிருந்து போல் கவர்ந்தனை விடாமல் கலந்தினோடிருப்பாய் அருணாச்சலா
கிரி உருவாகிய கிருபை கடலே கிருபை கூந்தருளுவாய் அருணாச்சலா
கீழ்மேலெங்கும் கிளரொளி மணியம் கீழ்மையை பாழ் செய்ய அருணாச்சலா
குற்றமுற்றறுத்தனை குணமாய் பணித்தாள் குரு குருவாயொளிர் அருணாச்சலா
கூறாள் கண்ணிய கொடுமையில் படாதருள் கூர்ந்தனை சேர்ந்தருள் அருணாச்சலா
கெஞ்சியும் வஞ்சியாய் கொஞ்சமும் இறங்கிலை அஞ்சலன்றே அருள் அருணாச்சலா
கேளாதளிக்கும் கேடில் புகழை கேடு செய்யாதருளர்நாச்சலா
கையினிற் கனியுன் மெய்ரசம் கொண்டுவ கைவெறி கொள அருளருணாச்சலா
கொடியேற்றடியரை கொல்லுனை காட்டி கொண்டெங்கன் வாழ்வேன் அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
கோபமில் குணத்தோய் குறியாய் என்னை கொள குறையன் செய்தேன் அருணாச்சலா
கௌதமர் போற்றும் கருணை மாமலையே கடைக்கணி தாழ்வாய் அருணாச்சலா
சகலமும் விழுங்கும் கதிரொளி நமன ஜலஜமலர் சீடருணாச்சலா
சாப்பாடுன்னை சார்ந்துணவாயா சாந்தமாய் போவன் அருணாச்சலா
சித்தம் குளிர கதி ஹஸ்தம் வைத்த முதவா எய்திர அருள்மதி அருணாச்சலா
சீரையளித்தருணாச்சலா
சுகக்கடல் பொங்க சொல் உணரடங்க சும்மா பொருந்திடங்கருணாச்சலா
சூது செய்தென்னை சோதியாதினி உன் ஜோதி உரு காட்டருணாச்சலா
செப்படி வித்தை கற்றிப்படி மயக்குவே துருப்படு வித்தை காட்டருணாச்சலா
சேராயின்மை நீராயுருகி கண்ணீராற்றழிவேன் அருணாச்சலா
செய்யன தள்ளி செய்வினை சுடுமலால் உய்வகையே துரை அருணாச்சலா
சொல்லாது சொல்லி நீ சொல்லறதில்லை சும்மாயிருந்தாய் அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
சோம்பியாய் சும்மா சுகமுண்டுறங்கிடில் சொல்வேரென் கதி அருணாச்சலா
சௌரியம் காட்டினை சழக்கற்றதென்றே சலியாதிருந்தாய் அருணாச்சலா
யமலீர் கேடா நான் என்னுறுதியா நாடினின் உருவேன் அருணாச்சலா
தருணாச்சலா
நிமிர ஒலியும் மலர்ந்தில்லை என்றே நேர் நின்றனையன் அருணாச்சலா
தத்துவம் தெரியாத தலை ஊற்றாய் தத்துவம் இது அருணாச்சலா
தானே தானே தத்துவம் இதனை தானே காட்டுவாய் அருணாச்சலா
திரும்பிய ஹந்தனை தினமாக கண்டான் தெரியுமென்றனையன் அருணாச்சலா
வீரமிலகத்தில் தேடியுந்தனையான் திரும்ப உற்றேன் அருள் அருணாச்சலா
துப்பறிவெல்லா இப்பிறப்பெண் பயன் பிடவாயின் அருணாச்சலா
தூய் மனமொழியர் தோயும் உண்மையகம் தோயவே அருளன் அருணாச்சலா
தெய்வமென்றொன்னை சாரவை என்னை சேர வழித்தாய் அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ Arunachala Shiva Arunachala
தேடாதுற்றன திருவருள் நிதியக தியக்கம் தீர்த்தருள் அருணாச்சலா
தைரியமோடு முன்னியகனாடைய தத்தழித்தேனருள் அருணாச்சலா
தொட்டருள் கைமை கட்டிடாய நிலையா நடமாவே நருள் அருணாச்சலா நகைக்கிடமிலை நின்னாடிய எனையருள் நகையிட்டு பார் நீ அருணாச்சலா நின் நெறியறித்தனை நீராக்கிடு முன் நின்னருள் மழை பொழி அருணாச்சலா நுண்ணுரு உனையான் விண்ணுரு நன்னிட எண்ணலையிருமென் அருணாச்சலா நேக்கு நெக்குருகியான் புக்கிட உனை புக நகன நின்றனை அருணாச்சலா
ஆசையை காட்டி மோசம் செய்யாத அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
நைந்தழி கனியால் நலநிலை பதத்தில் நாடியுட்கொள் நலம் அருணாச்சலா
தந்தனை கொண்டில அந்த எனக்கருணாச்சலா
நோக்கிய கருதிமை தாக்கிய பக்குவம் ஆக்கினி ஆண்டருள் அருணாச்சலா
பற்றி மகிழ்ந்தலை திருநமருள் பற்றிட அருள் புரிய அருணாச்சலா
பார்த்தருள் மாலர பார்த்திலையனினருள் பாருணக்கார் சொல்வர் அருணாச்சலா
பித்து வித்திரை பித்தனாக்கினை அருள் பித்தம் தெளிய மருந்தருணாச்சலா
பீதியில் உனை சார் பீதியில் என்னை சேர் பீதி உந்தனக்கே அருணாச்சலா
நல்லறிவே துரை நல்லறிவே துரை புல்லிடவே அருளருணாச்சலா
பூமண மாமனம் பூரணமணம் கொள பூரணமணமருள் அருணாச்சலா
பெயர் நினைத்திடவே பிடித்திழுத்தனையும் பெருமையர் அறிவார் அருணாச்சலா
பேய்த்தனம் விட விட பேயாய் பிடித்தனை பேயனாக்கினையன் அருணாச்சலா
பயங்கொடியானாம் பற்றின்றி வாடாம் பற்றுப்படாய் அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
பொடியால் மயக்கியன் போதத்தை பறித்து உன் போதத்தை காட்டினை அருணாச்சலா
போக்கும் வரவுமில் பொது வெளியினில் அருள் போராட்டம் காட்டருணாச்சலா
பௌதிக மாமுடல் பற்றற்று நாளுமுன் பவிஷு கண்டுர அருள் அருணாச்சலா
மலைமருகேறும் நீ மலக்கிடவோரு மலைமருந்தாயொளிரருணாச்சலா
மானம் கொண்டுருபவர் மானத்தை அழித்தபி மானமில்லாதொளீர் அருணாச்சலா
மிஞ்சிடில் கெஞ்சிடும் கொஞ்சவரிவனியா மஞ்சியாதருள் என்னை அருணாச்சலா
மீகாமல் நில்லாமல் மாற்றலை கலம் ஆகாமல் காத்தருள் அருணாச்சலா
முடியடி காணும் முடிவிடு தனை நேர் முடிவிட கடனில்லை அருணாச்சலா
மூக்கிலன் முன்காட்டு முகுரமாகாதென்னை தூக்கி அணைந்தருள் அருணாச்சலா மேன்மே தாழ்ந்திடு மெல்லியர் சேர்ந்து நீ மேன்மையுற்றனையன் அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா மோட்டையடித்தனை வெட்ட வெளியில் நீ நடமாடினையன் அருணாச்சலா மௌனியாய் கற்போல் மலராதிருந்தால் மௌனமிதாமோ அருணாச்சலா
மண்ணினையாட்டி என் பிழை பொழித்த அருணாச்சலா
யாரும் அறியாதன் மதியினை மருட்டி எவர் களை கொண்ட அருணாச்சலா
ரமணென்றும் குறித்தேன் ரோஷம் கொள்ளாதெனை ரமித்திட செய்யவார்ணாச்சலா
ராப்பகலில்லா வெறுவெளி வீட்டில் ரமித்திடுவோம் அருணாச்சலா
லட்சியமை தருளஸ்திரமிட்டெனை பக்ஷித்தாய் பாடமுடர்ணாச்சலா
லாபரீகபத லாபமில்லென்னையுற்று லாபமென்னூற்றனை அருணாச்சலா
வரும்படி சொல்லில்லை வந்தன் படியள வருந்திடும் தலை விதி அருணாச்சலா
வாவென்ற ஹம்புக்குன் வாழ்வருள்ளன்றேயன் வாழ்விழந்தேன் அருள் அருணாச்சலா
விட்டில் கஷ்டமாம் விட்டிடாது நைவுயர் விட்டிட அருள் புரிய அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
வீடு வீட்டீர் துள வீடுவுக்கு பையவுன் வீடு காட்டினை அருள் அருணாச்சலா
வெளிவிட்டெனும் செயல் வெறுத்திடாதொன்னருள் வெளிவிட்டெனை கார்ணாச்சலா
வேதாந்தத்தே வேரற விளங்கும் வேத பொருள் அருள் அருணாச்சலா
வைத்தலை வாழ்த்த வைத்தருள் புடியா வைத்தனை விடதருள் அருணாச்சலா
அம்புவிலாலி போல் அன்புருனிலனை அன்பாக்கரை தருள் அருணாச்சலா
அருணை அருள் கணிப்பட்டேனும் அருள்களை தப்புமோ அருணாச்சலா
செந்தீர்த்தருள்பட சிலந்தி பொற்கட்டி சிறையீட்டுண்டனை அருணாச்சலா
அன்போடும் நான் கிளந்தர்த நண்பரு தன்பனாயிட அருணாச்சலா
என்போடும் தீனரை இன்புற காத்து நீ எந்நாளும் வாழ்ந்தருள் அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சலா
பொறுமையாம்பூதர புன் சொலை நங் சொலால் பொறுத்தருள் இஷ்டம் பின் அருணாச்சலா
மாலை அழித்தருணாச்சல ரமணயன் மாலை அழித்தருள் அருணாச்சலா
மாலை அளித்தருணாச்சல ரமணாயன் மாலை அணிந்த அருள் அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சலம் வாழி அன்பர்களும் வாழி அக்ஷரமணமாழி வாழி. ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீரமணாய.
Thank you, Aruna and Ramkumar. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Welcome to the 128th celebrations of Advent to Arunachala. There are so many groups that have shown interest to participate every time for all the 3 global functions we do. We have already heard from Australia, England, and France. And there are a lot more to come after the Arunachala Ashrama group is over. Now I'm going to read from Self-Realization by B.V. Narasimha Swami at the Father's feet. Alighting at Tiruvannamalai station on the morning of 1st September 1896, Venkataraman beheld his promised land in the towers and the gopurams of Arunachala temple from afar. As with the Saint Nandanar, the very sight of the towers filled his soul with joy, arising not merely from the sense of achievement, but also from the close proximity to bliss itself. With quick steps and a bounding heart, he proceeded straight to the great temple of Arunachala. The gates of the 3 high compound walls and all the inner doors were open. There was not a soul beside him there, and it looked as though the Father was thus preparing to welcome his beloved Son, who marched straight to the innermost shrine, the holy of the holiest, the Garbhagudi, without any hindrance, and addressed the Arunachaleshwara in the shape of the lingam thus: O God, obedient to thy call, here have I come, deserting all. That moment, all physical and mental excitement disappeared. He felt a soothing sensation, and his cup of bliss was full to the brim. That was the supreme moment of his life, the point at which the old and false worldly life may be said to be wrung out. and the new and the true life in the Father and the Self rung in. He stood for a while there in ecstasy, prostrated himself, and left the sanctuary. He had seen his future and delivered it over to God, and henceforward he was but a baby in the arms of his Father, to be tossed about or played with as the latter chose. Perfect submission, perfect delight, visions of rapture burst on his sight. Perfect submission, all is at rest. He rests in the Lord, happy and blessed always. Though clouds might gather in the sky and the billows round him roll, however dark the world might be, held sunlight in his soul while walking in the light of God. Now that he had seen the stone lingam, he felt that it was not anymore external physical object, but the omnipresent, all-pervading spirit that had drawn him and was still drawing him away from his old groove. There, 3 years passed before he again went to see Arunachala at the temple. Constant visits to the shrine he felt were needless in the face of the constant presence that filled his heart, of the hourly protection that he received, and of the strengthening realization that he was immortal spirit. The lives of saints constantly pass from the personal to the impersonal, and vice versa. Moments of passive, characterless consciousness alternate with deep devotion to a personal God. The youth felt this truth and other aspects of truth in a hazy, undefined way. For till then, he had a book learning, not a teacher, and he had no book learning, not a teacher to analyze for him all he felt, to show him, for instance, that the finite proves on analysis to be the infinite, the personal, to be the impersonal, the many with forms and attributes to the absolute real. His choice was, of course, Tiruvannamalai, and in it, his father's immediate presence. That is the premises of the great temple. According to the scripture, the Shastras, the proper residence for a saint is a temple, a hill, a cave, the foot of a tree, or the banks of the holy waters. And the young Swami found the temple as large numbers of Parivarjakas before and after him has found it to be the most convenient. The very atmosphere there is pure and laden with spiritual power. The constant peals of the temple bell, the frequent streams of the pious visitors approaching their God, the Tevaram and the other songs, the processions of the sacred images, followed by a band of youths chanting aloud the sacred Vedas, and with the very accent and the intonation which the rishis, the seers of the forest employed thousands of years ago, and many other phases of religious life that one constantly meets within these precincts. On the very day of his arrival, he had aimlessly walked into the tank and thrown away the bundle of sweetmeat given to him at the Killur Bhagavatar's house, saying to himself, "To this block, that is the body, why give any sweetmeat?" As he walked back from the tank and came near the temple, someone accosted him and asked, "You want your tuft of hair to be removed?" He said yes, who was immediately thereupon taken to a barber and had the entire hair on his removed. As a boy at Dindigul and Madurai, he was noted for the beauty of his locks, the fine, long, jet black locks, a fair complexion, and a handsome face. Now at one stroke, he parted with his locks without a sigh. A clean-shaven head was the token of asceticism or the sannyasa, that is, the parting with all the vanities of the world and entering upon a solemn course of life in which things far higher, far more serious should occupy every minute of his attention. He then tore his clothes to shreds, and wearing one of them, a cod piece, that is the kalpinam, he cast away the rest along with the balance of the money, the 3 rupees he had with him. He also removed the sacred thread from his body and threw it away. He was not going to touch and never after did touch the money. These vows of austerity, of holy poverty, were essential details of the good path he had chosen, and they served to set off and support his high tapas. The wearing of the kalpinam or the cod piece was not merely for decency. It typified and served as a reminder of the internal fastening of the will and the vow of celibacy, of purity in thought, word, and deed, and the sublime woe, not even to think of sex, for as the great reform and spiritualizer of Judaism showed, lust in the heart is quite as ruinous as one spiritual flight as any lust in speech or act. The few weeks of his stay at this mandapam were not all rosy and pleasant. One may feel quite sure that the young Swami would have at least have his share of thorns and pinpricks to endure. A young man of 17, without any kinsmen or supporters, moving up and down, observing a rule of silence, provoked first the curiosity and next the mischievous tendency of those about him. Luckily, they didn't touch his body, so he passed on to the dark recess of the large pit known as the Pathala Lingam, in that same mandapam where he hoped to be freed from such attention. The change, however, seems to have been from the frying pan to the fire. The dark pit, the Pathala Lingam, in spite of its sacred lingam, and the Nandi and the bull, was never lit, never swept, and never cleaned. It was mostly moist, and the insect pests flourished luxuriantly there. As the young Mauni sat there, enjoying the bliss of his soul, nettles, wasps, bees, ants, mosquitoes, and other vermins, the rightful occupants of the Pathala Lingam, attached themselves to his body. He found a group of boys, mostly Muslim boys, hurling stones in the direction of the Pathala Lingam. Enraged at the sight, Venkatachalam ran up to the mandapam and seized a twig, and was at the young scamps who fled away promptly. Suddenly, from the darkness of the mandapam, issued forth the figure of Sheshadri. Venkatachalam was taken aback, but soon recovering himself, he inquired of the Swami if the stone pelted by the boys had hurt him. "Oh, no," replied the Swami, "but go and see Chinnaswami there," pointing to the direction of Pathala Lingam, and went away. Venkatachalam and others noted the large number of sores caused in the Swami's thighs and legs, with blood and pus still issuing from some of them, and wondered that anyone could remain unconscious of his body despite such torture, regarding it as irreverence and impertinence to make any further noise in such presence, they bowed and went away. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Now Aditi Iyer is going to sing.
Shri Guru Ramanam Bhajamyaham. Shri Guru Ramanam Bhajamyaham. Sugunadayakara Sujanamandaram. 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 Shri Guru Ramanam Bhajamyaham. Trigunatit Niranjana Rupam. Trigunatit Niranjana Rupam. Trigunatit Niranjana Rupam. Trigunatit Niranjana Rupam. Saguna Dhyana Vidura Nijatmam. Trigunatit Niranjana Rupam. Saguna Dhyana Vidura Nijatmam. Shri Guru Ramanam Bhajamyaham. Sugunadayakara Sujanamandaram. Shri Guru Ramanam Bhajamyaham. Koham dhyana vichara suvedyam. Koham dhyana vichara suvedyam. Sahaja samadhi alankrita bhavam. Koham dhyana vichara suvedyam. Sahaja samadhi alankrita bhavam. Iha parasaukhya manobaladatam. Iha parasaukhya manobaladatam. Iha parasaukhya manobaladatam. Mahimam dasa Narayana Hridayam. Iha parasaukhya manobaladatam. Mahimam dasa Narayana Hridayam. Shri Guru Ramanam Bhajamyaham. Sugunadayakara दयाकर सुजनमन्दारं श्रीगुरु रमणं भजाम्यहम्
Thank you, Aditi. Now, Sri Srinivasan is going to sing.
Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Kabolahastam Karunasmidasyam Kinjit Samudam Vidasau Yajanam Kabolahastam Karunasmidasyam Kinjit Samudam Vidasau Yajanam Kaubinabhusham Kamaniyakatram Kaubinabhusham Kamaniyakatram Manjasanastam Ramanam Bhajami Manjasanastam Ramanam Bhajami Arbudha Kakshiye Arbudha Kakshiye Arunai Ramanan Kakshiye Arbudha Kakshiye Arunai Ramanan Kakshiye Arbudha Kakshiye Kodi Kodi Kangal Vendum Guru Ramanare Kana Kodi Kodi Kangal Vendum Guru Ramanare Kana Arbudha Kakshiye Arunai Ramanan Kakshiye Arbudha Kakshiye Shaibu Manjam Tannil Sukashanam Tannile Shaibu Manjam Tannil Sukashanam Tannile Sagajanishtaiyudan Sainda Tirukolamum Sagajanishtaiyudan Sainda Tirukolamum Suriyan Bol Jodiyudan Jolikumuka Mandalamum Suriyan Bol Jodiyudan Jolikumuka Mandalamum Madikya Mudiyadavar Mahimai Nammal Ninaikya Mudiyadavar Nilamai Madikya Mudiyadavar Mahimai Nammal Ninaikya Mudiyadavar Nilamai
பக்தர்க்கருள் புரியும் அவர் கருணை பக்தர்க்கருள் புரியும் அவர் கருணை பவபந்தமறுக்கும் அவர் பார்வை பவபந்தமறுக்கும் அவர் பார்வை நித்யானந்தர் அவரே நிர்மலரும் அவரே நித்யானந்தர் அவரே நிர்மலரும் அவரே போதஸ்வரூபமாய் நம் முன்னிருக்கும் காட்சி போதஸ்வரூபமாய் நம் முன்னிருக்கும் காட்சி அற்புத காட்சியே அருணிரமணன் காட்சி அற்புத காட்சியே அநேக பக்தர்கள் அருகில் அமர்ந்திருந்து அநேக பக்தர்கள் அருகில் அமர்ந்திருந்து அமைதியுடன் அவர் அருளை நோக்கி இருப்பதும் அமைதியுடன் அவர் அருளை நோக்கி இருப்பதும் அண்ணாமலையானின் அபேதமூர்த்தியை அனுதினமும் அந்தணர்கள் கூடி அடிவணங்கி அருமறைகள் ஓத அஞ்ஞானமகற்றும் அக்ஷரமண மாலை உபசாந்திதனை அளிக்கும் உபதேச உந்தியார் உள்ளதை காட்டும் உள்ளது நாற்பதும் நம் உள்ளத்தை காட்டும் உள்ளது நாற்பதும் உருக்கமாய் ஊரைத்திடும் உண்மை காட்சி தானும் அற்புத காட்சியே அருணை ரமணன் காட்சி அற்புத காட்சியே இச்சாசக்தி கிரியாசக்தி ஞானசக்தியுடன் கூடி இச்சாசக்தி கிரியாசக்தி ஞானசக்தியுடன் கூடி இக பரசுகங்களை வேண்டோரு கழித்திடும் இக பரசுகங்களை வேண்டோரு கழித்திடும் வேதங்கள் ஊரைத்திடும் வெங்கடரமணரை வேதங்கள் ஊரைத்திடும் வெங்கடரமணரை எல்லா மதங்களும் ஒன்றாய் எங்கள் குரு என்றும் போற்ற எல்லா மதங்களும் ஒன்றாய் எங்கள் குரு என்றும் போற்ற சிவசக்தனென்றும் ஸ்ரீரமணரென்றும் சிவசக்தனென்றும் ஸ்ரீரமணரென்றும் சிவசக்தனென்றும் ஸ்ரீரமணரென்றும் ஞானரூபியாம் குமரகுரு என்றும் ஞானரூபியாம் குமரகுரு என்றும் அவரவர் நீலைப்படி மகிழ்ந்து தரிசனமளிக்கும் அவரவர் நீலைப்படி மகிழ்ந்து தரிசனமளிக்கும்
சத்யஸ்வரூபியாம் ஜானகி குரு ரமணர் காட்சி சத்யஸ்வரூபியா ஜானகி குரு ரமணர் காட்சி அற்புத காட்சியே கோடி கோடி கண்கள் வேண்டும் குரு ரமணரை காண கோடி கோடி கண்கள் வேண்டும் குரு ரமணரை காண அற்புத காட்சியே அருணை ரமணன் காட்சி அற்புத காட்சியே ஓம் சிவா.
Thank you, Sri Srinivasan. Now, Rama Shivaram is going to sing.
Oh, yeah. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Karuna Puna Sutapte Karuna Puna Sudhapte Kapaditha Ghana Vishwarupa Kiranavalya Karuna Puna Sudhapte Kabalidha Ghana Vishwarupa Kiranavalya Arunachala Paramatmam Arunachala Paramatmam Arunabhava Siddha Kaucha Suvikasaya Arunachala Paramatmam Siddha Kaucha Suvikasaya Tvai Arunachala Sarvam Bhutva Sitva Pralina Medachitram Tvai Arunachala Sarvam Bhutva Sitva Pralina Medachitram Hridayakabiti Atmataya Hridayakabiti Atmataya Nrityasi bhoste vatanti Hridayam Nama Hridayakabiti Atmataya Nrityasi bhoste vatanti Hridayam Nama Hridayam Nama Ahamiti kuta ayati iti anti shantaha pravishtayatya ahamiti kuta ayati iti anti shantaha pravishtayatya avagamya swam rupam samyati arunachala tvayinati badho avagamya swam rupam samyati arunachala tvayinati badho yaktva bishayam Vakyam Ruddha Pranena Ruddha Manasa Sattvam Yaktva Vishayam Vakyam Ruddha Pranena Ruddha Manasa Sattvam Dhyayan पश्यति योगी दिति ध्यायन् पश्यति योगी दिति अरुणाचल त्वयि महीयन्ते अरुणाचल त्वयि महीयन्ते त्वयि अर्पित मनसा त्वां पश्यन् सर्वं तव कृतितया सततं त्वयि अर्पित मनसा त्वां पश्यन् सर्वं तव कृतितया सततं भजते अनन्य प्रीत्या सजयति अरुणाचल त्वयि सुखे मग्नः भजते अनन्य प्रीत्या सजयति अरुणाचल त्वयि सुखे भग्नः भजते अनन्य प्रीत्या सजयति अरुणाचल त्वयि सुखे मग्नः। ओम नमो भगवते श्री रमणाय।
Thank you, Rama. Now Gayatri Govindan is going to sing.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. This is Sri Sadhu Om's Annamalai Ramana Aunty. அண்ணாமலை ரமணாண்டி அருணாச்சல பிறப்பாழியை தாண்டி கண்ணாலன் உள்ளத்தை தூண்டி அருட்காதலார் கண்ணீரை கக்கவை தாண்டி அண்ணாமலை ரமணாண்டி தாய் தந்தை சாமியும் மானார் குரு தாரக நாமமும் தன் பெயரானார் வாய் வந்து வாழ்த்திட வைத்தான் வேறு வாழ்வரு மாறன் மனத்தை சுவைத்தான் அண்ணாமலை ரமணாண்டி ரமணன் என்னும் பெயராலே அனுராகம் மேழும் கூறல் நாதத்தினாலே அமல அருட்கணையாலே என்னை அடியோடு கொள்ளையடித்ததனாலே அண்ணாமலை ரமணாண்டி சிவவடிவானதினாலே எல்லா தெய்வமும் நான் என்று செப்பினதாலே தவவொளி தன்முகத்தாலே கண்ணால் சங்கையறவென்னை சந்தித்ததாலே அண்ணாமலை ரமணாண்டி மும்மடி தன்வயிராரே அவன் மூப்பிலும் இளமையே நான் கண்டதாலே சிம்ம கம்பீரத்தினாலே குரு தக்ஷிணாமூர்த்தி திருவடிவாலே அண்ணாமலை ரமணாண்டி இத்தனை பேரழகாலே மனமெல்லாம் பறி போயினேன் அவனாலேயே சத்தியமாம் பொருள் நானே என்றன் தன்னை மறந்தவன் தன்வயம்மானே அண்ணாமலை ரமணாண்டி என்னிடமே இரு என்பான் வேறேதையும் பாராதே நீ என்னை பாரென்பான் அந்நியம் இல்லாத அன்பால் இன்று அவனேனும் அன்புளார் யாரோளார் என்பால் அண்ணாமலை ரமணாண்டி யாரும் கேளாமலே பேசி சொல்வான் அனன்யமாகவே நீ என்னை நேசி பாரும் ககனமும் ஏசி தானே பயனன்றோ நா பாரதேசி சந்நியாசி அண்ணாமலை ரமணாண்டி கோவணம் ஒன்றே ஓடுத்தான் என்னை கொண்டு வாழ்வெல்லாமும் கொள்ளையடித்தான் ஜீவனம் எல்லாம் கெடுத்தான்
நமோ ஸ்ரீரமணாயவே சொல்லிக் கொடுத்தான் அண்ணாமலை ரமணாண்டி. ஆண்டவன் பின்விடலாமோ அருணாச்சலன் பிள்ளை ஈதாற்றிடலாமோ, ஆண்டியை நம்பிடலாமோ என்றெவ்வவனியர் ஏச அவன் கேட்கலாமோ, அண்ணாமலை ரமணாண்டி. இன்றேனும் என்றேனும் மீண்டும் ரமணேசன் ஊருக்கொண்டுங்கே வர வேண்டும், அன்றேல் அகதி நான் பாராய் அருணாச்சலா நின் பிள்ளை என் முன்னம் தாராய், அண்ணாமலை ரமணாண்டி. அருணாச்சல நாற்பீர பாழியை தாண்டி கண்ணாலன் உள்ளத்தை தூண்டி, அருள் காதலால் கண்ணீரை கக்கவை தாண்டி, அண்ணாமலை ரமணாண்டி. ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ ரமணாய.
Thank you, Gayatri. Now, Vishwanathan is going to chant.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. These are a part of Bhagavan's selections from Viveka Chudamani, both Sanskrit verses by Acharya Shankara and alternated with corresponding Tamil verses by Sri Bhikshu Sastri, verses 5 to 10. Niyamita manasamum tvam swamatmanamatman yayamahamiti sakshat vidhi buddhi prasadat. Janimarana tarangapara samsara sindhum pratara bhavakrutartho brahma rupena samsthaha. நித்தமும் நான் என்றே நிலைமையாய் நிகழா நின்று புத்தியின் சாட்சியாக பொருந்திய பரமான்மாவை சித்த ஏகாக்கிரத்தை செறிந்து நான் பிரம்மம் என்றே புத்தியின் தெளிவினாலே புலனுற உணர்ந்திமைந்தா. நித்தமும் நின்னான்மாவை நின்னிடை நீ உணர்ந்து தத்திய ஜனனமாதித்தரங்கமாய் பாரமற்ற கத்து சம்சாரமாகும் கடலினை கடந்து நன்றாய் சத்திய பிரம்மமாகிச் சார்பயன் சார்ந்து நிற்பாய். ஏஷ ஸ்வயம் ஜோதிரசேஷ சாட்சி விஞ்ஞான கோஷோ விலசத்யஜஸ்ரம். லக்ஷ்யம் விதாயை நமசத்விலக்ஷணம் அகண்ட விருத்தியாத்மதயானுபாவய. நிகழ் சுயம் ஜோதியாகி நிகில சாட்சியுமாமான்மா புகழும் விஞ்ஞான கோஷம் பொருந்தியே விளங்குமென்றும். இகழ்விலா இவ்வான்மாவை லட்சியமாகப் பற்றி அகமென அனுபவிப்பாய் அகண்டமாம் விருத்தியாலே. अतीव सूक्ष्मं परमात्म तत्वं न स्थूल दृष्ट्या प्रतिपत्तुमर्हति. समाधिनात्यन्त सुसूक्ष्म वृत्त्या ज्ञातव्यमार्यै रतिशुद्ध बुद्धिभिः. மிகவுமே நுண்மையான மெய்ப்பரபிரம்மம் தன்னை தகவிலா ஸ்தூல திருஷ்டி தன்னினாலெவரும் காணார். நிகழ்மதி நுண்மையுள்ள நிமலரே சமாதியாலே மிகவுமே சூக்ஷ்மமான விருத்தியாம் கண்ணால் காண்பர். நிரந்தராபியாச வசாத்ததித்தம் பக்வம் மனோ பிரம்மணி லீயசே யதா. ததா சமாதிஸ் சவிகல்பவர்ஜித ஸ்வதோத்வயானந்த ரசானுபாவகः. இடைவிடா தியானத்தாலே இருதயம் சுத்தமாகி திடமுற பிரம்மத்தின் கண் தியங்கிடாதடங்குமெப்போ. தடர்மிகும் அகண்டானந்த அனுபவ ஹேதுவான ஜடமிலா நிர்விகல்ப சமாதி அப்பொழுதே உண்டாம். समाधिनानेन समस्तवासना ग्रन्थेर्विनाशोऽखिलकर्मनाशः अन्तर्बहिः सर्वत एव सर्वदा स्वरूपविस्फूर्तिरयत्नतः स्यात् ஆன அச்சமாதியாலே அகில வாசனை முடிச்சும் போனதாம் விவிதமாக பொருந்திய கர்மம் பொன்றும் ஏனை உள்வெளியில் எங்கும் என்றுமோர் முயற்சி இன்றி ஊனமில் சொரூபத் தோற்றம் ஒருமையாய் ஒளிரா நிற்கும் बुद्धौ गुहायां सदसद्विलक्षणं ब्रह्मास्ति सत्यं परमद्वितीयम् तदात्मना योऽत्र वसेद्गुहायां पुनर्न तस्याङ्गगुहाप्रवेशः सत् असत्तिर्க்கு வேறாம் சத்திய ஏகவஸ்து புத்தியாம் குகையின் கண்ணே பொருந்தும் அவ்வஸ்துவாக நித்தமிக்குகையின் கண்ணே நிலைமையாய் யாவன் நிற்பன் புத்திர அன்னோன் மீண்டிப் புரை உடல் குகை புகானே நித்தமிக்குகையின் கண்ணே நிலைமையாய் யாவன் நிற்பன் புத்திர அன்னோன் மீண்டிப் புரை உடல் குகை புகானே. ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீரமணாய.
Thank you, Vishwanath. Now, Swarupa Ramkumar is going to sing.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Paramatma Narentarive Manava Nineni Aridare Paramatma Narentarive Manava Nineni Aridare Hridaya tolakide nananendu Atmarupave Belaguti kutu Hridaya tolakide nananendu Atmarupave Belaguti kutu Nanaremba, 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 nanaremba. Dhyanati mulake monavu belake Atmada karage Atmada karage Atmada karage Paramatma Narentarive Manava Ninneni Aridare Ninneni Aridare Ninneni Aridare. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya.
Thank you, Swarupa. Now, young Ganesh is going to sing.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala Ramanaya. I'm going to chant the Arunachala Pattu from Sannidhi Murai. Shri Ramana Venkatanada Adiyen Un Adaikalame Shri Ramana வேங்கடநாதா. வழிவந்த தொண்டர் பலம்பட வாழ்ந்தனர் வான்கருணை விழி நின்ற அருள் பொழி வேங்கடநாத இவ்வினையேன் பழி நின்ற யாக்கையை பார்மேல் சுமந்து பதை புற்று அழிகின்றனன் உடையாய் அடியேன் உன் அடைக்கலமே. ஸ்ரீரமணா வேங்கடநாதா. கட்கு புலப்படும் காசினியும் பின்னம் ஆக்கருத வெட்கும் திருவடி வேங்கடநாத இவ்வினையேன் கொட்கும் திருமறல் கூட்டும் பிறவி கொடுங்கலியால் உட்குவன் கான் உடையாய் அடியேன் உன் அடைக்கலமே. ஸ்ரீரமணா வேங்கடநாதா. உஞ்சு நின்றாருனது உத்தம தொண்டர்கள் ஓகையிடை வெஞ்சுகின்றாரெங்கள் வேங்கடநாத இவ்வினையேன் நஞ்சு நின்று உள்ளம் நடுநடுக்கெய்தி நலி துயர்கட்கு அஞ்சுகின்றேன் உடையாய் அடியேன் உன் அடைக்கலமே. ஸ்ரீரமணா வேங்கடநாதா. மலங்கிடலாக்கும் பொய் மானாபிமானம் அயற்கை நின்று விளங்கினர் அன்பர்கள் வேங்கடநாத இவ்வினையேன் இலங்கிய நின்கட்கு இலக்காக பெற்றும் இறைப்பணி விட்டு அலங்கினன் கானுடையாய் அடியேன் உன் அடைக்கலமே. ஸ்ரீரமணா வேங்கடநாதா. பசைந்தன பற்றொழி அப்பர போக பராமுதம் மிசைந்தனர் அன்பர்கள் வேங்கடநாத இவ்வினையேன் இசைந்தனின் உள்ள திருக்குறிப்பின் வழி எய்த பெற்றும் அசைந்தனன் கான் உடையாய் அடியேன் உன் அடைக்கலமே. ஸ்ரீரமணா வேங்கடநாதா. மயர்ந்திடச் செய்யுமா மாயையை பீரினின் மானடியார் வியந்திட நின்றனர் வேங்கடநாத இவ்வினையேன் உயர்ந்த நின் சேவையை ஊற்றிட பெற்று நான் ஓருரு கால் அயர்ந்தனன் கானுடையாய் அடியேன் உன் அடைக்கலமே. ஸ்ரீரமணா வேங்கடநாதா. உரையால் உயர்ந்த நின் பொன்னடி தொண்டர் புவனமெல்லாம் மிரையாய் ஒழிந்தனர் வேங்கடநாத இவ்வினையேன் கரையால் உயர்ந்த பொய் காட்சியை மெய்யாய் கலங்கலுற்றேன் அறையோ அறை உடையாய் அடியேன் உனக்கு அடைக்கலமே. ஸ்ரீரமணா வேங்கடநாதா. தெள்ளிய சித்தனின் சேவடியார்க்கு ஓர் செழுஞ்சிலம்பு வெள்ளிடை நின்றன வேங்கடநாத இவ்வினையேன் கள்ளுடை மாமலர் கஞ்சத்திருவடி காண பெற்றும் உள்ளுடைந்தேன் உடையாய் அடியேன் உன் அடைக்கலமே. ஸ்ரீரமணா வேங்கடநாதா.
செழித்திருக்கும் திரு தொண்டர்கள் ஐயனின் சேவடி கீழ் விழித்திருந்தாரங்கள் வேங்கடநாத எவ்வெவ்வினையேன் இழித்திருந்து என்னையும் எந்தன் ஆதார இறைவுனையும் அழித்திருந்தேன் உடையாய் அடியேன் உன் அடைக்கலமே. ஸ்ரீரமணா வேங்கடநாதா மருள் உருவாகிய மத்தன் என் சிந்தை மயக்கறுத்த தெருள் உருவாம் திரு வேங்கட செல்வ திரும்பவும் நான் இருள் உருவாய இரும்பிறவி கடல் வாயிழியார் அருள் கண்டாய் உடையாய் அடியேன் உன் அடைக்கலமே. ஸ்ரீரமணா வேங்கடநாதா அடியேன் உன் அடைக்கலமே. ஸ்ரீரமணா வேங்கடநாதா அடியேன் உன் அடைக்கலமே. ஸ்ரீரமணா வேங்கடநாதா. ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ அருணாச்சல ரமணாய.
Thank you, Ganesh. With this, we come to the morning session, end of the morning session of Sri Arunachala Ashrama Group. Now we will hand it over to Washington, D.C.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Thank you, Mohanji, for giving us an opportunity to participate in the global celebrations of the 128th Advent Day of Sri Ramana Maharshi. Welcome to the DC Ramana Center program for today. My name is Devika Srihari, and for today's event, I will be the MC for the DC area. To start off, we have Skanda Bhaskar performing Sindhanai Semaname by Shuddhananda Bharati.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Chindanai se maname, Ramanane chindanai se maname, chindanai se maname, Ramanane chindanai se maname, chinde vilagi Shivanandamagida chindanai se maname. Chindai vilagi Shivanandamagida chindanai sei maname, chindanai sei maname, Ramanane chindanai sei maname, Pusanai sei karame, Ramanane pusanai sei karame, Ramanane ponmalaran bakonde. பூசனை செய் கரமே ரமணனை பொன்மலர் அன்பு கொண்டே, ரமணனை சிந்தனை செய் மனமே, ரமணனை சிந்தனை செய் மனமே, பூசலொளிந்த கணாசமுரமண பூசனை செய் மனமே, பூசலொளிந்த கணாசமுரமண பூசனை செய் மனமே, ரமணனை சிந்தனை செய் மனமே, ரமணனை சிந்தனை செய் மனமே, சிந்தை விலகி சிவானந்தமாகிட சிந்தனை செய் மனமே, அர்ப்பணம் செய் மனமே, அர்ப்பணம் செய் மனமே, அர்ப்பணம் செய் மனமே, அனைத்தையும் அர்ப்பணம் செய் மனமே, அற்புத தன்மய சின்மய வாழ்வின அர்ப்பணம் செய் மனமே, அற்புத தன்மய சின்மய வாழ்வின அர்ப்பணம் செய் மனமே, சிந்தனை செய் மனமே, ரமணனை சிந்தனை செய் மனமே, சிந்தனை செய் மனமே, ரமணனை சிந்தனை से मन में चिंते भी लगी शिवानंद मातिर चिंतने से मन में चिंते भी लगी शिवानंद मातिर चिंतने से मन में चिंतने से मन में रमन चिंतने से मन में चिंतने से मन में रमन चिंतने से मन में ओम नमो भगवते श्री रघुनाथ.
Thank you, Skanda. It was a melodious rendition. Next, we have Ajit Balaji singing Shiva Pirmane by Tiger Varadaraja.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Re sa re ma pa pa ma pa ni ma pa 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 ma pa ni pa ni pa ma re sa re pa ma pa pa ma pa ni re ma pa ni pani sa ni sa sa re sa ni sa ni pani sa ni pa ma ri pa ma ni pani sa ni sa re ma ri pa ma ri sa re ma ri sa ni pa ma ri sa Shiva Perumane Sharum Juda Rune Divine Yavum Titarul Vone Umay Mada Pala Uvandanai Alai Amara Paniyum Ambuya Tala Mudale Mudukanna Dale Pava Purule Panna Payale Aruvai Puruvai Amarvai Ale Paruvai Arule Taruvai Ale Shiva Perumane. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Thank you, Ajit. It was an excellent performance. Next, we have Neha Balaji singing Tiruchuri Nagine from Bhaje Ramanama, Volume 1.
Tiruchuri Nagane Ramana Satguru. Tiruchuri Nagane Ramana Satguru. Virupaksha Vasane Ramana Satguru. Virupaksha Vasane Ramana Satguru. Ramana Satguru. Ramana Satguru. Ramana Satguru. Ramana Satguru. Tiruchuri Nagane Ramana Satguru. Kaupina Vasana Ramana Satguru. Kaupina Vasana Ramana Satguru. Karuna Samudrane Ramana Satguru. Karuna Samudrane Ramana Satguru. Omkar Swarupane Ramana Satguru. Omkar Swarupane Ramana Satguru. Ramana Satguru. Ramana Satguru. Ramana Satguru. Ramana Satguru. Tiruchurinadane Ramana Satguru. Tiruchurinadane Ramana Satguru. Chitananda Rupane Ramana Satguru. Chitananda Rupane Ramana Satguru. Dakshinamurthy Rupa Ramana Satguru. Dakshinamurthy Rupa Ramana Satguru. Mauna Tattva Bodhakane Ramana Satguru. Mauna Tattva Bodhakane Ramana Satguru. Ramana Satguru. Ramana Satguru. Ramana Satguru. Ramana Satguru. Tiruchurinadane Ramana Satguru. Tiruchurinadane Ramana Satguru. Virupakshavasane Ramana Satguru. Virupakshavasane Ramana Satguru. 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 Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Thank you.
Thank you, Nehaka. It was a very devotional song. Next, we'll have Gopika Srihari singing Jyoti Swarupa from Bhajaram Namni, Volume 1.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Jyoti Swarupa Purnavatar. Jyoti Swarupa Purnavatar. Pavako Jwala Ramaneshwara. Pavako Jwala Ramaneshwara. Atma Rama Mahabhaga. Atma Rama Mahabhaga. Purushottama Ramaneshwara. Purushottama Ramaneshwara. Tapomaya Tapomaya Timirahada Mahota Ishwara Mahota Ishwara Tapomaya Timirahada Mahota Ishwara Tinita Sukumara Tegunatita Sukumara Kripa Puna Ramaneshwara Kripa Puna Ramaneshwara Jyoti Swarupa Punavatara Pavako Jwala Ramaneshwara Atma Rama Mahabhaga Purushottama Ramaneshwara Tapomaya Timirahara Mahota Ishwara Tapomaya Timirahara Mahota Ishwara Gunatita Sukumara Kripa Puna Ramaneshwara Jyoti Swarupa Punavata पावकोज्वल रमणेश्वर पावकोज्वल रमणेश्वर Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramnaya.
Thank you, Gopika. You did a great job. Next, I will be singing Innamum Sandeha Padalamo by Gopal Krishna Bharati. Innamum Sandeha Padalamo Innamum Sandeha Padalamo Innamum Sandeha Padalamo Innamum Sandeha Padalamo Sandeha Padalamo Sandeha Padalamo Ponnam balam tandre Ponnam balam tandre Tadava maatiga Ponnam balam tandre Tadava maatiga வைகாத்தேர்ந்த நீடாதின்னாமும் சந்தேக படலாமோ நீடாதின்னாமும் சந்தேக படலாமோ அன்னமயமெனும் கோஷம் தானே அன்னமயமெனும் கோஷம் தானே அந்தனர் மூடல் போலையர் வரைக்கும் அன்னமயமெனும் கோஷம் தானே அந்தனர் மூடல் போலையர் வரைக்கும் பிணமறவே தோணுதே அன்றி வேதம் ஒன்றும் தானே பிணமறவே தோணுதே அன்றி வேதம் ஒன்றும் தானே தன்னை அறிகின்ற தவமே பெரிதென்று தரணில் கோபால கிருஷ்ணன் தன்னை அறிகின்ற தவமே பெரிதென்று தரணில் கோபால கிருஷ்ணன் சொன்னதல் மறந்து சுழலில் இறந்து புறந்து திருந்த நீந்தா இன்னும் சந்தேக படலாமோ நீந்தா சந்தேக படலாமோ Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramana. Next,
Maya and Sanjana are going to be singing Appala Pattu and Danya Danya Ho, composed by Bhagavan and the Maruti Bhajan.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Namaskaram. My name is Maya Vijay.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Namaskaram. My name is Sai Sanjana Nagarajan. We are students of Srimati Padma Priya Raghavan.
Now we will be singing Appala Pattu by Sri Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi.
அப்பளமிட்டு பாரு அப்பளமிட்டு பாரு
அப்பளமிட்டு பாரு அத்தை சாப்பிட்டு நாசையை தீர
அப்பளமிட்டு பாரு அத்தை சாப்பிட்டு நாசையை தீர அப்பளமிட்டு பாரு
இப்புவி தன்னில் ஏங்கி தெரியாமல் சர்போத சூக்க சத்குருவானவர் இப்புவி தன்னில் ஏங்கி தெரியாமல் சர்போத சூக்க சத்குருவானவர் செற்பத சொன்ன தாத்துவமாகிய ஒப்புயவில்லா ஓர் மொழியின்படி அப்பளமிட்ட பார சத்பாத சொன்ன தாத்துவமாகிய ஒப்புயவில்லா ஓர் மொழியின்படி அப்பளமிட்ட பார
தானல்லாயின் கோஷ க்ஷேத்திரமிதில் வல்லத்தானென்னும் மான மாந்தான்ய உளுந்தை தானல்லாயின் கோஷ க்ஷேத்திரமிதில் வல்லத்தானென்னும் மான மாந்தான்ய உளுந்தை தானாரிய ஞான விசார திரிகை தானல்ல என்றே உடைத்து பொடித்து அப்பளமிட்டு பாரு நானாரிய ஞான விசார திரிகை தானல்ல என்றே உடைத்து பொடித்து அப்பளமிட்டு பாரு
சத்சங்கமாகும் பிறந்தை ரசத்தோடு சமதாமமாகின்ற ஜீரகமிலகுதல் சத்சங்கமாகும் பிறந்தை ரசத்தோடு சமதாமமாகின்ற ஜீரகமிலகுதல் உபரதியாகும் மாவு பொதுல்லன வாசனையா பெருங்காய் முன்சேத்து அப்பளமிட்ட பார உபரதியாகும் மாவு பொதுல்லன வாசனையா பெருங்காய முன்சேத்து அப்பளமிட்ட பார
கண்ணெஞ்சே நான் என்று கலங்காமல் உன்முக உலக்கையால் ஓயாடிருத்து கண்ணெஞ்சி நான் என்று கலங்காமல் உன்முக உலக்கையால் ஓயாதிடித்து சாந்தமா குழவியா சமமான பலகை சத்தம் சலிப்பர சந்தோஷமாகவே அப்பளமிட்டு பாரு சாந்தமா குழவியா சமமான பலகை சத்தம் சலிப்பர சந்தோஷமாகவே அப்பளமிட்டு பாரு
மோன முத்ரையாகும் முடிவில்லா பாத்திரத்தில் ஞானாகியாகாயும் பிரம்மனேயது மோன முத்ரையாகும் முடிவில்லா பாத்திரத்தில் ஞானாகியாகாயும் பிரம்மனேயது நானது வாகவே நானும் பொய்த்து தானே தானாக புஜிக்க தன்மய அப்பளமிட்டு பாரு நானது வாகவே நானும் பறித்து தானே தானாக புஜிக்க தன்மய அப்பளமிட்டு பாரு அப்பளமிட்டு பாரு அப்பளமிட்டு பாரு அத்தை சாப்பிட்டு ஆசையை தீர அப்பளமிட்டு பாரு
Now we will be singing Danya Danya Ho, adapted from Haridas Giri Swamigal Marathi bhajans. Danya Danya Ho Pradakshina Sadguru Raya Ki Machi Sri Guru Raya Ki Danya Danya Ho Pradakshina Sadguru Raya Ki Machi Sri Guru Raya Ki झाली त्वरा सुरवारा झाली त्वरा सुरवारा झाली त्वरा सुरवारा विमान उतरायाची झाली त्वरा सुरवारा विमान उतरायाची धन्य धन्य हो प्रदक्षिणा सद्गुरु रायाची माझी श्री गुरु रायाची वेदंगताल भोले भक्ता भावाते गाती वेदंगताल भोले भक्ता भावाते गाती नाम संकीर्तन नित्य आनंदे नाचती नाम संकीर्तन नित्य आनंदे नाचती धन्य धन्य हो प्रदक्षिणा सद्गुरु रायाची माझी श्री गुरु रायाची प्रदक्षिणा करुणी देहु भवे वाहिला प्रदक्षिणा करुणी देहु भवे वाहिला श्रीरंगात्मजा विठला पुदे उभा राहिला श्रीरंगात्मजा विठला पुदे उभा राहिला धन्य धन्य हो प्रदक्षिणा सद्गुरु रायाची माझी श्री गुरु रायाची गुरु महाराज गुरु जय जय परब्रह्म सद्गुरु 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 परब्रह्म सद्गुरु परब्रह्म सद्गुरु श्री रमण सद्गुरु स्वामी की जय Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Thank you, both Maya and Sanjana. I really loved your singing. Next, we will have Ashwin singing Bhaje Ramana Namam from the Bhaje Ramana Namam Collections, Volume 1.
Namaskaram. Om Namo Bhagavati Shri Ramanaya. My name is Ashwin Vinod Chakravarti. I am Srimati Padmapriya Raghavan student. I will be singing Bhaje Ramana Namam from the album Bhaje Ramana Namam. Bhaje Ramana Namam, Bhaje Ramana Namam, Bhaje Ramana Namam, Bhaje Ramana Namam, Ramana Namam, Bhaje Manasa, Ramana Namam, Bhaje Manasa, रमणनामं भजे मनसा रमणनामं भजे मनसा अरुणपुरीशम् अखिलाण्डेशम् अरुणपुरीशम् अखिलाण्डेशम् परमपवित्रम् परमात्मरूपम् परमपवित्रम् परमात्मरूपम् भजे रमणनामम् भजे रमणनामम् भजे रमणनामम् भजे रमणनामम् रमणनामम् भजे मनसा रमणनामम् भजे मनसा रमणनामम् भजे मनसा रमणनामं भजे मनसा महायोगीन्द्रं महोत्साहं महायोगीन्द्रं महोत्साहं चिन्मुद्राव्रतं शङ्करस्वरूपं चिन्मुद्राव्रतं शङ्करस्वरूपं भजे रमणनामं भजे रमणनामं भजे रमणनामं भजे रमणनामं रमणनामं भजे मनसा रमणनामं भजे मनसा रमणनामं भजे मनसा रमणनामं भजे मनसा सोनाक्षरेशं शोकाविनाशकं सोनाक्षरेशं शोकाविनाशकं विरूपाक्षवासं वरदेशिकं विरूपाक्षवासं वरदेशिकं भजे रमणनामं भजे रमणनामं भजे रमणनामं भजे रमणनामं रमणनामं भजे मनसा रमणनामं भजे मनसा रमणनामं भजे मनसा रमणनामं भजे मनसा भजे मनसा भजे मनसा Om Namo Bhagavati Sri Ramanaya. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwin. You have a very melodious voice. Next, Meera and Laya are going to sing Ramana Desikam by Sri Kavya Kanta Ganapati.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Namaskaram, my name is Meera Siddharth. I am Srimati Padmapriya Raghavan's student. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Namaskaram, my name is Laya Siddharth. I am Srimati Padmapriya Raghavan's student. We are going to sing Ramana Desikam by Kavya Kanta Ganapati Muni.
एकमेव हृदि सन्ततं सकलनामरूपगुणवर्जितं भावहीनमिव अद्भुतं मनसि भावये रमणदेशिकम् सत्त्वबुद्धिफलदायकं सकलचित्तमोहभवनाशकम्
ज्ञानमोदकरमीश्वरं मनसि भावये रमणदेशिकम् मोहमित्तमिह सन्ततं निशितचेतमूलपरिमाणिकम् संविदेकरणरूपिणं मनसि भावये रमणदेशिकम् वेदसारपरिमार्जितं सकलयोगचित्तसुमपूजितम् तत्त्वरूपमयि भाषते मनसि भावये रमणदेशिकम् गीतशान्तिदमदायकं चरिति आत्मतत्त्वरसबोधकम् ईशरूपमयि भाषते मनसि भावये रमणदेशिकम् पञ्चकोशपरिवेष्टितं विषयपञ्चसत्त्वविषभेषजम् पञ्चभानबलनाशकं मनसि भावये रमणदेशिकम् तत्सत् एव भुवि साम्प्रतं रुचिरमर्त्यरूपमयि धारयम् दृश्यते सकलयोगिनं मनसि भावये रमणदेशिकम् मौनतत्त्वरसबोधकं रहसि मोदमानवपुषं परम् मानरोषरिपुदाहकं मनसि भावये रमणदेशिकम् काव्यकन्तकविसूरिणा स्तुतिभिरीशसूनृतिघोषितम् सोनशैलतटवासिनां मनसि भावये रमणदेशिकम् भाषते हृदयमण्डले महितबोधभानुरिह साम्प्रदम् मोहरूपगणमाच्यते मनसि भावये रमणदेशिकम् भावये रमणदेशिकम् मनसि भावये रमणदेशिकम् Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Thank you, Meera and Leah. You both did a wonderful rendition of the song. Next, we will have Padmashri Veeraraghavan singing Om Ramana from Vairagya Ramana collections.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Om Ramana, Om Ramana, Om Ramana, Om Ramana, Upanishad Vandya, Om Ramana, Upanishad Vandya, Om Ramana, Udhara Leela, Om Ramana, Udhara Leela, Om Ramana, Uttama Purusha, Om Ramana, Uttama Purusha, Om Ramana, Shri Rama Chita Om Ramana, Shri Rama Chita Om Ramana, Vairagya Vairagya Vararamana, Varada Bhayakar, Vararamana, Varada Bhayakar, Vararamana, Vanchita Phalada, Vararamana, Vanchita Phalada, Vararamana, Vachamagochara, Vararamana, Vachamagochara, Vararamana, Shri Ramachita Vararamana, Shri Ramachita Vararamana, Nidhi Ramana, Nidhi Ramana, Nidhi Ramana, Nidhi Ramana, Nidhala Tattva, Nidhi Ramana, Nidhala Tattva, Nidhi Ramana, Nityamagotsava, Nidhi Ramana, Nityamagotsava, Nidhi Ramana, Nirupama Shubhaguna, Nidhi Ramana, Nirupama Shubhaguna, Nidhi Ramana, Shri Ramachita Nidhi Ramana, Shri Ramachita Nidhi Ramana, Jaya Ramana, Jaya Ramana, Jaya Ramana, Jaya Ramana, Jaya Davada Prabha, Jaya Ramana, Jaya Vada Prabha, Jaya Ramana, Jagadodhara, Jaya Ramana, Jagadodhara, Jaya Ramana, Jivan Mukta, Jaya Ramana, Jivan Mukta, Jaya Ramana, Shri Ramachita Jaya Ramana, Shri Ramachita Jaya Ramana, Om Ramana, Om Ramana, Upanishad Vanja, Om Ramana, Udha Dalila, Om Ramana, Uttama Purusha, Om Ramana, Shri Ramachita, Om Ramana, Vararamana, Vararamana, Varadhabaya, Vararamana, Vanchita Phalata, Vararamana, Vachamagochara, Vararamana, Shri Ramachita Vararamana, Nidhi Ramana, Nidhi Ramana, Nishala Tattva, Nidhi Ramana, Nityamagotsava, Nidhi Ramana, Nirupama Shubhaguna, Nidhi Ramana, Shri Ramachita Nidhi Ramana, Jaya Ramana, Jaya Ramana, Jaya Vaja Prabha, Jaya Ramana, Jagadodhara, Jaya Ramana, Jivan Mukta, Jaya Ramana, Shri Ramachita Jaya Ramana, Shri Ramachita Jaya Ramana, Shri Ramachita Jaya Ramana. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya.
Thank you, Padma Shri Akka. Your singing, as always, was very soulful. Next, we will have Shubharam singing Onnolar Paathu.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. பொன்னொளிர் வடிவினானே பூரண வதனத்தானே தன்னரும் சுவானுபூதி தரையளாம் மணக்க ஏழை உன்னரும் புகழை கேட்டு உலகெல்லாம் தேடி வந்தேன் என்னருள் இறையே ஞான ரமணனே ஜோதி குன்றே ஜோதியே வடிவாய் நின்ற சோனமா சைலந்தன்னில் வேதிய உருவினோடு விருப்பாக்ஷ குகையின் மேவும் ஆதியே அநாதி வைப்பே அமலனே ரமணா என்னை சோதியாதாண்டு கொள்வாய் சிற்பர சொரூபனியே சிற்பரானந்த வாழ்வே சிவத்தொடும் கலந்த தேனே அற்புதானந்த பாகே அகண்டனே ரமணா உன்னை கற்பக தருவாய் நாடி கடிதெழுந்தோடி வந்தேன் விற்பன உருவே காவாய் விமலனே அருட்கண் தந்தே தந்திடாய் தளிர்போர் பாதம் தமியனேன் சிரத்தில் சூடி நொந்திடா வாழ்வதெய்தி நொடியதிர் பவநோய் போக்க அந்தனா அமரர் காணா அருணை வாழமணா மோனா எந்த நாள் அடைவதுன்னை இருவிழி மணியே சொல்லாய் மணியென புகழ்வதெல்லாம் மற்றொன்றும் அறியாய் ஏழை அனிமையில் நின்று யானும் அலறுவதறிந்திடாயோ தனியன தகப்பே இன்று சடுக்கென என்னை விட்டோட துணியதை ஞான வாழாள் சுந்தர ரமணா போற்றி ரமணனே ஜகத்தினோடும் ரவியுடு கணங்களானோன் ரமணனே ஹத்திலாடும் ரத்தின சுடர் விளக்காம் ரமணனே விமல வேத ராட்டினத்தாடும் தேவன் ரமணனே ஞான நாட்டில் ரமித்திடும் அரசாய் நின்றோன் நின்றிடும் நினைவு தன்னை நிமிடத்தில் நீக்கி நெஞ்சை அன்றையன் திருமாலாய்ந்தேட் அறிந்திட அழகன் பாதம் சென்றிட நிறுத்தும் சோம சேகர ரமண மூர்த்தி என் பெரும் துயரம் நீக்காய் ஏகனே யோக வாழ்வே வாழ்ந்திடும் உலகினோடு வடிவுரு நாமமெல்லாம் தாழ்ந்திட ஞான பார்வை தழலதை தனக்குள் வைத்தோய் ஆழ்ந்திடும் யோக ஞான ரமணனே அழகின் மீக்கோய் சூழ்ந்திடும் சுடரே சோன மலைவளர் புனித தேவே தேவனே ரமணா பாதம் தேடினேன் தெவிட்டா ஞான பாவனா தீர்த்தமோன பரம்பொருள் உருவினானே ஜீவனும் சிவமும் ஒன்றாய் தேக்கிய உளத்தினானே சாவதும் பிறப்பும் இல்லா தத்துவ முடிவாய் நின்றோ நின்றிடும் சோன செய்ல நிலைத்திடும் ரமணன் வாழி மின்றிகள் சடையனோடு விருப்பாக்ஷ குகையும் வாழி வென்றிடும் துன்பம் போக்க வெங்கடரமணன் சொல்லும் பொன்றிகள் விருத்த மாலை பொலிவுற வாழி வாழி. ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீரமணாய.
Thank you, Shivaji. It was very devotional. Next, we will have Kiranrai and Mahati Portaraju singing Sri Ramana Bhavahara.
శ్రీరమణ భవహరణ భవనుత చరణ గురు కరుణ శ్రీరమణ భవహరణ భవనుత చరణ గురు కరుణ అవనుత చరణ గురు కరుణ అరుణాచలమున స్కందునం సమున అవతరించితివి శ్రీరమణ అరుణాచలమున స్కందునం సమున అవతరించితివి శ్రీరమణ నిరతముయురమున మెరిసెడి రమణుని చరితమద్భుతము శ్రీరమణ నిరతముయురమున మెరిసెడి రమణుని చరితమద్భుతము శ్రీరమణ శ్రీరమణ భవహరణ భవనుత చరణ గురు కరుణ శ్రీరమణ భవహరణ భవనుత చరణ గురు కరుణ ఘనుడౌ గణపతి ముని నిను కలసి అర్థించనయా శ్రీరమణ ఘనుడౌ గణపతి ముని నిను కలసి అర్థించనయా శ్రీరమణ తపమననేమో అడిగిన తడవుని బోధన చేసిన శ్రీరమణ తపమననేమో అడిగిన తడవుని బోధన చేసిన శ్రీరమణ శ్రీరమణ భవహరణ భవనుత చరణ గురు కరుణ శ్రీరమణ భవహరణ భవనుత చరణ గురు కరుణ తనలో తాను ఎవరని తెలిసిన మనసెట్టనున్నది శ్రీరమణ తనలో తాను ఎవరని తెలిసిన మనసెటనున్నది శ్రీరమణ నన్ను నే చూచి నిన్ను నే చూచిన నేనెక్కడరా శ్రీరమణ నన్ను నే చూచి నిన్ను నే చూచిన నేనెక్కడరా శ్రీరమణ శ్రీరమణ భవహరణ భవనుత చరణ గురు కరుణ శ్రీరమణ భవహరణ భవనుత చరణ గురు కరుణ అహము చచ్చి మరి అహమట తోచిన అహమెటనున్నది శ్రీరమణ అహము చచ్చి మరి అహమట తోచిన అహమెటనున్నది శ్రీరమణ భావాభావములను దాటిన భావనే స్థిరమౌ శ్రీరమణ భావాభావములను దాటిన భావనే స్థిరమౌ శ్రీరమణ శ్రీరమణ భవహరణ భవనుత చరణ గురు కరుణ శ్రీరమణ భవహరణ భవనుత చరణ గురు కరుణ ఓం 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 ఓంకార స్థిత ఓమనునాదము శ్రీరమణ ఓం 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 ఓంకార స్థిత ఓమనునాదము శ్రీరమణ నాదమూలమును కనుగొనిన జన్మ కడసారి జన్మర శ్రీరమణ నాదమూలమును కనుగొనిన జన్మ కడసారి జన్మర శ్రీరమణ శ్రీరమణ భవహరణ భవనుత చరణ గురు కరుణ శ్రీరమణ భవహరణ భవనుత చరణ గురు కరుణ భక్తితో కొలిచెడి బాల భక్తులము మరువకు రామము శ్రీరమణ భక్తితో కొలిచెడి బాల భక్తులము మరువకు రామము శ్రీరమణ దయను చూపి మముదరికి చేర్చుమా ఏనాటికైనా శ్రీరమణ దయను చూపి మముదరికి చేర్చుమా ఏనాటికైనా శ్రీరమణ శ్రీరమణ భవహరణ భవనుత చరణ గురు కరుణ శ్రీరమణ భవహరణ భవనుత చరణ గురు కరుణ నీ చరణములను హృది ధ్యానించుచు శరణు వేడితిర శ్రీరమణ నీ చరణములను హృది ధ్యానించుచు శరణు వేడితిర శ్రీరమణ దర్శనమిడితివి మెరిసెడి కాంతితో శివానందునిగ శ్రీరమణ దర్శనమిడితివి మెరిసెడి కాంతితో శివానందునిగ శ్రీరమణ శ్రీరమణ భవహరణ భవనుత చరణ గురు కరుణ శ్రీరమణ భవహరణ భవనుత చరణ గురు కరుణ భవనుత చరణ గురు కరుణ ఓం నమో భగవతే శ్రీరమణాయ.
Thank you, Kiran and Mahateji. It was a very melodious song. Now, PSG will sing Yenappan Allava, composed by our PSG.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. So I'm going to sing a song which is Ennappan Allava, which was composed by Papanasam Shivan. I have made some adjustments to make it as a Ramana song. So without any further ado, I will continue with my song. Ennappanallava entayumallava Ennappanallava entayumallava Ramanappanallava arunai kalandava Ramanappanallava arunai kalandava Ennappanallava entayumallava Ennappanallava entayumallava Ramanappanallava arunai kalandava Ramanappanallava arunai kalandava அக்ஷரமணமாலை ரமணன் திருவருள் அக்ஷரமணமாலை ரமணன் திருவருள் கற்றிடுவோம் அதனை அற்புதம் இதுவே கற்றிடுவோம் அதனை அற்புதம் இதுவே உள்ளத்தின் நாதனே மௌனத்தின் ரூபனே உள்ளத்தின் நாதனே மௌனத்தின் ரூபனே உள்ளது நாற்பதை ஏழை அறிவேனோ உன் உள்ளது நாற்பதை ஏழை அறிவேனோ என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா ரமணப்பன் அல்லவா அருணை கலந்தவா ரமணப்பன் அல்லவா அருணை கலந்தவா என்ன பண்ணல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா என்ன பண்ணல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா ரமணப்பன் அல்லவா அருணை கலந்தவா ரமணப்பன் அல்லவா அருணை கலந்தவா. ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ ரமணாய.
Thank you, PSG. As always, you took us right to Bhagavan. This concludes the DC Ramana Center program for today. Over to you, Tampa. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. For our Advent celebration, representing Tampa Satsang Group, Ms. Rosa Maldonado will be offering a reading from Teachings from Sri Ramana Maharshi, edited by Mr. Arthur Osborne, and Madhi Ratnaswami, myself, will be offering a reading from The Power of Arunachala by Mr. David Godman, followed by San Francisco Satsang Groups offering. Namo Ramana.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. My prostrations to Bhagavan Ramana. Namaskar to all. In this Advent celebration, we here from the Tampa Old Hall are offering this reading from the book, The Teachings of Ramana Maharshi in His Own Words. It is edited by Arthur Osborne, and it is a description of Bhagavan, of his experience, of how it came to him when he was 16 years old, and he himself described it. And it says like this: "It was about 6 weeks before I left Madurai for good that the great change in my life took place. It was quite sudden. I was sitting alone in a room on the first floor of my uncle's house. I seldom had any sickness, and on that day there was nothing wrong with my health, but a sudden violent fear of death overtook me. There was nothing in my state of health to account for it, and I did not try to account for it or to find out whether there was any reason for the fear. I just felt I am going to die, and began thinking what to do about it. It did not occur to me to consult a doctor or my elders or friends. I felt that I had to solve the problem myself there and then. The shock of the fear of death drove my mind inwards, and I said to myself mentally, without actually framing the words, "Now death hath come. What does it mean? What is it that is dying? The body dies." And I at once dramatized the occurrence of death. I lay with my limbs stretched out stiff as though rigor mortis had set in, and imitated a corpse so as to give greater reality to the inquiry. I held my breath and kept my lips tightly closed so that no sound could escape, so that neither the word "I" nor any other word could be uttered. Well then, I said to myself, this body is dead. It will be carried stiff to the burning ground, and there burnt and reduced to ashes. But with the death of this body, am I dead? Is the body I? It is silent and inert, but I feel the full force of my personality, and even the voice of the I within me apart from it. So I am spirit transcending the body. The body dies, but the spirit that transcended cannot be touched by death. That means I am the deathless spirit. All this was not dull thought. It flashed through me vividly, as living truth which I perceived directly, almost without thought process. I was something very real, the only real thing about my present state, and all the conscious activity connected with my body was centered on that I. From that moment onwards, the I or self focused attention on itself by a powerful fascination. Fear of death had vanished once and for all. Absorption in the self continued unbroken from that time on. It is the last sentence that is the most remarkable, because usually such an experience soon passes, although the impression of certainty that it leaves on the mind is never afterwards forgotten. Very rare are the cases when it remains permanent, leaving a man thenceforth in constant identity with the universal self. Such a one was the Maharshi. Soon after this change occurred, the youth who was later to be known as the Maharshi left home as a sadhu. He made his way to Tiruvannamalai, the town at the foot of the holy hill of Arunachala, and remained there for the rest of his life. For a while he sat immersed in divine bliss, not speaking, scarcely eating, utterly neglecting the body he no longer needed. Gradually, however, devotees gathered around him, and for their sake, he returned to an outwardly normal life. Many of them, craving instruction, brought him books to read and expound, and he thus became learned almost by accident, neither seeking nor valuing learning. The ancient teaching of non-duality that he thus acquired merely formalized what he had already realized. He has explained this himself as follows. I had read no books except the Perya Puranam, the Bible, and bits of Prayumanavar or Tevaram. My conception of Ishvara was similar to that found in the Puranas. I had never heard of Brahman, Samsara, and so forth. I did not yet know that there was an essence or impersonal real underlying everything, and that Ishvara and I were both identical with it. Later, at Tiruvannamalai, as I listened to the Vibhu Gita and other sacred books, I learned all this and found that the books were analyzing and naming what I had felt intuitively without analysis or name. This is the end of my reading. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. This reading is from Mr. David Godman's The Name of Arunachala. Of all the names of God, the name dearest to the heart of Sri Bhagavan was Arunachala. Every one of the 108 verses of Arunachala Ashrama ends with the name Arunachala, and the refrain is Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala. From the great love that Sri Bhagavan had for this name, it is clear that he regarded it as being no less powerful than the form of Arunachala. This fact is confirmed in verse 70 of Aksharamana, in which Sri Bhagavan sings, O Arunachala, the very moment I thought of your name, you caught me and drew me to yourself. Who can understand your greatness? There are many incidents in the life of Sri Bhagavan that illustrate his great love for the divine name Arunachala, but perhaps the most striking occurred during his last moments. About 25 minutes before he left his body, the assembled devotees began to chant Aksharamana. Hearing the name of his beloved Arunachala, Sri Bhagavan opened his eyes, which shone with love, and tears of ecstasy rolled down his cheeks. Though Sri Bhagavan never gave mantra diksha nor formally accepted anyone as his disciple, many devotees believe that Arunachala is the Nama mantra that he has bestowed upon the whole world. When a guru formally gives the mantra to his disciple, he explains to him the meaning and significance of each letter of the mantra and tells him the fruit to be gained by meditating upon that mantra. In the same manner, in the second verse of Sri Arunachala Navamani Malai, Sri Bhagavan has explained the meaning of each syllable in the name Arunachala, and he has declared that mere thought of this name will bestow liberation. From this, we can infer that Arunachala is the Jnana Panchakshari, the 5-syllable mantra that bestows jnana. Moreover, tradition tells us that when a mantra is given by a jnani, and when he explains the significance of each syllable of that mantra, he is actually putting his own power into that mantra. Therefore, if any devotees of Sri Bhagavan wish to have a mantra, they can very well take Arunachala to be the mantra openly given to them by him. The power of the name Arunachala was once directly confirmed by Sri Bhagavan. In 1948, a certain devotee came to him from Bombay, and with him he brought a book in which he had written the name Arunachala Shiva many thousands of times. On the last page of this notebook, the devotee wrote a prayer to the following effect: O Bhagavan, in the life of Sharada Devi, the wife of Ramakrishna, it is written that she has said that if even an animal dies in Kashi, it will attain liberation. Therefore, graciously bestow upon B the boon of death in Kashi. He then gave the notebook to Sri Bhagavan. Bhagavan looked through the notebook, and when he came to the last page, he read out loud the devotee's prayer. At once, he expressed the greatest surprise and exclaimed, Smaranat Arunachalam. The word Smaranat Arunachalam means by remembering Arunachala, and they occur in the very same Sanskrit verse that says that by dying in Kashi, one will attain liberation. Bhagavan then turned to the revolving bookcase by his side and took out a book, probably the Arunachala Mahatmyam. Opening it as if at random, he read out a sentence in Tamil that said, one Arunachala is equal power to 1 crore Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya is believed by Saivas all over India to be the most sacred and powerful mantra. After reading out a few other portions of this book that emphasize the unique greatness and power of Arunachala, Sri Bhagavan finally laid it aside and explained to the devotee that not everyone can see Chidambaram. Not everyone can be born in Tiruvayur. And not everyone can die in Kashi. But anyone and everyone can think of Arunachala from wherever they may be, and thereby they will surely attain liberation. From this incident, we can understand how unhesitantly Sri Bhagavan encouraged devotees to have absolute faith in Arunachala. If devotees of a skeptical frame of mind came to him and asked him how mere thought of Arunachala could bestow liberation, he used to explain the allegorical significance of this saying, since that alone would satisfy their mind. An example of this can be found in Talks with Sri Ramana Maharshi, talk number 473. But if devotees came to him with simple, childlike faith, he would strengthen their faith and confirm the literal meaning of this saying. Since he knew from personal experience the great power of the name and form of Arunachala. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Arunachala Ramanaya. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala. Namo Ramana.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Now, Sri Ramana Swarupananda is going to talk. Before that, I'd like to introduce the Swamiji. Actually, he has got a small ashram, couple of miles from Sri Ramanashramam. Swamiji is no stranger to us, actually, at least in the Northeast. He has visited several times the New York, New Jersey, Washington, D.C., and other areas, including the West Coast. He has stayed a couple of times in the ashram here, and we have heard talking about Advaita from him quite a few times. That being said, Swami Ramana Swarupananda is an ardent devotee of Sri Arunachala Ramana and an earnest seeker following the path of Atmavichara, and he is the Acharya of Sri Ramana Arunachala Adhyatma Mandir. He is the chief Acharya of that. Swamiji came under the benign influence of great tapasvin and a true sannyasin of Sri Adi Shankara order, Swami Satyananda Saraswati, at a very young age. And he chose to dedicate his life for the pursuit of truth and for the welfare of the world. He studied Hindu scriptures at the feet of learned acharyas at Sandipani Sadhanalaya, that is, under the Gurudev Swami Chinmayananda, and served the mission for 10 years in Sri Lanka and India. Submitting to the inner call of the divine, he moved to Arunachala Kshetra to practice the austerities at the feet of Bhagavan Sri Ramana. Initiated by Arunachala Ramana into the secrets of Atma Gnana, the self-knowledge, he is now prompted from within to share his love and understanding of the Atma Vichara to other seekers of the truth. Swamiji has specialized in the Atma Vichara to describe it, and I request him to speak a few words about it. And Swamiji, please go ahead.
Hari Om. Namaskaram. Am I audible? Is everything audible?
Yeah, it is all right, Swamiji. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Om Aryati Tarasivara Dhagavari Sagugayil Arivairami Paramattuman Arunachala Ramanan Parivalulam Muruganala Paranandidu Guhayand Arivam Vilitiravai Nisamarivai Adu Veliyam Annamalai Adiyenai Anda Andre Aviyudal Kondayanakko Kurayundo Kurayum Gunamum Niyallal Yenne Nivatrai Yennuire Yennam Yeduvo Adu Seivai Kanne Undan கடலினையிற் காதற் பெருக்கே தருவாயே கண்ணே உந்தன் கடலினையிற் காதற் பெருக்கே தருவாயே ஓம் அதிமதுர சாபஹஸ்தாம் अपरिमितां मोदभान सौभाग्याम् अरुणाम् अतिशयकरुणाम् अभिनवकुलसुन्दरीं वन्दे ॐ ऐं ह्रीं श्रीं श्री अरुणाचलं श्री अरुणाचलं श्री अरुणाचलं. Dear devotees all across the world, I am so glad to join in this online satsang, celebrating the occasion of Advent Day of Sri Bhagavan. For me, Bhagavan is everything. He is my Guru, he is my Ishtha, and he is my hero, and he is my goal. So when the president of Arunachala Ashrama, Mohan Ramaswamiji, asked me to speak and share the knowledge with the devotees of Bhagavan, I got so excited because in Tamil they say, Karumbu dinna kooliyan kepan. To sort of eat sugarcane, should anybody pay you or what? So to talk about Bhagavan is Ananda for me. I'm so happy to share whatever I know a little among the devotees. See, today we are going to take the third verse of Arunachala Pancharatnam. I'm going to take the Tamil verse written by Bhagavan, the original words, and then I'm going to sort of explain to you what it means and how to go about in Atma Vichara. The third verse say, Agamugamaranda Amalamadi Tannal Ahamidudan Yengelum Yendrainde Ahavuruvai Nangarindu Munni Nadipolum Moyume Unkan Arunachalane O. Here, Bhagavan gives the real pointer of how to go about in Atma Vichara. This is the heart of this Arunachala Pancharatnam, because there are 5 verses and this is the third verse. So is the central theme of Bhagavan's teaching is given in the third verse. Bhagavan says, Agamugamar anda amalamadi tannal, meaning, first of all, for Atma Vichara, the mind has to be agamugama irukonu, to turn within. Meaning, when we are extroverted and the mind is always roaming around in the world, the Atma Vichara is not at all possible. So, what we have to do, ahamuhamaranda, meaning the mind has to be somehow focused within. Ahamuha means what? We should not give any value to any other thoughts. And we should try to focus only on the Atma, the self, or the I thought, whatever it is. For that, we need Amalamadi. Amalamadi Tannal. Malam means impurity. Amalam means what? A pure, pavitramana, pure mind we need. What is the meaning of pure mind? Amalamadi Tannal means what? See, when we sit for meditation or for Atma Vichara, the mind should not go into the sleep. It should be alert. And it should not roam in different thoughts. So, the mind should be in a state where it has to be quiet, meaning not to think of anything else except the self, at the same time alert, meaning not going into sleep. So this balance is very, very difficult actually, because we have trained our mind all these days either to think from the time we get up from the bed till the time we go back to bed. We have trained our mind to think of so many things to think, or go to sleep. So the mind is not trained to be quiet, alert, and not to sleep. So this is the challenge. How to keep the mind quiet and alert at the same time? That is why we require sattva. In our Vedanta Shastra, it is said, we are always under the influence of three gunas. That is tamas, rajas, and sattva. What is tamas? Tamas means dull state. Mind goes back into sleep. Actually speaking, this sleep is a big shatru for a sadhaka. So the mind goes into sleep, or the mind roams around and it expands into hundreds and thousands of thoughts. So this expansion in thought is because of rajas. So either the mind is tamasic, going to sleep, or rajasic, running in so many thoughts. To keep the mind without going to sleep and not running into thoughts, we need sattva. This is very important. See, howsoever you study scriptures, howsoever you discuss or you think about it, but if the mind is not in that sattva state, it cannot inquire or it cannot meditate. So the whole of the sadhana is to develop this sattva in the seeker. See, that is why Bhagavan, he has not spoken about any yama niyamas. Only niyama he has given us is mida satviha aharam, meaning when you eat midama, meaning moderate, and satviha aharam means sattvic food. So this is very important to have a sattvic mind. So when you eat properly and sleep also, it is said in Bhagavad Gita, sleep also is very important. When you don't sleep at all, then you will be very dull or in a very confused state. But when you go on sleeping also, you become very complacent and you can't focus on anything. So we have to sleep properly in moderation. You know what Bhagavan has said? Whenever you feel like sleeping, sleep. Whenever you are fresh and inspired, then do this Atma Vichara. So this sleep is very important. Moderate sleep. And also very important, a seeker should not tire himself with too much of physical activities. Yeah, I have seen in my own life, from my own experience, if you tire yourself with physical activity, the body and mind becomes dull and sleep, and you cannot be in sattva state. So therefore, amala maditanna is very important. That instrument with which you are going to do the Atma Vichara, the mind itself should be very, very peaceful, quiet, and alert. This is very, very important. See, that is why this Amala is important. See, throughout a day, we run here, do this, that, and we get with state goes to sleep. So not only that half an hour which is important, where you sit for Atma Vichara, Dhyana, or whatever, throughout your day, how you have lived is very, very important. So throughout the day, if you have maintained a sort of a very serene, composed or state of mind, then if you sit in the seat of meditation for Atma Vichara, the mind is available, it is quiet, and it is alert. So this is very, very important. And another way to increase the sattva is to have satsanga and to chant the name of the Lord. And Bhagavan has shown us Arunachala, Smaranat Arunachalam. When you remember him, you are liberated. So chanting of the Lord's name and seeking the company of the good, and then having proper midasatviha aharam, and then proper sleep, not overexert, proper rest and relaxation. All these things are very important for a sadhaka. So only when you create a conducive atmosphere, you can sit for this Atma Vichara or the Dhyana. Then only the mind will be quiet and alert. Otherwise, the mind may go to sleep or it gets agitated and roam in hundreds of thoughts. So therefore, Bhagavan says, Amala Madi Tannal. Aga Mukha Maharanda Amala Madi Tannal. Aham idudan yengelum endrainde. Aham idudan. Aham means the I. Aham in Sanskrit, I it means. Aham idudan yengu elum. From where it rises. Yendru ainde. When you give your attention and when you see within, look within, yendru ainde means what? Giving attention and looking within. Yengelum endrainde. From where this I thought is rising, you have to see within, look within. Then when you focus your mind, your attention on that I thought, then Bhagavan says, I vanishes. நான் என்றெழும் இடம் ஏதன நாட உள் நான் தலை சாய்ந்திடும் முந்தி பர ஞான விசாரமி துந்தி பர. Bhagavan says, when you give your attention from where this I thought is rising, then he says, the I thought disappears or vanishes. You know what? I have been talking about this, teaching this Atma Vichara all over the world for the past 15-20 years. What people ask me, Swamiji, it is all wonderful, but Swamiji, it is all very abstract. Sometimes, we feel we do not know what to do actually. And we feel it is all sort of or impractical thing. Swamiji, can you please give us some practical tips of how to go about it? Okay, the thing is, nobody can help in this pursuit. If something else could have been said, Bhagavan would have said, no. Bhagavan is such an ocean of compassion. If something else could have been said, he would have said, no. Here, only we can give this much of a pointer. We have to give attention within and try to find out from where this I thought is arising. So for all of us, there is this Puranam, na, I. Every day we talk about this I 100 or 1,000 times. I came, I went, I did, and I achieved this, that, I will talk. But when somebody asks you to find out what is this I, then we say, what is this? I don't know. It is all very subtle, very abstract. I don't know. So even the sadhaks who have been following Bhagavan for 20, 30 years, sometimes they come and tell us, Swami, we really don't know what to do actually. We are groping in darkness. I tell them, see, this is what we have to do. Nobody can help us. Bhagavan has said something. We have to sit and we have to experiment with what Bhagavan has said. Again and again and again, we have to do whatever we understand by Atma Vichara. See, for me also, when I started, I was not knowing what to do actually. But again and again, we have to try. My Bhagavan has said something. It should be the truth. What did he say actually? So you have to think about it and you have to sit and you have to try to focus within and try to find out what is this I thought and from where it is coming. See, we may fail for 100 times, but when we are sincere, when we are earnest, one day we will stumble on this. what he is talking about. See, if you can catch what he is talking about, then it is all very simple, I tell you. It is not at all complicated. It is so simple, actually, with capital S. It is very simple. The problem is, we don't start or we don't experiment with it. We go on telling, oh, it is all difficult. I don't know what he is talking about. I don't know. It's all very abstract. I think it is not my cup of tea, blah, 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 blah. We say. Instead of that, we should sit and start. Somewhere we have to start. Yeah, we may not understand. Whatever you understand, you start. Sometimes you may fail. Not most of the time you may fail. That is okay. But you keep on trying. I tell you, Bhagavan is in our own heart as Atma, the self. He is ocean of compassion. When you try again and again and again, the guidance comes from within. You yourself will know what it is, how to go about, what to do and what not to do. Everything comes from within. See, that guidance which comes from within is the real guidance. Because nobody else would know where you are, what you are trying to do, and nobody can help you beyond the point. You have to sit and you have to struggle and you have to find your own path. And nobody can help us. So therefore, ahamidudan engelum endrainde, meaning what? From where it rises, we have to find out. Swamiji, can you give us some sort of practical tips? No, nothing else can be given. You have to sit and you have to find. I tell you, you may fail again and again, but when you succeed, that is it. Actually, everything is over there. And afterwards, it is just abiding there. Ippadi tappuna ye ninaipitta ini yaar viduvar Arunachala. Meaning what? Once you taste, once you have the glimpse of that, you will never miss it or you will never want to give it up. So therefore, we have to be very earnest. We have to try again and again and again. If you are sincere, success is sure for the sincere. So, engelumendrainde aha uruvai nangarindu. So what we have to do? We have to know what is the self. See, here is the catch. Aha uruvai nangarindu means it is not like knowing any other things in the world. Aha uruvai nangarindu means, oh, we have to know the self. See, Bhagavan again and again says, you cannot know the self. Because there are no two selves, one to know and other to be known. The self is one only. It is everybody's anubhavam, everybody's experience. Therefore, here is the catch. See, we have known everything in our lives. Similarly, we want to know also this self. This is a great struggle of any matured seeker. He has given up everything for the sake of the self. He wants to know the self. Now he feels somehow he should know the self. But alas, you cannot know the self. Swamiji, we can never know the self? Yes. எதிரிட்டு அறிய முடியாது. ஒரு பொருளாக எதிரிட்டு அறிய முடியாது. You cannot know the self as an object. You know what? The Arunachala Tattvam has come only to indicate this. What is Arunachala Tattvam? Brahmaji and Vishnuji tried their best to somehow fathom the Mudi and Adi, the crown and the feet of the Lord Arunachala, Lord Shiva. But you know what? They, the great trinities, the great Lord, they failed. They could not fathom Adi or Mudi, the feet or the crown. If Brahma and Vishnu cannot know the truth, how can you and I? We can never know the truth. As a jiva, with the ego, we can never know the truth. So what is the meaning of ahavuruvai nangarindu means what means? You have to understand that. The ahavuru means the egoistic I that can be sort of understood or can be focused on, but not the absolute I. There, this struggle of knowing the self should end. Meaning what? You can only be the self. You cannot know the self. So Arunachala Tattvam has come into being only to indicate to the sadhaka that you can never know the truth. You have to be the truth. For being the truth, what you have to do? You have to hold on to that I thought and be there. Whatever you understand about the I thought, you hold on to that. Be there. When you are there, then the mind goes from a limited existence to the unlimited existence. See, what is limited existence? Limited existence means what? We are identifying the body mind and we think we are this. Pilavu patta unarvu nilai nu Bhagavan solvar. Pilavu patta unarvu nilai. Here, the consciousness has split into I versus the rest of the world. That is pilavu patta unarvu nilai. The conscious has been as though broken into aham and idam, I and the world. From there, when you only focus on the I and remain there, you glide into a state of pilavu padada unarvu nilai. Meaning what? That consciousness which is not broken into I versus rest of the world, or aham versus idam. There, the experience is aham 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 taya spurati hrit swayam. Meaning what? You glide into a state where there is only aham and no meaning for any idam. Meaning aham swallows all and there is only aham. See how beautiful? See, Arul Niraivan, Arul Nilaivan. Amudakkadale, Virikadiral, Yavum Vilungum, Aruna, Giriparamanmave, Kidarulappu Nandrai, Viripardiyaga Vilangu. So here it is said, Arul Niraivana Amudakkadale, Virikadiral, Yavum Vilungum Arunachala, he says. So this I, this Vilungum, Yavum Vilungum, it swallows everything. Meaning what? You glide from a state where it is a limited existence of I versus the rest. Pilavu patta unarvu nilai. From there, you glide into unlimited existence, which is Pilavu padada unarvu nilai. So that Pilavu padada unarvu nilai is the truth. So there you glide. So it is not knowing, it is just being yourself, where it is no more I versus the rest. It is I. See, this is a beautiful journey, actually. So here, we should not try to know. But you know what? This is a struggle. We have objectified everything. We want to objectify the truth also. If you try to define the truth, you are defiling the truth. You cannot objectify it. So you have to just remain in yourself. So Ahavuruvai Nanda Arindu means what? It is not knowing as an object, but being, and then it is revealed by itself. The revelation happens by itself. You know what? As long as the ego is there, it is split into aham and idam, it can never be known. When the ego perishes, and when there is aham, then you will not know it. You are that, and it is revealed by itself. Jyotisham api tajyotihi tamasap paramuchyate. Meaning what? It is revealed by itself. See, that is the glory of the self. Ahavuruvai nangarindu munnir nadibolum oyume. Munnir means what? Ocean. Where the three types of water come and merge. Meaning the rainwater and the river water and the spring water. That is called Munnir, meaning ocean. How the river comes and merges with the ocean, like that, the eye, small eye, merges into that real eye. Meaning what? The river loses its name and form and becomes the ocean. Similarly, the small eye loses its identity and it remains as the pure self. See, in spite of our struggle, of our sitting in Atma Vichara, hours together, sometimes we feel, Swamiji, this is not happening in me. I'm giving all my best. But Swamiji, unfortunately, it is not happening in me. What should I do? Here, Bhagavan Shri Krishna gives a very important pointer in Bhagavad Gita. He says, Abhyasa alone is not sufficient. Vairagya also is important. Vairagyena cha gruhyate. Abhyasena tu kaunteya. Vairagyena cha gruhyate. Meaning what? Along with the practice, we should develop dispassion. See, this is the key for the Atma Jnana. People think I can sit in meditation, Atma Vichara for a few hours and I can do anything I want. And the purpose we have to become totally dispassionate. For that, we need proper viveka. Meaning what? This world is nothing. Asaram, ashashvatam. And then we should feel this alone is truth and this alone I want. And, it is said in Kathopanishad, a very beautiful thing is said. It is said, Nayamatma pravachanena labhyaha, na medhaya, na bahuna shrutena, yame vaisha vrunute tena labhyaha, tasyaisha atma vivrunute tam swam. Meaning what? It is said, it is not gained through pravachanena. Like this preaching, it is not attained. Na medhaya, you may be a medhavi. You might have memorized everything, all the Vedas, 4 Vedas. No. Na bahuna shrutena. You would have listened to so many Upanishads, this, that. No. Then what? Yamaivesha vrunute tena labhyaha. Tasyesha atma vivrunute tanam means what? If you choose Atma and Atma alone, then such a person, Atma chooses. In Kathopanishad, Lord Yama says, he reveals to Nachiketas, the Paramatma chooses such a person, one who chooses Paramatma and Paramatma alone. See, this is Vairagya. Vairagya means what? I want only the truth, because that is imperishable. That is Satyam and Shivam Sundaram. And that is Shashvatam. So this we have to hold on. But you know what? We want everything in life. And also the truth. That cannot work. So
Swamiji is going to connect Mohanji. I just called.
That was a concern at one time, Bhaskar.
No, he joined. He joined.
Go ahead, Swamiji.
Rio?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, please.
Am I
go.
audible now?
Yeah, yes, Swamiji. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry for this. So what I was talking, this Vairagya is very important. Only when we want Atma, the self, alone, then to that person, the Atma is revealed. See, this we have to understand. This is very, very, very important in our lives. So therefore, there is no point in struggling to know the truth. We have to be the truth. And also, we need to choose Atma and Atma alone if we want to abide in the Atma, the self. See, that is why those days, the Rishis and Munis, they have gone into forest and they just sat and gave their all for this pursuit. The Lord Buddha, he had gone and he sat at one place in that Buddha Gaya. He sat there. Only after knowing the truth, I will move from here. Like that, he sat. All the great masters, our Bhagavan also, in the Padala Linga, he sat and lost himself. So like that, it is hard work. So only when we focus totally on the self, we can abide in the self. And again, we have got a lot of vasanas within. We do not know how much of vasanas we have got. It is really a Mahabharata Yuddha only. So vasanas come again and again and again. We do not know which vasana come at which part of our life, which phase of our life. And the constant struggle. So Bhagavan says, whenever thoughts arises, then and then ask for whom this thought. And then you go dive deep within yourself. And then from where this I thought is arising, this is the way to go. And one more thing, Bhagavan cautions. In Ulladhanatha and Anubandham also he cautions. He says, there is no point in studying too many scriptures. He says, படிச்சுட்டே இருந்த மனம் விரியத்தான் செய்யுமே ஒழிய மனம் ஒடுங்காதுங்கிறார். Meaning what? When you go on studying, the mind will expand. The mind will not go back into its source. See, this is the trick of the mind, you know. See, there are two tricks of the mind. One is, when will I realize? When will I realize? When will I know the truth? The mind becomes so anxious. Who is anxious? The ego is anxious. See, the ego should go. But, you know, the ego has got a trick. It keeps itself alive by worrying. When will I realize? When will I realize? So, actually, you know what? We are appointing the thief as the police officer to catch hold of the thief. Will it work? Here, ego is the thief. To catch hold of him, we are appointing the same ego as the police officer. See, this is the irony of this pursuit. How will it happen? This fellow is never going to hunt down the criminal because he himself is a criminal. So therefore, this is a very strange and fascinating thing. This ego is very tricky. So therefore, the ego creates all the anxieties and it worries. No. That we have to surrender unto the Lord, unto our Gurunatha, unto our Guru's feet, Bhagavan's feet. It is none of my business. You take care of everything. I will go on inquire. Who am I? Where am I? And all the whence am I? And all those stuff. Whatever has happened is his prasada. I have nothing to do with that. With that, we have to approach. And second thing is, I find a lot of sadhakas reading into this bhashya, that bhashya, and discussing intellection, hair-splitting arguments. I tell you, all those things will not help. See, when I decided to join the ashram, our Swamiji, a great person, a great tapasvi and a jnani, he said, see, you listen to the acharya, you contemplate, but do not debate or argue or discuss with anybody, because it cannot be known through discussion or debate. You have to go within. So therefore, going on studying will never help. So you know what Bhagavan says? Kattrum adangarir kalladare uindar. He says, even the illiterate, they are better off, he says, than those who are a great scholar. Kattrum adangar, one whose ego has not gone. So compared to them, the scholars, illiterate ones are better. You know why? He says, Sindai vai noi uindar. Bhagavan says, Sindai vai noi. Now what I am doing is the same. Sindai vai noi. Sindai means mind. Whatever comes into the mind, we have to express through the vai, through the speech. He says this is a disease. Sindai vai noi. Uindar means the illiterate ones, or they have grown up, or they have grown above this Sindai vai noi. And Sirdedi Odal Uindar. The scholars, they run everywhere in terms of recognition. They want recognition. They want people to appreciate them. Or they want some ponmudi, something, some money, wealth, this and that. So these illiterate ones are better off, because at least they are not running here, there. Sirdedi Odal Uindar. So therefore, Bhagavan says, too much of reading doesn't help at all. So we have to, whatever we understood, Bhagavan says from all the scriptures, we have to know only one thing. The mind has to be Hari Om.
Yeah, Hari Om, please go ahead.
So, am I audible now?
Yes.
Yep. Therefore, Bhagavan says, Ahamuhamaranda Amalamadithanal, Ahamidudan Engelum and Rainde, Ahavurvai Nangarindu, Munir Nadibolum Oyume, Unkan Arunachalane Or. Meaning what? The mind has to subside in the heart. For that, as I told you, the Vairagya is very, very important. See, this Shastreshana, they say. See, there are different Ishanas, Putreshana and Lokeshana and so many Ishanas. In that, the Shastreshana, meaning wanting to know more and more and more, is another disease actually. Meaning the ego keeps itself alive by wanting to know more and more and more. Here, Bhagavan says, there is nothing to know. You have to just be in your own self. Therefore, this we have to understand, and we have to give up. See, there was one great saint in Yalpan, Jaffna, Yoga Swami. In his Nachindanai, once I read, when I was reading, there comes an instruction. Puttakathai moodi vai. Close the book. If you're sincere, immediately you have to close the book. Meaning what? There is no point in searching this in the books, in intellection. It is beyond the intellect, beyond thoughts. Therefore, no point in arguing whether Advaita, Vishishtadvaita, this or that, because it's beyond all thoughts, all ideas, all concepts. And in the pure Mauna, silence only it is revealed. So in silence, there are no words, no ideas, no concepts. Therefore, no Bheda. Therefore, no different philosophy or no different ideologies. So therefore, Maunam Vyakya Prakatitapara Brahma Tattvam Yuvanam. So we have to abide in our own self. That is the goal. Bhagavan says, Vanda Veli Kavani. There is no use. That's what Bhagavan says. Now I stop here. As I have told Mohan Ramaswamy ji, I will speak for 45 to 50 minutes. And then for 15 more minutes, if there are any questions, you can ask. And if at all I know, I will try to answer. Mohan Ramaswamy ji, are there any questions from the devotees?
Yeah. Pranam Swamiji. I got a couple of questions here. 1 minute, yeah. Swamiji, as you said, when we experiment with what Sri Bhagavan has said regarding the practice of Atma Vichara, are there any signs that we are advancing on the right path? Or how do we know that we are progressing in this divine sadhana in the manner that Sri Bhagavan has advised? Go ahead, Swamiji.
A very good question. A wonderful question. See, initially, we struggle in the seat of the meditation or Atma Vichara. More and more we practice. When we get more and more clarity, when the guidance comes from within more and more, everything becomes very simple. Meaning what? We won't struggle anymore. See, when there is less struggle, முயற்சி இல்லாத தன்மைன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. Less struggle and less effort. Effortlessly, when we can remain peaceful and quiet, blissful, means ananda, that state, that shows your progress. And you know what? The mind will want to sit or to be in that state again and again and again. See, Sahaja is something else. That is the ultimate. There, whether you are functioning in the world or you are on the Samadhi, everything is the same. But when you progress in the Atma Vichara, பிளவுபட்ட உணர்வுகளில் பிளவுபடாத உணர்வுக்கு போகும்போது there is no effort there. It's effortless state actually. So when you find yourself more and more in an effortless state, then you are progressing. More and more you find yourself struggling, then you are groping in darkness only. So therefore, this is the sign, effortlessness. And the second sign is, see, initially we force our mind to sit. Now sit, now sit. The mind will say, no, I want to do this, I want to do that. But later, even without you pushing, mind will ask you, shall we sit? Shall we do this? Shall we be in this state for some time? Please. Like that, mind will ask you, and it will cooperate, it will want to sit, and it will want to glide into that state. So this is the beautiful change, in yourself you can see. And one more thing. You won't hurt or disturb anybody, and you will not be hurt or disturbed by anybody. See, this is a sign of progress. If you remain without getting disturbed or hurt by anything, by anybody, then you are in the egoless state. And you also won't unnecessarily disturb others or hurt others. So this peaceful coexistence with the people around, with the nature around, this is a sign of progress, actually. Anything else?
Yes, Swamiji. I got two more questions. I'll read the next one.
Yes.
Swami, in the unlimited existence that you have so wonderfully described, the individual who seeks this unlimited existence will be no more. Just as the drop of water loses its individual identity, however, the water drop is fortunate in that it has to exert no effort. It will be left to the ocean by its very nature. But we see that we have to exert enormous effort in sadhana. It seems, why is this?
See, the effort in sadhana is because we don't have clarity. When there is clarity, when you know what you are doing and what you have to do, meaning what? Doing means what? It's not doing actually. See, when you stumble upon this I thought, what is this I thought? And when you learn the knack of keeping your mind in the I thought, then everything is done. Everything is over. Then you need Vairagya to keep it more and more and more there. See, then also, even you know the knack or technique, your mind, because of asanas, can go here, there, do everything. So there the Vairagya is important. But when you have clarity, then the struggle is over actually. See, actually, Muruganar Swami says, the real prasadam of Guru is clarity. தெளிவு குருவின் திருவுரு காண்டல், தெளிவு குருவின் திருநாமம் செப்பல், தெளிவு குருவின் திருவார்த்தை கேட்டல், தெளிவு குரு உரு சிந்தித்தல் தானே, Tirumandiram says. So தெளிவு, the clarity is what Guru gives you. That is Guru's prasada. So when you, by his grace, when we get that clarity, then everything becomes very simple. Till then, there is struggle. And Bhagavan himself says, to reach this effortless state, you need to put in tremendous effort, he says. And somebody reported to Bhagavan that Krishnamurthy and all says, he's all effortless and all. Bhagavan said he would have finished in his previous janmas. He says, to reach this effortless state, you have to put in a lot of efforts. Bhagavan himself has said. So therefore, effort is required. It has to be put. But it is only in the initial stage when we are struggling, when you are groping in darkness. But when you get the clarity, when you see the light, when you get the guidance from within, then it becomes very simple. Not only simple, ஒரு மாதிரி மதுரம், அதரம் மதுரம், நயனம் மதுரம். Like that, it is all ramyam, maduram it is actually. And that is the beautiful, most beautiful state. So therefore, mind would want to glide in it. You know what? So therefore, effort is required. But after that, you glide in it. Yes. The next question.
I'll ask the final question, Swamiji.
Yes.
You have said the effects of too much of scriptural studies might be detrimental. However, is it not beneficial for a sadhaka to read these works in order to thereby gain a clearer understanding of what is to be done, and also to be inspired by these great saints and rishis who have shared their vast experiences?
See, what I'm trying to say, yes, you need to study and understand. Bhagavan himself says, Vedaisha sarvair ahameva vedyaha. Sri Krishna says. See, Sri Krishna says, Vedaisha sarvair ahameva vedyaha, he says. What he says? From all the Vedas, what you have to know is myself, he says. See, people, how they interpret, Krishna says, from all the Vedas, the devotees need to know only Krishna. That is not the idea. Vedaisha sarvai aham eva vedyaha. Meaning what? Only the self alone needs to be known. Very beautiful, very clear. Tat tvamasi. That's what the scriptures say. So therefore, if you want to know the self, what you have to do? If you want to know anything, you have to give attention. So if you have to understand the planetary movements, the solar system, the galaxies, what you need to do? You need to give attention. You have to watch and observe through the telescope or whatever. Give all your attention, the movement of the planets and the solar system and everything. So whatever you want to know in this world, you have to give attention. When you want to know yourself, you have to give attention to the self. See? Without giving attention to the self, knowing everything else, how does it matter? Bhagavan asks. So if you want to know the self, the only way is you have to give attention to the self. From the book, how can you know the self? Because self in the Hridaya Guhara Madhye Kevalam Brahma Matram. So therefore, study of scripture is okay. In the beginning, it gives you clarity. I don't deny that. See, like a pole vault, Gurudev Swami Chinmayanji says, like a pole vault. You need the pole to gain the height. But along with the pole, you cannot cross over. You have to leave the pole and then you have to cross. So similarly, you need the scriptural study and everything, but it has to be dropped because that itself will become pratibandha. So therefore, too much of studying this bhashya, that bhashya, and arguing, and then hair splitting, argument. Adallah, it will not take you far because Bhagavan has never indulged in that. You do this, you will be liberated. That's what Bhagavan has said. No sort of hair splitting arguments. Then Bhagavan says, Yark in the Kelvi, Yark in the Sandeham, for whom this doubt, go within, he says. So I feel that is the way to go. There is no end to all this, understanding. Because all the understanding is ego's understanding. Ego is the problem. Ego has to be destroyed. So ego's another trick to survive is to study and understand. So we should not fall prey to that. So therefore, giving attention to the I thought alone will destroy the I thought, not through studies. See, just now I told you, na pravachanena labhyaha, nayamatma pravachanena labhyaha, na medhaya, na bahuna shrutena. Shrutena means what? Studying also is included there. So the Kathopanishad itself says it cannot be attained through scriptural studies. Too much studying. Not help actually. That's why Bhagavan never encouraged that way. Yes, you have to understand. Then you have to sit and go within, give attention to the self. It is very important. That is the way to. Thank you so much, Mohan Ramaswamiji. Thank you so much to you. And also all the devotees. Shri Bhagavan bless you all. And we are all in the same boat. We are all sadhakas. We are all journeying in the same ocean. So let Bhagavan bless all of us. Om Purnamadha Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadhaya Purnameva Vasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Harihi Om. Thank you so much. Hari Om.
Thank you, Swamiji. And our sincere appreciation of you agreeing, although we came almost at the last minute, but without, you are absolutely committed to doing this one, and our deepest appreciation for doing this and for enlightening about Bhagavan's teaching. And I hope we will hear from you all the more. And Swamiji has got a small ashram about a couple of miles from Sri Ramana Ashramam, and he's totally dedicated to Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi. Pranam Swamiji, Hari Om.
I'm always available. I'm Bhagavan's devotee. So whenever people need me for any clarification, they can always approach me. Hari Om. Hari Om.
Hari Om. Thank you. Now we'll be going over to the order of satsang.
Yeah, exactly. Too much reading scriptures and commentaries and things like that, it's just going to lead to more and more ideas.
Yeah. We have to put the order of satsang. Sai Kumar.
Mohanji, one second, I'll be back. I'm talking to
Okay.
Sai Kumar.
Yeah, thank you.
With the chanting of Devi Suktam. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. As we would like to share this prayer manuscript that was written by Sri Arunachala Bhakta Bhagavata, the founder of Arunachala Ashrama. From the moment Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi came into my heart, identified as the silent sage of the holy hill of the beacon light, I have not been the same. My life underwent such a volcanic change on the day I found myself face to face with my Master and Lord, Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi, that I wished to fly to his lotus feet on the southern slopes of the beacon light without the least delay. The mountains of doubt, desire, and delusion were pulverized at the mere sight of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi, the founder, who has always been holding me by the hand, guiding my life, lighting my path, and leading me to his supreme abode as the silent the innermost holy recesses of my heart. I have not been the same ever returned.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. The devotees from Nova Scotia, Ottawa, and Ogdensburg sincerely thank the New York Ashrama for giving us the opportunity to join the 128th Advent Global Satsang. We are offering the following. Reading by Dr. Anil Sharma, the prayer manuscript written by Sri Bhakta Bhagavat. This will be followed by readings from the gems on self-enquiry, Who Am I? By Evelyn Saphir and Darlene Karamanos. Then Ramnath Kameshwaran will recite excerpts from Tirupallandu in praise of Bhagavan, composed by Sri Muruganar. Thereafter, Krishnan will present a short talk on Adiguru, Sri Dakshinamurthy, and Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi's relation to Adiguru. This will be followed by a few bhajans by Madhu Padmanabhan, Ramya Krishnan, and Krishnan Tirunallai. Ananta Padmanabhan will conclude our offering with the chanting of Devi Suktam. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
As we gather to celebrate the 128th anniversary of Sri Bhagavan's arrival at Arunachala, we would like to share this prayer manuscript that was written by Sri Arunachala Bhagavata, the founder of Arunachala Ashrama. From the moment Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi came into my heart, identified as the silent sage of the holy hill of the beacon light, I have not been the same. My life underwent such a volcanic change on the day I found myself face to face with my Master and Lord, Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi, that I wished to fly to his lotus feet on the southern slopes of the beacon light without the least delay. The mountains of doubt, desire, and delusion were pulverized at the mere sight of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi, who has always been holding me by the hand, guiding my life, lighting my path, and leading me to his supreme abode in the innermost recesses of my heart, whence none ever returns to the cycle of births and deaths. At the very first sight I knew that he had claimed me as his own, and the long march to the self had ended at his lotus feet. All the puzzles, problems, and riddles of human life found their answer in the silent sage of the holy Arunachala mountain. My heart is ever throbbing and pulsating with the unceasing remembrance of his name, and there is nothing for me to do but to cling to his lotus feet. Abide in him and let his will be done. September 1st, Tuesday morning of 1896, is the gleaming, glowing, shining, and dazzling day for me, when the world was blessed and graced with the advent of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi. Out of all the important and memorable days in the life of the silent sage Ramana, 1st September is the dazzling sun, which reminds me that I must abide in him without the least reservation, and let his will be done. How I like to pour out my heart in words and sentences so that I could express the innermost thoughts of my central being. The very scene of his advent at Arunachala melts me into the ocean of peace and happiness. The surging Ganga of Bhagavan Sri Arunachaleshwara Shiva Sri Ramana Sadguru is flowing unceasingly within the cavity of the lotus of my heart. The creation of movements and manifestations has become merged in him once and for all. The lifelong dream of taking up the staff of kindness and compassion has been fully realized, and there is nothing now else for me to do but to march along toward the shining peaks of the holy hill of the beacon light and cross the sea of transmigration with his name on the tip of my tongue. All paths to realization of the self have become merged in his direct path of self-inquiry of who am I. With every breath I call on him in the cave of my heart. From the early morning of September 1st, 1896, till 8:47 on Friday evening, April 14th, 1950, Bhagavan Sri Ramana tenanted the body of the holy hill of the beacon light, and never for a second did he stir out of the confines of the holy Arunachala mountain. He taught mostly by silence, like the primeval teacher Lord Dakshinamurthy Sadashiva, and the doubts and delusions of all aspirants, searchers, seekers, devotees, and disciples were removed. Although Sri Bhagavan taught with words too, his most potent teaching has always been by silence, and he incarnated to simplify the path of practice for aspirants the world over for all time. He is the Self, the Supreme Self, shining, gleaming, and glowing as I am I in the cave of the heart. Anyone, anytime, and anywhere who will turn to him with firm faith and open heart will find to his or her surprise that Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi solves all the problems and drives away the darkness of ego and ignorance from the heart. All those who are thirsting for the eternal water of peace, bliss, and happiness will have to leave behind the creation of names and forms and turn within to the widest expanse of their inmost being and become liberated from the ever-rotating cycle of births and deaths. Sri Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi says that the true and real happiness is within the heart, and everyone will have to rise above the limitations of the movement and manifestation and merge himself into the widest expanse of the self. So long as the mind is wandering in the phenomenal existence for peace and happiness, it is chasing shadows. It is certain that they will never be captured. Hence, the person shall have to turn his back on the forces of ego and ignorance and merge himself in the self, nothing but the self, and drink deeper and deeper in the nectar of being, consciousness, and bliss of the Supreme Self. My heart is throbbing and pulsating at the mere remembrance of the effulgent, radiant, resplendent, and shining Self, Bhagavan Sri Ramana Guru. How I would like to flood the 10 corners of the globe with the chanting and recitation of Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva. Bhagavan is the indweller of my heart, and nothing is hidden from him. He knows full well that his loving son and humble servitor, Arunachala Bhakta Bhagavat, has all along been striving strenuously to unfurl his banner in the cavity of the lotus of his heart, and without his infinite grace and mercy, this mission will never be completed. Hence, there is no other option for me but to do my best to abide in the self, nothing but the self, in the cave of the lotus of my heart, and cross the sea of transmigration. Sri Bhagavan is the substratum behind all movements and manifestations in this world. Day and night, I am repeating his name with each and every exhalation and inhalation of my breath, and I become merged in the holy Arunachala hill. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
A reading from Gems from Bhagavan, selections by A. Devaraj Mudaliar, the start of Chapter 4, Who Am I? Inquiry. For all thoughts, the source is the I thought. The mind will merge only by self-inquiry, who am I? The thought, who am I, will destroy all other thoughts and finally kill itself also. If other thoughts arise, without trying to complete them, one must inquire, to whom did this thought arise? What does it matter how many thoughts arise? As each thought arises, one must be watchful and ask, to whom is this thought occurring? The answer will be to me. If you inquire, who am I? The mind will return to its source or where it issued from. The thought which arose will also submerge. As you practice like this more and more, the power of the mind to remain at its source is increased. By means of a moderate quantity of sattvic or pure food, which is superior to all other rules and regulations of self-discipline, the sattvic or pure quality of the mind will grow, and self-inquiry will be helped. Though ancient and timeless sense attachments in the shape of vasanas or subtle tendencies may rise countless like the waves of the sea, they will all be destroyed as jhana progresses. Without giving any room for doubt whether it would at all be possible to eradicate all those vasanas and be the self alone, one must take hold ceaselessly of dhyana of the self. However great a sinner one may be, instead of lamenting, I am a great sinner, how can I make any progress? One must completely forget the fact of being a sinner and earnestly pursue meditation of self. He is then sure to succeed. If the ego is present, all else will also exist. If it is absent, all else will also vanish. As ego is all this. To inquire what this ego is to give up all attachment. Controlling speech and breath and diving deep within oneself as a man dives into water to recover something that has fallen there, one must find out the source whence the ego rises by means of keen insight. Inquiry, which constitutes the path of jnana, constitutes not in orally repeating I, but in searching by means of a deeply introverted mind wherefrom the I springs. To think I am not this, or I am that, may be of help in the inquiry, but cannot be the actual inquiry. When we quest within our mind, who am I, and reach the heart, I topples down, and immediately another entity will reveal itself proclaiming, I, even though it also emerges saying I, it does not connote the ego, but the one perfect existence. If we unceasingly investigate the form of the mind, we find there is no such thing as the mind. This is the direct path open to all. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Thoughts alone constitute the mind, and for all thoughts, the base or source is the I thought. I is the mind. If we go inward questing for the source of the I topples down. This is jnana, inquiry. Where the I merges, another entity emerges as I of its own accord. That is the perfect self. There is no use removing doubts. If we clear one doubt, another arises, and there will be no end of doubts. All doubts will cease only when the doubter and one's source have been found. Seek for the source of the doubter, and you will find one is really non-existent. Doubter ceasing, doubts will cease. Reality being yourself, there is nothing for you to realize. All regard the unreal as real. What is required is that you give up regarding the unreal as real. The object of all meditation, dhyana or japa, is only that. To give up all thoughts regarding the non-self, to give up many thoughts and to hold on to one thought. The object of all sadhana is to make the mind one-pointed, to concentrate it on one thought and thus exclude our many thoughts. If we do this, eventually even the one thought will go, and the mind will get extinguished in its source. When we inquire, who am I? The I investigated is the ego. It is that which makes vichara or inquiry also. The self has no vichara. That which makes the inquiry is the ego. The I about which the inquiry is made is also the ego. As a result of the inquiry, the ego ceases to exist, and only the self is found to exist. What is the best way of killing the ego? To each person, that way is best which appears easiest or appeals the most. All the ways are equally good, as they lead to the same goal, which is the merging of the ego in the self. What the bhakta calls surrender, the person who does vichara calls jnana. Both are trying to take the ego back to the source from which it sprang and to make it merge there. To ask the mind to kill itself is like making the thief the policeman. One will go with you and pretend to catch the thief, but nothing will be gained. So you must turn within and see from whence the mind rises, and then it will cease to exist. Breath and mind arise from the same source, and when one of them is controlled, the other is also controlled. As a matter of fact, the quest method, which is more correctly, whence am I, not merely who am I, we are not simply trying to eliminate, saying we are not the body nor the senses and so on, to reach what remains as the ultimate reality. But we are trying to find out whence the I thought or the ego arises within us. The method contains within it, though implicitly and not explicitly, the watching of the breath. When we watch wherefrom the I thought arises, we are necessarily watching the source of the breath also, as the I thought and the breath arise from the same source.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Today I am going to recite few verses from Tirupallandu by Muruganar Swamigal. Tiruchitrambalam. பல்லாண்டு ஆதிப் பராபரனுக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு அந்தப் பரஸ்வரூபத்தின் படிவத்தால் பல்லாண்டு எங்களை ஆள வந்தானுக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு எங்கோ பகவான் ரமணர்க்குப் பல்லாண்டே பல்லாண்டு பாண்டிச் சுழியர் பதியர்க்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு சோனை பருப்பதத்தானுக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு அடியோம் பழமுதல் வைப்பர்க்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு நம்கோ ரமண பகவர்க்குப் பல்லாண்டே பல்லாண்டு கீழொடு கோவணத்தானுக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு தண்ட கமண்டலத்தானுக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு கைச்சிறு கூரை கொண்டானுக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு நங்கோ ரமண பகவர்க்குப் பல்லாண்டே பல்லாண்டு பூதி சிந்தூரத் திலகர்க்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு சக்தி சிவஸ்வரூபத்திற்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு தன்மயப் பார்வையாம் தீர்த்தர்க்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு நங்கோ ரமண பகவர்க்குப் பல்லாண்டே பல்லாண்டு கண்ணார் பரம் காட்டுவாருக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு மோன உபதேசகனுக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு இயல்பாய நிட்டாபரனுக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு நங்கோ ரமண பகவர்க்குப் பல்லாண்டே பல்லாண்டு இருடி கணம் தொழும் பாதர்க்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு அடியனை உய்யக் கொண்டானுக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு என் சிந்தை பரிமேல் அழகர்க்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு நங்கோ ரமண பகவர்க்குப் பல்லாண்டே பல்லாண்டு மோகப் பரிசழிப்பானுக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு அகத்தொழிற் சுப்ரதீபர்க்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு சிந்தா குலம் தவிர்ப்பானுக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு நங்கோ ரமண பகவர்க்குப் பல்லாண்டே பல்லாண்டு அகந்தை பதைப்பருப்பானுக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு முன்னிலை சுட்டறுப்பானுக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு சாந்தி பதம் கொடுப்பானுக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு நம்கோ ரமண பகவர்க்குப் பல்லாண்டே சிவபோதம் கடந்தானுக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு மோனப் பதத்து உறைவானுக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு வேதப் பரம்பொருளானுக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு நம்கோ ரமண பகவர்க்குப் பல்லாண்டே பல்லாண்டு அடியர் பந்தம் பறிப்பானுக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு முத்திப் பலம் கொடுப்பானுக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு அநாதி மலமொத்த மெய்யர்க்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு நங்கோ ரமண பகவர்க்குப் பல்லாண்டே பல்லாண்டு உபனிடப் பாரங்கதனுக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு ஒளிர் மேதா தட்சிணாமூர்த்திக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு பாவனாதீத சத்பாவர்க்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு நம்கோ ரமண பகவர்க்குப் பல்லாண்டே பல்லாண்டு அமுதூற்றும் பார்வையார்க்கு 1000 பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு அமுதியல் வாசகர்க்கு 1000 பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு அமுத சுரூபனுக்கு 1000 பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு நம்கோ ரமணனுக்கு 1000 பல்லாண்டே பல்லாண்டு நம்கோ ரமண பகவர்க்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு நாயை பணிகொண்ட தெய்வப் பதத்துக்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு பாடுமிப் பாக்கியம் இந்தார்க்குப் பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு பாடுறும் பக்தர் குழாத்துக்குப் பல்லாண்டே. திருச்சிற்றம்பலம்.
ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ ரமணாய. Adiguru Sri Dakshinamurthy. The newsletter The Maharshi, Volume 25, Number 5, 2016 has very good articles on the connection between Sri Dakshinamurthy and Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi. I have referred to these articles in my talk. I will start with the Guru Parampara Stotra as revealed by Kavyakantha Ganapati Muni. Dakshinamurthy Sarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Ramanacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. It means, I worship the lineage of sages, beginning with Sri Dakshinamurthy, with Adi Shankaracharya in the middle and Ramana Maharshi at the end. In the course of an examination by a court commission, Sri Bhagavan said, Shiva always remains in three forms. Number 1, as Parabrahman. Number 2, as Linga, and here it is Arunachala Hill. And number 3, as Siddha, Brahmarupa, Lingarupa or Siddharupa. Sri Dakshinamurthy is considered as the Adi Guru, the primordial Guru, which is another form of Lord Shiva. It is believed that Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi was the eternal Shiva Siddha manifesting in human form to guide sincere seekers on the path to liberation. Like Dakshinamurthy, Bhagavan Ramana's most powerful teaching was given in silence. For those who could not receive it, he taught with gentle, direct words that expounded the ultimate state. In Ekatma Panchakam, verse 5, Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi explains the significance of silence as follows. Eppodum ulladau ekanmavattuve Appodu avvatuvai Adiguru Cheppadu Cheppitteriyuma seidinaril yavar Cheppitterivippar cheppagan Ippodau. It means, when Adi Guru, the Guru of all Gurus, Sri Dakshinamurthy, revealed the truth of that one self only through unbroken silence, the speechless speech, who can reveal it through spoken words? One wonders if the eternal Arunachala Shiva Siddha is same as Sri Dakshinamurthy, the Adi Guru as Bhagavan called him. To answer this, if Arunachala Shiva Siddha and Dakshinamurthy and Ramana Maharshi in reality are one and the same, we have to look at the invocatory verse that Bhagavan wrote in his Tamil translation of Adi Shankara's Dakshinamurthy stotram. It appears Bhagavan experienced complete identification with not only Dakshinamurthy but also Adi Shankaracharya. Mannuma Munivarar Santi Mannave Tenmukha Murtiyai Ihaldu Maunaman Tennilai Idgatiyat Tudiyatanmayan Chonnavan Chankaran Tennumennule. This means Shankara, who appeared as Dakshinamurthy to grant peace to the great ascetics, who revealed his truth through silence and who expressed the nature of self in this hymn, abides in me. Here me refers to Ramana Maharshi. In one of the talks, Bhagavan said, Sri Shankara, being the avatar of Lord Shiva, was full of compassion for fallen beings. He wanted all of them to realize their blissful self. He could not reach them all with his silence, so he composed the Dakshinamurthy Stotra in the form of a hymn so that people might read it and understand the truth. Even a greater confirmation regarding Sri Ramana as the primal Guru Sri Dakshinamurthy can be found in what Sri Muruganar told Sadhu Om, who subsequently wrote about it in an article. Sri Bhagavan once told the following story to Sri Muruganar. When the 4 aged Sanakadi Rishis first saw the 16-year-old Dakshinamurthy sitting under the banyan tree, they were at once attracted to him. Understanding him to be the real Sadguru, they prostrated before him, sat at his feet, and began to ask pertinent questions about the nature of reality and the means of attaining it. Because of the great compassion the young Dakshinamurthy had for these rishis, he gave apt replies to each of their questions. As he answered each consecutive questions, further doubts arose in their minds and they asked more questions. This continued for about a year. Finally, Dakshinamurthy understood that if he gave more answers to their questions, more doubts would arise in their minds, and there would be never an end to their ignorance, ajnana. Therefore, suppressing even the feeling of compassion and fatherly love, he merged himself into supreme silence. Because of their great maturity, which had been ripened to perfection through their year-long association with the Sadguru, as soon as Sri Dakshinamurthy thus merged himself, they too automatically merged within into silence, the state of self. Wonderstruck on hearing this, Muruganar remarked, "There is no book where it is mentioned that Dakshinamurthy ever spoke anything." So Bhagavan Ramana replied, "This is what actually happened." So Muruganar interprets that for Bhagavan to state this as a story is only a proof that Bhagavan is himself Dakshinamurthy. I will conclude by chanting the famous Dhyana Shloka of Sri Dakshinamurthy Stotram, which is essentially in praise of Sri Dakshinamurthy. Mauna Vyakhya Prakatita Parabrahma Tattvam Yuvanam Varsheshtante Vasadarshi Ganaihi Avritam Brahmanishhtaihi Acharyendram Karakalita Chinmudramanandarupam Swatmaramam Muditavadanam Dakshinamurti Mide Vatavitapi Samipe Bhumi Bhage Nishannam Sakala Munijananam Jnanadataramarat Tribhuvana Gurumisham Dakshinamurti Devam Janana Marana Dukkha Cheda Daksham Namami Chitram Vatataro Mule Vruddha Shishya Guroryuva Gurostu Maunam Vyakhyanam Shikshastu Chinna Samshayaha Nidhaye Sarva Vidhyanam Vishaje Bhavaroginam Gurave Sarvalokanam Dakshinamurtaye Namaha. Om Nama Pranavarthaya Shuddha Jnanakamurtaye Nirmalaya Prashantaya Dakshinamurtaye Namaha. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Gadadhara Girija Shankara Gadadhara Girija Shankara Gauri Manohara He Parameshwara Gauri Manohara He Parameshwara Mrityunjaya Hara Uma Maheshwara Sandipanishwara He Jagadishwara Sandipanishwara He Jagadishwara Shiva 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 Shivaya Namo Shiva 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 Shivaya Namo Hara 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 Haraya Namo Hara 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 Haraya Namo Shiva 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 Shivaya Namo Shiva 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 Shivaya Namo Hara Hara हर हर हराय नमः।
गंगाधर हर गिरिजाशंकर,
गंगाधर हर गिरिजाशंकर,
गौरी मनोहर हे परमेश्वर,
गौरी मनोहर हे परमेश्वर, मृत्युंजय हर उमा महेश्वर,
संदीपनीश्वर हे जगदीश्वर,
संदीपनीश्वर हे जगदीश्वर।
शिव 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 शिवाय नमः।
शिव 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 शिवाय नमः।
हर 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 हराय नमः।
हर 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 हराय नमः।
शिव 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 शिवाय नमः।
शिव 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 शिवाय नमः।
हर 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 हराय नमः।
हर 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 हराय नमः।
गंगाधर हर गिरिजाशंकर,
गंगाधर हर गिरिजाशंकर।
परम पावन वदने वरदे शारदाम्बिके वन्दनम्। परम पावन वदने वरदे शारदाम्बिके वन्दनम्। चित्तशुद्धिदं चारुचित्रमम् अम्बिके जगदम्बिके। चित्तशुद्धिदं चारुचित्रमम् अम्बिके जगदम्बिके। सत्यसुन्दर चरिते महिते शारदाम्बिके वन्दनम्। सत्यसुन्दर चरिते महिते शारदाम्बिके वन्दनम्। शारदाम्बिके वन्दनम्। शारदाम्बिके वन्दनम्। शान्ति तन्मृदुकान्ति चिन्दिडुम् अम्बिके जगदम्बिके। शान्ति तन्मृदुकान्ति चिन्दिडुम् अम्बिके जगदम्बिके। एकमाता सकल जगतां शारदाम्बिके वन्दनम्। एकमाता सकल जगतां शारदाम्बिके वन्दनम्। माधुरी निधे दानवारिधे अम्बिके जगदम्बिके। माधुरी निधे दानवारिधे अम्बिके जगदम्बिके। अम्बिके जगदम्बिके। अम्बिके जगदम्बिके। निर्मलाकृते दीनवत्सले शारदाम्बिके वन्दनम्। निर्मला
நிபுணையாயிடும் அம்பிகே ஜகதம்பிகே லோக சேவன நிபுணையாயிடும் அம்பிகே ஜகதம்பிகே ஸ்நேகசாரமே பவ்யதாரமே சாரதாம்பிகே வந்தனம் ஸ்நேகசாரமே பவ்யதாரமே சாரதாம்பிகே வந்தனம் சாரதாம்பிகே வந்தனம் சாரதாம்பிகே வந்தனம் சாரதாம்பிகே வந்தனம்
ஓம் முருகா ஜெய ஓம் முருகா
ஓம் முருகா ஜெய ஓம் முருகா
ஹர ஹர சண்முக சிவ சக்தி பாலா
ஹர ஹர சண்முக சிவ சக்தி பாலா
ஓம் முருகா ஜெய ஓம் முருகா
ஓம் முருகா ஜெய ஓம் முருகா
ஓம் சரவண பவ தேவா சந்தா
ஓம் சரவண பவ தேவா கந்தா
சூரசம்ஹார மாயோ நருகா
சூரசம்ஹார மாயோ
ஓம் முருகா ஜெய ஓம் முருகா
வள்ளி மணால தேவா கந்தா
வடிவேல் முருகா திருமால் மருகா
வடிவேல் முருகா திருமால் மருகா
ஓம் முருகா ஜெய ஓம் முருகா
ஓம் முருகா ஜெய ஓம் முருகா
கருணை புரிவாய் தேவா கந்தா
கருணை புரிவாய் தேவா கந்தா
கடம்பா குமரா கரியவன் மருகா
கடம்பா குமரா கரியவன் மருகா
ஓம் முருகா ஜெய ஓம் முருகா
ஓம் முருகா ஜெய ஓம் முருகா
ஹர ஹர சண்முக சிவ சக்தி பாலா
ஹர ஹர சண்முக சிவ சக்தி பாலா
ஓம் முருகா ஜெய ஓம் முருகா
ஓம் முருகா ஜெய ஓம் முருகா
ஜெய ஓம் முருகா
ஜெய ஓம் முருகா
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Namaskaram. We will conclude the Advent Satsang from Ottawa, Arunachala Ashrama, Nova Scotia, and Sri Ramanachala Mandiram at Ogdensburg, New York, with Devi Suktam. Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om Om अहं रुद्रेभिर्वसुभिश्चराम्यहमादित्यैरुदविश्वदेवैः अहं मित्रावरुणो बाबिभर्म्यहमिन्द्राग्नी अहम् अश्विनो भाम् अहं सोममाहनसं बिभर्म्यहं द्वष्टारमुदभूषणं भगम् अहं ददामि द्रविणं हविष्मदे सुप्राव्ये ये यजमानाय सुन्वते अहं राष्ट्री सङ्गमनीवसूनां सिगिदुषी प्रथमा यज्ञियानाम् तां मा देवा व्यददुः पुरुत्रा भूरिस्तात्रां पूर्या वेशयन्तीम् मयासो अन्नमद्धियो विभस्य धियः प्राणिधियैं शृणोत्युक्तम् अमन्त ओमान्त उभक्षियन्ति श्रुधि वन्दे वदामि अहमेव स्वयमिदं वदामि जुष्टं देवेभिरुदमानुषेभिः यं कामयेदं तमुग्रं कृणोमि तं ब्रह्माणं तं ऋषिं तं सुमेधाम् अहं रुद्राय धनुरादनोमि ब्रह्मत्विषे सर्वे हन्तवाऊ अहं जनाय समधं गृणोमि यहं द्यावा पृथिवी आविवेश अहं सुवे पितरमस्य मूर्तन् मम योनिरप्स्वा अन्धः समुद्रे तदो विदिष्टे भुवनानु विश्वोदामोऽन्द्यां वर्ष्मणो बस्पृशामि अहम् एव वाद इव प्रवाम्यारपमाणः भुवनानि विश्वा परो दिवा परयेना पृथिव्यै धावति महिना सम्बभूव ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः न तत्र सूर्यो भाति न चन्द्रधारगं निमा विद्युदो भान्ति कुतोऽयमग्निः तमेव भान्दमनुभाति सर्वं तस्य भासा सर्वमिदं विभाति ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ॐ तत्सत्
Namo Ramana to all from Bhagavan Devotees of Ohio Satsang Group. I am Abhilash Mungamuru, coordinating from Ohio Ramana Center. We are happy to be part of the online celebrations of 128th Advent to Arunachala Day. ध्यायेत् पद्मासनस्तं प्रमुदितवदनं दक्षिणामूर्तिरूपं कौपीनालङ्कृताङ्गं हृदि किमपि महः सन्ततं चिन्तयन्तं भासास्वेनैव भान्तं गुरुकरुणदृशं साधु संसेविताङ्घ्रिं सर्वश्रेयोवदान्यं रमणमुनिवरं शोनशैलेशरूपम् जय जय रमणेश दीनबन्धो जय जय जनार्तिनाशहेतो जय जय भगवान् प्रबोधमूर्ते जय जय दहनाचलैकलोलकीर्ते जय जय करुणामय पुण्यमूर्ते जय जय विश्रुतलोकगीतकीर्ते जय जय भक्तजनार्पितैकभुक्ते जय जय सुन्दरदम्पतिप्रसूते अपार सच्चित्सुखवारिरासेर्यस्योर्मिमात्रं भुवनं समस्तं गुहाहितं तं रमणं गभीरं चिन्ताविहीनं हृदि चिन्तयामि. We shall start our offering by reading from Srimati Surinagamma's letters from Sri Ramana Ashramam. Chiranjeevi Kashyap is going to read this letter now.
Namo Ramana. The title of the letter I'm going to read today is Onto Skandashramam. Tomorrow is the auspicious day fixed for Bhagavan to go to Skandashramam with devotees and hold a feast there. All the brother and sister devotees residing in and around the ashram were busy the whole day making a fuss about arrangements for the trip. Bhagwan was, however, sitting as usual, dignified, calm, and unconcerned. If all asked him to go, he may do so. If they said do not go, he will stay away. Is there anything for him to pack up or worry about? The kamandala, the karra, the kaupina, and the towel over him are all the things about him. The moment he thinks of it, he can get ready to start. Shankaracharya has described only such sages as Kaupinamantaha, Kalubhagyamantaha. This ashram, this program, these devotees, and this paraphernalia are all like a drama enacted on the stage for the benefit of others. But does Bhagavan really need them all? Out of his abundant mercy, he is in our midst, thus beyond doubt. By mere wish, could he not go away freely crossing the seven seas? Remember, his staying with us is our special good luck.
Uma Sahasram, a magnum opus composition of Kavyakanta Sri Vasishtha Ganapati Muni. Naina composed these 1000 slokas in various Sanskrit meters in praise of Goddess Uma for bestowing him with his Guru, Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi. We will recite 7th Stabakam from Uma Sahasram. In this Stabaka, Naina praises the divine manifestation of the Mother as the 7 Matruka Devis, 7 cosmic mothers, Brahmi, Vaishnavi, Maheshwari, Kaumari, Varahi, Indrani, and Chamunda. In the 24th verse, Naina says, O Mother, Sive, Maye, remover of the difficulties of your devotees, look at me with a cool glance of grace, your compassionate glance. O Devi, I have surrendered at your feet for protection along with my kith and kin. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Om Sri Ganapati Munaye Namaha. Om Sri Umaye Namaha. Uma Sahasram Dvitiyam Satakam Tritiyastabakaha Saptamastabakaha Vyoma Sarira Matrukadi Vibhutayaha Vasanta Tilaka Vrittam Vani Saroruha Druso Hayaraja Hamso Bhaktraravinda Nilayad Bahiragataya Alapakaladaraha Sa Ihastitanam Kshemam Karotu Sutaram Harasundariyaha Nadosi Vagasi Vibhasi Chidasya Khanda Kandhi Bhavantyapi Chidasya Khilendra Kante Tattadrisim Nikhila Shakti Samishtimise Tvamantariksha Parikluptatanum Namami Viswaprasiddha Vibhavastrishu Vishtapeshu Yasaktayah Pravilasamti Parassahasraha Tasam Samishtirati Chitra Nidhana Drishti Srishtisthiti Pralaya Krudbhavaneswaritvam Janena Yattava Jagadjanayitri Rupam सङ्कल्प्यते किमपि तन्मनसो बलेन सङ्कल्पितस्य वपुषः श्रितशोकहन्त्री विन्यस्यते तव वचोऽधिगधामनाम कामं वदन्तु वनितामितिहासदक्षा त्वां सर्वलोकजनयित्री सदेहबन्धाम् सत्यं च तद्भवतु सा तव कापि लीला दिव्यं रजस्तु तव वास्तविकं शरीरम् भूजन्म पांसु बिरगर्हितशुद्धरूपा या कापि पांसु पटली विपुलेऽन्तरिक्षे सा ते तनुः सुमहती वरदेषु सूक्ष्मा तामेव देवसरणिं कथयन्ति धीराः या देवी देवसरणि भवमग्नदुर्गा वैरोचनीति कथिता तपसा ज्वलन्ति राजीवबन्धुमहसा विहिताङ्गरागा सा ते तनुर्भवति सर्वसु पर्ववर्ण्ये प्राणास्तवात्र हृदयं च विराजतेऽत्र नेत्राणि चात्र शतसहस्रवणानि चात्र घ्राणानि चात्र रसनानि तथा त्वचश्च वाचोऽत्र देवि चरणानि च पाणयोऽत्र सर्वत्र पश्यसि शृणोषि समं ततोऽम्ब सर्वत्र खादसि विजिघ्रयसि सर्वतोऽपि सर्वत्र च स्पृशसि मातरभिन्नकाले कश्शक्नुयान्निगदितुं तव देवि भाग्यम् सर्वत्र नन्दसि विमुञ्चसि सर्वतोऽम्ब सर्वत्र संसरसि गर्जसि सर्वतोऽपि सर्वत्र देवि कुरुषे तव कर्मजाला वैचित्र्यमीश्वरि निरूपयितुं क्षमः कः विश्वाम्बिके त्वयि रुचां पतयः कियन्तो नानाविधाब्धिकलिताक्षितयः कियत्यः बिम्बानि शीतमहसां लसतां कियन्ति नैतच्च वेद यदि को विबुधो बहुज्ञः अव्यक्तशब्दकलयाखिलमन्तरिक्षं त्वं व्याप्य देवि सकलागमसम्प्रगीते नादोऽस्युपाधिवसतो तव चांसि चासि ब्राह्मीं वदन्ति कवयोः मुखवैभवां त्वाम् नानाविधैः भुवनजालसवित्रिरूपैः व्याप्यैकनिष्कलगभीरमहस्तरङ्गैः व्यक्तं विचित्रयसि सर्वमखर्वशक्ते सा वैष्णवी तव कला कथिता मुनीन्द्रैः व्यक्तित्वमम्ब हृदये हृदये दधासि येन प्रभिन्न इव बद्ध इवान्तरात्मा सेयं कला भुवननाटकसूत्रभर्त्री माहेश्वरीति कथिता तव चिद्विभूतिः आहारशुद्धिवसतः परिशुद्धसत्त्वे नित्यस्थिरस्मृतिधरे विकसत्सरोजे प्रादुर्भवस्यमलतत्त्वविभासिकाया सा त्वं स्मृता गुरुगुहस्य सवित्रिशक्तिः हव्यं यया दिविशदो मधुरं लभन्ते कव्यं यया रुचिकरं पितरो भजन्ते अश्नाति चान्नमखिलोऽपि जनो ययैव सा ते वराहवदनेति कलाम्बगीता दुष्टान्निहंसि जगतामवनाय साक्षा धन्यैस्य घातयसि दत्तबलैर्महद्भिः दम्भोलिचेष्टितपरीक्ष्यबलाबलारे शक्तिर्न्यगादि तव देवि विभूतिरेषा सङ्कल्परक्तकणपानविवृद्ध्य जाग्रत्समाधिकलयेश्वरि ते विभूत्या मूलाग्निचण्डशशमुण्डतनूत्रभेत्र्या चामुण्डया तनुषु देवि न किं कृतं स्यात् त्वं लोकराज्ञिपरमात्मनि मूलमाया शक्रे समस्तसुरभर्तरि जालमाया छायेश्वरान्तरपुमात्मनि योगमाया संसारसक्तहृदयेष्वसि पासमाया त्वं भूतकर्तरि भवस्यनुभूतिनिद्रा सोमस्य पातरि बिडौजसि मोदनिद्रा सप्तास्वबिम्बपुरुषात्मनि योगनिद्रा संसारमग्नहृदयेष्वसि मोहनिद्रा विष्णुश्चकारमुदुकैटवनासनं यन्मुक्तसहस्रदलसम्भव संस्तुता सा काली घनाञ्जननिव प्रभदेहशाली न्युग्रातवां भवनेश्वरि कोऽपि भागः विद्युत्प्रभामयमदृश्यतमं द्विषद्भिः चण्डप्रचण्डमखिलक्षयकार्यसक्तम् यत्तेत सवित्रिमहिषस्य वधे स्वरूपं तञ्चिन्तनादिह नरस्य न पापभीतिः शुम्भं निशुम्भमपि या जगदेकवीरौ शूलाग्रशान्तमहसौ महती चकारा सा कौशिकी भवति काशयशः कृशोदः आत्माङ्गजा तव महेश्वरि कश्चिदंसः माये शिवे श्रितविपद्विनिहन्त्रि मातः पश्य प्रसादभरशीतलयादृशा माम् एषोऽहमात्मजकलत्रसुहृत्समेतो देवी त्वदीयचरणं शरणं गतोऽस्मि माये शिवे श्रितविपद्विनिहन्त्रि मातः पश्य प्रसादभरशीतलयादृशा माम् एषोऽहमात्मजकलत्रसुहृत्समेतो देवी त्वदीयचरणं शरणं गतोऽस्मि माये शिवे श्रितविपद्विनिहन्त्रि मातः पश्य प्रसादभरशीतलयादृशा माम् एषोऽहमात्मजकलत्रसुहृत्समेतो देवी त्वदीयचरणं शरणं गतोऽस्मि धिन्वन्तु कोमलपदा शिववल्लभायाः चेतो वसन्ति तिलकाः कविकुञ्जरस्य आनन्दयन्तु च तदाश्रितसाधुसङ्घं कष्टं विधूय सकलं च विधाय चेष्टम् इति श्रीभगवन्महर्षि रमणान्ते वासिनो वासिष्ठस्य नरसिंहसूनोः गणपतेः कृता उमासहस्रे सप्तमस्तबकः. Kavyakanta Ganapati Muni says in this Sanskrit verse, Dakshinamurthy samarambham Shankaracharya madhyamam Ramanacharya paryamtam Vande Guru Paramparam. Now we will be reciting the Dakshinamurthy stotram composed by Sri Adi Shankaracharya. Sri Nageshwar Rao Kanuri and Srimati Lakshmi Kanuri will be reciting this Dakshinamurthy stotram for us.
Dakshinamurthy stotram. Dhyanam Om Mauna Vyakhya Prakatita Parabrahma Tattvam Yuvanam Varshishthante Vasadrushi Ganehi Avrutam Brahmanistaihi Acharyendram Karakalita Chinmudramanandamurtim Swatmaramam Muditavadanam Dakshinamurtimide Vatavitapi Samipe Bhumi Bhage Vishannam Sakala Muni Jananam Jnanadatharamarat Tribhuvana Gurumesham Dakshinamurti Devam Janana Marana Dukkacheda Daksham Namami Chitram Vatatarormule Vruddhaha Shishyaha Gururyuva Gurostu Maunam Vyakhyanam Shishyastu Chinna Samsayaha Om Namah Pranavardhaya Shuddha Dhyanaika Murtaye నిర్మలాయ ప్రశాంతాయ దక్షిణామూర్తయే నమః. గురుర్బ్రహ్మా గురుర్విష్ణుః గురుర్దేవో మహేశ్వరః గురు సాక్షాత్ పరం బ్రహ్మ తస్మై శ్రీ గురవే నమః. నిధయే సర్వ విద్యానాం భిషజే భవరోగిణాం గురవే సర్వలోకానాం దక్షిణామూర్తయే నమః. ఈశ్వరో గురురాత్మేతి మూర్తిభేద విభాగినే వ్యోమవద్వ్యాప్త దేహాయ దక్షిణామూర్తయే నమః. శృతిస్మృతి పురాణానాం ఆలయం కరుణాలయం నమామి భగవత్పాద శంకరం లోకశంకరం. స్తోత్రం. విశ్వం దర్పణ దృశ్యమాన నగరీ తుల్యం నిజాంతర్గతం పశ్యన్నాత్మని మాయయా బహిరివోద్భూతం యథా నిద్రయా. యః సాక్షాత్ గురుతే ప్రబోధ సమయే స్వాత్మానమేవాద్వయం తస్మై శ్రీ గురుమూర్తయే నమ. ఇదం శ్రీ దక్షిణామూర్తయే తస్మై శ్రీ గురుమూర్తయే నమ. ఇదం శ్రీ దక్షిణామూర్తయే. బీజస్యాంతతి వాంకురో జగదిదం ప్రాగ్నిర్వికల్పం పునః మాయా కల్పిత దేశ కాల కలనా వైచిత్ర్య చిత్రీకృతం మాయావీవ విజృంభయత్యపి మహాయోగి వయస్వేచ్ఛయా. తస్మై శ్రీ గురుమూర్తయే నమ. ఇదం శ్రీ దక్షిణామూర్తయే తస్మై శ్రీ గురుమూర్తయే నమ. ఇదం శ్రీ దక్షిణామూర్తయే. యస్యైవ స్ఫురణం సదాత్మకమసత్కల్పార్థకం భాసతే సాక్షాత్ తత్వమసీతి వేదవచసా యో బోధయత్యాశ్రితాం. యస్ సాక్షాత్కరణాద్ భవేన్న పునరావృత్తిర్భవాంభోనిధౌ తస్మై శ్రీ గురుమూర్తయే నమ. ఇదం శ్రీ దక్షిణామూర్తయే తస్మై శ్రీ గురుమూర్తయే నమ. ఇదం శ్రీ దక్షిణామూర్తయే. నానా ఛిద్రఘటోధర స్థిత మహాదీప ప్రభాభాస్వరం జ్ఞానం యశ్యతి చక్షురాధికరణ ద్వారా బహిస్పందతే జానామీతి తమేవ భాంతమనుభాతే తత్సమస్తం జగత్. తస్మై శ్రీ గురుమూర్తయే నమ. ఇదం శ్రీ దక్షిణామూర్తయే తస్మై శ్రీ గురుమూర్తయే నమ. ఇదం శ్రీ దక్షిణామూర్తయే. దేహం ప్రాణమపీంద్రియాణ్యపి చలాం బుద్ధిం చ శూన్యం విదో శ్రీబాలాం ధజడోపమాత్మహమితి భ్రాంతా భృశం వాదినః మాయాశక్తి విలాస కల్పిత మహావ్యామోహ సంహారిణే తస్మై శ్రీ గురుమూర్తయే నమ. ఇదం శ్రీ దక్షిణామూర్తయే తస్మై శ్రీ గురుమూర్తయే నమ. ఇదం శ్రీ దక్షిణామూర్తయే. రాహుగ్రస్త దివాకరేంద్ర సదృశో మాయా సమాచ్ఛాదనాత్ సన్మాత్రకరణోపసంహరణతో యో భూషుషుప్త పుమాన్ ప్రాగస్వాప్తమతి ప్రబోధ సమయే యత్ప్రత్యభిజ్ఞాయతే తస్మై శ్రీ గురుమూర్తయే నమ. ఇదం శ్రీ దక్షిణామూర్తయే తస్మై శ్రీ గురుమూర్తయే నమ. ఇదం శ్రీ దక్షిణామూర్తయే. బాల్యాదిష్వపి జాగ్రదాదిష్వతాః సర్వాస్వవస్థాస్వపి వ్యావృత్తాస్వనువర్తమానమనిత్యం తస్ఫురం తం సదా స్వాత్మానం ప్రకటీకరోతి భజతాం యో భద్రయా ముద్రయా. తస్మై శ్రీ గురుమూర్తయే నమ. ఇదం శ్రీ దక్షిణామూర్తయే తస్మై శ్రీ గురుమూర్తయే నమ. ఇదం శ్రీ దక్షిణామూర్తయే. విశ్వం పశ్యతి కార్యకారణతయా స్వస్వామి సంబంధతః శిష్యాచార్యతయా తథైవ పితృపుత్రాధ్యాత్మనా భేదతః స్వప్నే జాగృతి వాయయేష పురుషో మాయా పరిభ్రామితః. తస్మై శ్రీ గురుమూర్తయే నమ. ఇదం శ్రీ దక్షిణామూర్తయే తస్మై శ్రీ గురుమూర్తయే నమ. ఇదం శ్రీ దక్షిణామూర్తయే. मूरम्बाशनलोनिलोम्बवरनादो हिमांशु पुमान् इत्याभाति चराचरात्मकमिदं यस्यैव मूर्त्यष्टकम् नान्यत् किञ्चन विद्यते विमृशतां यस्मात् परस्मात् विभो तस्मै श्रीगुरुमूर्तये नमः इदं श्रीदक्षिणामूर्तये तस्मै श्रीगुरुमूर्तये नमः इदं श्रीदक्षिणामूर्तये सर्वात्मत्वमिति स्फटिकृतमिदं यस्यादमुष्मिं स्तवे तेनाश्रवणार्थदद्धमननाध्यानास्य सङ्कीर्तनात् सर्वात्मत्वमहाविभूतिसहितं स्वामीश्वरत्वं स्वतः सिद्ध्ये तत्पुरणस्तदा परिणतं चैश्वर्यमव्याहतम् सिद्ध्ये तत्पुरणस्तदा परिणतं चैश्वर्यमव्याहतम्.
Now, several devotees from our center, Srimati Neeraja and Sri Venkat, will share few talks from the book Talks with Sri Ramana Maharshi.
How does this false and villainous world come into existence? Because of no reason. It's all our own mistake. Falling away from self-attention instead of clinging to self-attention caused the false and villainous world to come into existence.
Yoga means union. I wonder, union of which with which? Maharshi, exactly. Yoga implies prior division and it means later union of one with another. Who is to be united with whom? You are the seeker seeking union with something. That something is apart from you. Yourself is intimate to you. You are aware of the self. Seek it and be it. That will expand as the infinity. Then there will be no question of yoga, etc. Whose is the separation? Viyoga, find it.
Devotee, how may one destroy the mind? Maharshi, is there a mind in the first place? What you call mind is an illusion. Starts from the I thought. Without the gross or subtle senses, you cannot be aware of the body or the mind. Still, it is possible for you to be without these senses. In such a state, you are either asleep or aware of the self only. Awareness of self is ever there. Remain what you truly are, and this question will not arise.
Devotee, what is the meaning of Tvai Arunachala Sarvam, a stanza in the 5 hymns? Maharshi explained it in detail, saying that the universe is like a painting on a screen. The screen being the red hill, Arunachala, that which rises and sinks is made up of what it rises from. The finality of the universe is the God Arunachala. Meditating on him or on the seer, the self, there is a mental vibration I to which all are reduced. Tracing the source of I, the primal I alone remains over, and it is inexpressible. The seat of realization is within, and the seeker cannot find it as an object outside him. That seat is bliss and is the core of beings. Hence it is called the heart. The only useful purpose of the present birth is to turn within and realize it. There is nothing else to do.
Arunachala Karunakara Parama Arunaravinda Padam. Does Bhagavan feel for us and show grace? Maharshi, you are neck deep in water and yet cry for water? It is as good as saying that one neck deep in water feels thirsty, or a fish in water feels thirsty, or that water feels thirsty.
Devotee, why do we have such a place as the heart for meditation? Maharshi, because you see consciousness, where can you find it? Can you reach it externally? You have to find it internally. Therefore, you are directed inward. Again, the heart is only the seat of consciousness or the consciousness itself. Who is the meditator? Ask the question first. Remain as the meditator. There is no need to meditate.
Arunaravinda Padame Arunachala Karunakara Paramal Arunaravinda Padame.
Devotee, what about bringing down divine consciousness from above? Maharshi, as if the same is not already in the heart? O Arjuna, I am in the expanse of the heart, says Sri Krishna. He who is in the sun is also in this man, says a mantra in the Upanishads. The kingdom of God is within, says the Bible. All are thus agree God is within. What is to be brought down? From where? Who is to bring what and why? Realization is only the removal of obstacles to the recognition of the eternal immanent reality. Reality is. It need not be taken from place to place.
Now we request the devotees of Michigan to continue these online celebrations with their offerings. Jai Ramana. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. This is Murli from the Michigan Satsang. Happy Advent Day. Today we have two readings. One from Face to Face with Sri Ramana Maharshi and the other from Cherished Memories by T.R. Kanakammal.
Face to Face with Sri Ramana Maharshi, Second Edition, Chapter 55. Jaganlal V. Yogi was a businessman of Bombay who authored Sri Ramana Mahima. He first visited Sri Ramana in 1939. When I was 18, I read a lot of books by Swami Vivekananda and Swami Ram Tirtha. These implanted in me the ideal of plain living, high thinking, and life dedicated to spiritual matters. At the age of 20, I had the good fortune of contacting Mahatma Gandhi. His ideals won my heart, and for several years, I faithfully tried to put them into practice. At the age of 38, skepticism began to assail me, and I began to doubt the ideals of Gandhiji. It was in this period of my life that I heard of Ramana Maharshi. One day, while traveling as usual on the train to the office, I happened to meet a friend who told me that he recently had been to Sri Ramanashramam. I said, I have an utter contempt for these so-called saints. My friend refused to give up. He insisted on impressing on me that Ramana Maharshi was not a so-called saint, but a genuine and authentic sage. He gave me a book entitled Sri Maharishi, written by Kamath, editor of the Sunday Times in Madras. I must confess, despite my prejudices, the book evoked in me an interest in the Maharishi, and I was sufficiently curious to borrow from a friend his biography, Self-Realization, by B.V. Narasimha Swami. My interest in Sri Ramana began to grow without my being aware of it. Later, I felt compelled to write to Sri Ramanashramam and got all the literature on the Maharishi that was available in English. On my first visit to the ashram, I found Sri Ramana seated on a couch, as quiet and unmoving as a statue. His presence did not seem to emanate anything unusual, and I was very disappointed to discover that he displayed no interest in me. I had expected warmth and intimacy, but unfortunately, I seemed to be in the presence of someone who lacked both. From morning till evening, I sat waiting to catch a glimpse of his grace, of his interest in me, a stranger who had come all the way from Bombay. But I evoked no response. After pinning such high hopes on him, his apparent lack of interest nearly broke my heart. Eventually, I decided to leave the ashram. My mind, which was deeply tormented, felt that the psychic atmosphere in the hall was stuffy and choking. Unable to bear it any longer, I walked outside to get the breath of fresh air. A young man called Gopalan came up to me and asked where I had come from. Bombay, I replied. He asked me if I had been introduced to the master and led me to the office and then proceeded with me to the hall where he introduced me to Bhagavan. The Maharishi sent for a copy of the Gujarati translation of the Upadesha Sharam by Kishorilal Mashruwala and asked me to chant the verses from the book. While chanting, I could feel Bhagavan keenly observing me. It seemed that the light of his eyes was suffusing my consciousness. Even without my being aware of it, his silent gaze brought about a subtle but definite transformation in me. My erstwhile sadness completely disappeared, leaving in my heart an inexplicable emotion of joy. That evening, I sat close to Bhagavan in the dining room. In my exalted state, the food I ate seemed to have an unusual and unearthly taste. I quite literally felt that I was participating in some heavenly meal in the direct presence of God. During the 3 days of my stay in the proximity of the Divine Master, I found my whole outlook entirely changed. After that short period, I could find little evidence of my old self, a self that had been tied down with all kinds of preconceptions and prejudices. I felt that I had lost the chains that bind the eyes of true vision. I became aware that the whole texture of my mind had undergone a change. The divine magician opened up for me a strange new world of illumination, hope, and joy. I felt that his presence on earth alone constituted sufficient proof that humanity, suffering and wounded because of its obstinate ignorance, could be uplifted and saved. For the first time, I fully understood the significance of darshan. At one time, I felt that my political duty as a Gandhian demanded that I should court arrest on the call of Mahatma Gandhi. But my domestic duties bade me otherwise. I found myself in a dilemma, and I could not see the way out. The situation was so unbearable for me that I had to turn to the Master for help and relief. I therefore set out for Tiruvannamalai. After reaching there, I went and sat in the holy presence of the Master. While sitting, I began to wonder how to place the difficulty before him. I decided to pour forth my prayer from the heart with a silent plea for Bhagavan's help. I began to pray, and while I concentrated on my mental plea, I watched his radiant face and sparkling eyes that were full of love and kindness. And then, astonishingly, something like a miracle began to happen. Bhagavan's face transformed itself into that of Mahatma Gandhi, while his body remained the same. As I stared at it with awe and wonder, the two faces, those of Bhagavan and Gandhiji, began to appear to me alternately in quick succession. I felt my heart filling with joy. Yet, at the same time, I was wondering whether what I saw was real or not. I turned my eyes away from Bhagavan and looked around me to see if others were seeing what I saw. Seeing no sign of wonder on their faces, I concluded that what I saw was a picture of my own imagination. I closed my eyes and sat quietly for some time. Then, as I began to look at Bhagavan's face, the vision immediately reappeared, but this time, in addition to the faces of Bhagavan and Gandhiji, those of Krishna, the Buddha, Kabir, Ramdas, and a host of other saints began to show themselves in quick succession. All my doubts vanished, and I began to enjoy that grand divine show. The vision lasted for about 5 minutes. My mind dropped all its worries, and I found myself able to hand over my problem to the capable hands of the Master. Though he spoke no words to me, it came to pass that the problem was solved without infringing either of my two duties. In fact, both duties were fulfilled satisfactorily. In 1945, I decided to wind up my printing press in Bombay and settle down at Sri Ramana Ashramam. I had no prearranged plan for closing down my business. I merely relied on Bhagavan. One day, in the early hours of the morning, while I was still in bed and only half awake, I saw a gentleman whom I recognized as a friend of mine. He had neither been to the ashram nor had he ever exhibited any faith in Bhagavan. The following conversation took place between Bhagavan and me. Bhagavan, you want to sell your press, don't you? Me, yes, Bhagavan, but I must find a buyer. Bhagavan, showing my friend standing by my side, here is the buyer. He will buy your press, so sell it to him. Me, since Bhagavan has been kind enough to show me the buyer, may he also favor me by stating the price at which I should execute the sale? Bhagavan then showed me a 5-digit figure on the opposite wall, shining as a neon sign. The amount indicated was reasonable. Bhagavan and my friend then disappeared and the vision ended. By itself, the vision was astonishing enough, but there was more to come. When I entered the press that day at 11 a.m., my friend from the vision was waiting for me. Of course, he had come to see me about some other work and had no idea that he had been singled out as a prospective buyer. Feeling that Bhagavan had sent him to me, I told him about the vision I had a few hours before. He listened to me very attentively. When I had finished my tale, he simply commented, I will buy your press at the price indicated by your Guru. There was no limit to my joy. My desire to sell was fulfilled by his grace, and the sale was completed in less than a minute. My original plan was to dispose of my printing press in Bombay and move to Sri Ramana Ashramam. However, when the devotees heard what I was planning to do, it was suggested to me that I could be of more use to the ashram in Bangalore. I was asked to start a printing press there that could execute all printing work of the ashram. I agreed to the idea and soon found myself in Bangalore, looking for suitable premises. I began to suspect that Bhagavan had assisted the sale of my original press because he had work for me to do in Bangalore. Though a stranger in the city, I could soon locate an old press that had been lying idle for some months. It was for sale. I saw its proprietor and told him why I wished to buy the press. He agreed to sell, but we were unable to finalize the price. To break the deadlock, I proposed that both of us would visit the ashram and talk about the deal after Bhagavan's darshan. I thought that since Bhagavan wanted me to do his work in Bangalore, his darshan might help to lubricate the wheels of the transaction. The owner having agreed to the idea, we set off together for the ashram. On our arrival, I took him into the holy presence of Bhagavan and informed him that I proposed to buy the press of the gentleman who was accompanying me, and that I planned to do all the ashram's printing work there. Bhagavan did not say anything. He nodded his head. Within a few hours of having had Bhagavan's darshan, there was a wonderful change in the attitude of the owner of the press. He approached me and agreed to sell his press for whatever price I was willing to pay for it. When he had agreed to come and see Bhagavan with me, he had made a stipulation that no business talk should take place at the ashram. However, after seeing Bhagavan, he proposed that we settle our business immediately. We drafted and signed a sale agreement in the ashram itself, and within a week of our visit, the press came into my possession. The new firm was named Aruna Press by Bhagavan himself. The press needed a lot of attention to get it functioning again, and by Bhagavan's grace, I was soon able to take up the ashram work as assigned to me. In 1946, the devotees proposed to bring out the Golden Jubilee souvenir to mark 50 years of Bhagavan's arrival at Arunachala. Its printing was entrusted to my press. Up till then, the press had only printed small books for the ashram. Since this was going to be a big volume of several hundred pages, I was reluctant to accept the job because I felt I would not have the time to complete the job for the Jubilee celebrations on 1st September. However, eventually I accepted the job. At first, my fears appeared to be justified. Up till 10 days before the target date, I could manage to print only a small part of the book. I lost courage, rushed to the ashram, prostrated before Bhagavan, and told him, unless the help of some other press is taken, the volume will not come out on the 1st of September. I then sat before him, enjoying his darshan, waiting for his reply. After a few moments of silence, he said in a low, melodious tone, "Do your work." These 3 simple words had a magical effect on me. They fired me with fresh vim and vigor, and then arose in my heart a strong belief that the volume would surely be out on the scheduled date. I had received the order from my master. I had simply to obey and do my work. I had faith that other details would be looked after by Bhagavan. I returned to Bangalore and told the story of my encounter to my co-workers. All of them accepted Bhagavan's order in the same spirit as I had done. For the next few days, all of us worked day and night with full faith, zeal, and enthusiasm. The amount of work turned out in those few days was, in retrospect, simply astonishing. When only 3 days were left for the deadline, a party of about 10 devotees came to my house on their way to the ashram. They were going to Tiruvannamalai to attend the Golden Jubilee celebrations. 3 of them turned out to be expert bookbinders. I immediately enlisted their help and managed to complete the work of the souvenir a day before the deadline. Bhagavan's language was that of silence. Once a collector and a deputy collector came for his darshan. The collector narrated at length the sadhanas he had done and all the spiritual literature he had read. After him, the deputy collector told his equally long story. Bhagavan continued to remain in silence even after the speeches were over. The collector said in an aggrieved voice, "We have been speaking for a long time. Please tell us something. Anything, however brief, will do." Bhagavan spoke, saying, "All this time I have been speaking to you in my own language. What can I do if you won't listen to it?" The collector, an intelligent man, caught the meaning of Bhagavan's cryptic reply. Suddenly overpowered by devotion, he fell at his feet. Both the visitors sat before Bhagavan in silent meditation. They got the peace they were looking for and departed satisfied. Bhagavan used to say, "The state that is beyond speech and thought is called mauna. Silence is eternal speech. It is the perpetual flow of language. It is the supreme language." Bhagavan was undoubtedly one of those rare Mahatmas who had the power to banish the suffering through his presence, merely through giving darshan. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Cherished Memories by T.R. Kanakammal. Chapter 16. My parents and my brothers had great regard for Sri Chandrasekharendra Saraswati Swami, the Shankaracharya of the Kanchi Kamakoti Mutt. This sage was revered as the Paramacharya. Whenever the opportunity arose, my father would go to see Paramacharya and get his blessings. In 1958, the Paramacharya was on a visit to Madras and he was staying in the Ashwamedha Mandapam in West Mambalam. One evening, when I went to see him, the Paramacharya was alone in the room except for 1 or 2 of the mutt attendants. I was very happy to have the unexpected chance to speak to him without disturbance. I had brought some fruits as offering. I placed the tray of fruits before him and prostrated. Paramacharya looked at me with a smile and made gracious inquiries about my family members. He then asked me, "Are you on a visit to Madras?" I nodded my head. Then he said, "Are you not staying in Ramanashramam in Tiruvannamalai?" I replied, "I am a permanent resident there." Paramacharya's next words gave me a thrill. He said, "Yours is a life of contemplation in solitude, is it not?" I was unable to speak. I just nodded my head. Then he asked, "Engaging yourself in listening to Vedantic texts?" Again I nodded silently. His next question was, "Are you cooking for yourself?" Once more I nodded. I was overcome by emotion because in 3 succinct questions, Paramacharya had summed up the most significant aspects of my life at that time. I had been living alone for a long time, spending my time in contemplation and meditation. Ever since settling down in Tiruvannamalai, I had cooked my own meals. It was during that period that I had the privilege of listening to Muruganar's exposition of that immortal work, Orivil Udukkam. Obviously, Paramacharya's 3 questions gave me an emotional satisfaction beyond description. With tears in my eyes, I prayed. With Paramacharya's blessing, my life should continue along these same lines. Such is Paramacharya's compassion that he graciously lifted his palm in benediction and said with a smile, "Yes, all right." It seemed to me that Paramacharya had wanted to know the details of my life at Ramanashramam. His question had been unerringly directed at finding out these details. Having obtained this information, he smiled his approval and, with his benedictory gesture, assured me that things would continue unchanged, thus affording me the opportunity to carry on with my spiritual pursuits. Such is the power of his look that I felt totally convinced that my spiritual pursuits would proceed satisfactorily, now that I had obtained the seal of approval from Paramacharya himself. Chapter 17, It is all the same. As mentioned earlier, my parents were rather orthodox in their outlook. All my family members had great regard for the Paramacharya of Kanchi Mutt. Spiritual matters have always been given importance in my family. When at the age of 24, I decided to make Ramanashramam my permanent home, my relatives were upset. My mother was understandably worried about my physical comfort and security, but she was unable to do anything about it because I enjoyed my father's support and had his permission to stay at Ramanashramam and engage in spiritual practice. Because of their closeness to the Paramacharya of Kanchi, it is quite likely that my family informed him about my life. Someone or the other might even have requested him to intervene and to use his influence to convince me to lead a normal life. I have visited the Kanchi Acharya on many occasions. Not even once has he criticized my chosen way of life. Not once did he ask me why I could not take up the duties of a married woman. Whenever I happened to visit him, the Paramacharya always raised his hand in benediction and gave me a smile and a look full of grace. I took this to mean that he approved of my way of life and that I had the blessings in full measure. My sister-in-law told me every time she visited Paramacharya, he would ask her, "How is Ashram Kanaka?" My sister-in-law recounted this to me with obvious pride, and hearing about it made me very happy. Once, while on my visit to my grandmother in Kanjipuram, I was able to have darshan of Paramacharya every day. Soon, however, it was my time for me to return to Ramanashramam. When my grandmother came to know that I was planning to leave soon, she was upset. She wanted me to stay with her for some more time. So she went to Paramacharya and requested him to convince me to stay on in Kanchipuram for some more time. Paramacharya listened to my grandmother patiently. Then, with a smile on his lips, he said, "How does it matter whether she is at Ramanashramam or here in Kanjipuram? It is all the same." Paramacharya's words were music to my ears. I was elated because he had openly endorsed my choice. I was moved to tears by this unexpected display of his grace. Paramacharya's eyes have an indescribable power. A glance of those eyes can electrify a person and thrill him to the very core of his being. No one can remain impervious to the captivating glance of those eyes. Once caught in that mesmerizing look, one loses all sense of individuality. The mind automatically turns inwards and one gets a feeling of utter peace. One loses all desire for anything else. All one wants is to stay forever in his presence, bathed in the endless shower of his grace.
Deja que vengan a pasar. Como uno ve un cine en una pantalla, y eso es una metáfora que utilizaba mucho Bhagavan y los sabios a través de los años. Utilizan la metáfora de como una pantalla en la cual todo se proyecta y que uno mismo es un carácter en esta pantalla. Y hay como no una disociación, pero un desapego. Uno adquiere la perspectiva real de que en realidad los sucesos que parecen aparecer es simple y sencillamente un sueño en el cual todo lo que viene a suceder es un espejismo. Y en este día especial, que es el Adviento de Bhagavan, es el día especial de nuestro propio Adviento, a estar siempre en esta verdad, a estar al pie de esta verdad y al ser fiel a sí mismo, el conocerse a sí mismo no es limitado a tener un entendimiento filosófico o metafísico de lo que es el ser, sino que lo que enseña Bhagavan no es algo que se pueda comprender o discutir con palabras, sino que es una experiencia que implica eventualmente la ausencia del aquello o aquel que experiencia. El experienciador termina y lo único que permanece es la gracia de Bhagavan, el silencio absoluto que todo lo abraza y todo lo transciende. Este es el Adviento de Bhagavan. Esta es la gracia de Bhagavan. Uno tiende a dar atención a esa figura tan bella y a esa vida tan bella que llamamos Ramana Maharshi. Y claro que todo eso tiene su lugar, porque hay que ofrecer nuestra gratitud también al gurú en forma, al gurú externo, por así decirlo. Pero el verdadero ofrecer la gratitud es el realizar que Arunachala está aquí, que no es limitado a una montaña, a un lugar geográfico, que Bhagavan no es limitado a una forma o a un hombre, sino que Arunachala, Bhagavan, el silencio, la gracia, todos son sinónimos, todos son lo mismo. Aquello que surge del silencio, que está lleno de silencio, ya sea con cantos, con danzas, con poemas, es el silencio mismo que se abre al silencio perenne de la gracia de Bhagavan. Y qué lindo que podamos tener esa profunda comprensión, por así decirlo. Así que de una manera natural, seguir día a día celebrando este Adviento de Bhagavan. Ya dejar de estar hipnotizados por lo que parece ser el paso del tiempo, lo que parece ser el nacimiento y la muerte y los eventos que surgen entre ellos, sin estar preocupados por la situación del mundo. Simple y sencillamente ser uno con Bhagavan, abrazar el símbolo del Shiva Lingam, como cuando Bhagavan llegó al Sancta Sanctorum del templo de Arunachala. En silencio por unos breves momentos. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Amén. El día de hoy, los devotos de Bhagavan en todo el mundo celebramos el adviento de Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi al pie de la montaña Arunachala. Es apropiado el profundizar y permanecer en el silencio interno ilimitado de lo que Bhagavan llamaba el corazón. El propósito de este festival global es el ofrecer una ofrenda como una flor única, a pesar de que somos muchos en todo el mundo. Venimos como un devoto a los pies de Bhagavan. Bhagavan decía que la manera más profunda de expresar la gratitud es el permanecer en el ser, el permanecer en el silencio. O sea que, claro que el silencio no significa o no está limitado a la ausencia de palabras o a la ausencia de eventos externos, pero el estar enraizados, por así decirlo, en el corazón, entonces hace que este evento de la llegada de Bhagavan no sea un evento en el tiempo, en el espacio, sino que se haga una realidad auténtica, sin tiempo. En el silencio uno encuentra la gracia sin principio de Bhagavan, y en el silencio uno permanece en la gracia sin fin de Bhagavan. Es la misma gracia que otorga intemporalmente Arunachala a Bhagavan en ese tiempo que se llamaba Venkataraman, a los 16 años, que Arunachala despertó, el ser de Bhagavan despertó a la realidad infinita de lo absoluto. Y es la misma gracia que está presente ahora. El regalo, la ofrenda de Bhagavan es el que nosotros seamos conscientes que la realización del ser, el ser que despierta al ser, es posible aquí y ahora. El aquí que trasciende el espacio y el ahora que trasciende el tiempo. Y que no hay ninguna limitación, que todos somos capaces, por así decirlo, de realizar. Que la realización es el ser, que es único, ilimitado, sin nacimiento, sin muerte. La gracia de Bhagavan desvanece la ilusión de la ignorancia. La ignorancia es la idea de que pueda existir una persona, un individuo separado del ser, que requiera algún proceso de reunificación o de realización. Como decía Bhagavan, el trabajo espiritual más profundo, el sadhana más profundo, es el permanecer en quietud. Eso es lo que repetía Bhagavan con bastante frecuencia. Sumairo, él decía en Tamil. Así que, paradójicamente, el adquirir la libertad suprema no es ninguna adquisición, es simple y sencillamente estar en quietud y dejar todo lo que tenga que ver con la mente, con el cuerpo, con las circunstancias externas, dejarlo todo a los pies de Bhagavan, y que nuestro labor, nuestro reto divino es el permanecer en quietud. Y es un reto tan dulce y tan simple, porque a pesar de que requiere cierta intensidad y pureza de intención, no es un esfuerzo que requiera actividad intelectual o de ningún tipo. Cuando uno escucha este mensaje perenne de la crema de los Vedas, que el ser es todo lo que es y que uno es eso, es todo lo que uno debe de saber, por así decirlo. El intelecto, cuando hay algo que resuena con esta verdad radical, se enamora con la humildad, y cuando el intelecto y la humildad se casan, se hacen uno en un matrimonio sagrado, entonces las enseñanzas de Bhagavan se escuchan no con los oídos de la mente, sino con la apertura del corazón a la gracia de Bhagavan. Y así la vida de Bhagavan se transforma como un milagro, que la vida pristina, impecable del ser absoluto que habitó, por así decirlo, un marco humano, un cuerpo humano, en una pureza infinita, indescriptible. Esa vida no es tan solo, o no se limita a ser un ejemplo perfecto de lo que es la vida divina, sino que el realizar que es nuestra propia vida, porque el adviento de Bhagavan es el adviento de nosotros mismos, de nuestro sentido de separación, el sentido de la mente que hace un peregrinaje al corazón y regresa al centro, que no tiene centro ni circunferencia, que es el pie de Arunachala. Qué bello es que todos estemos en una actitud de prostración ante la verdad que uno es, Y en esa gratitud inmensa, en ese amor inexpresable, uno reconoce la misma gracia de Bhagavan. El rendirse a la verdad, a los pies de Bhagavan, el dejar todos los problemas personales, familiares del mundo, dejarlos a los pies de Bhagavan, es algo maravilloso y es lo que requiere en realidad el mundo. Este mundo, esta realidad onírica que llamamos el planeta Tierra, parece que está lleno de sufrimiento y de incertidumbre, y los devotos de Bhagavan tenemos esta consigna tan maravillosa que la gracia de Bhagavan es la medicina que puede ayudar el sufrimiento del mundo. Al primero tomar el néctar, esta medicina que es la gracia de Bhagavan, y adquirir una paz interna, una quietud interna. Esta quietud no nada más se transmite, sino que la verdad que el mundo no es real, que es un sueño, que el ser, que es el yo verdadero, trasciende lo que uno puede concebir, lo que uno puede pensar y percibir, que es la realidad. Esta verdad en la quietud interna se hace evidente, transparente, que de verdad no hay sufrimiento porque no hay nadie que sufra, no hay mundo. Lo único que parece existir es la ignorancia, pero cuando uno inquiere al respecto de la existencia de la ignorancia, uno ve en un instante que la ignorancia no existe. En la realidad suprema que despierta Bhagavan en nuestro corazón, no hay lugar ya para más dudas, para más apegos o deseos o miedos, porque aunque el rendimiento a los pies de Bhagavan no sea total, porque puede ser total nada más con la gracia de Bhagavan, pero a cualquier nivel, por así decirlo, de que uno pueda rendirse a los pies de Bhagavan, eso es suficiente. Y eso es lo que hace que Bhagavan sonría en el corazón, porque él sabe que la gracia está siempre presente y nada más hay que tener un poco de abertura a la luz interna que es el gurú que llama desde adentro, el Sadguru, y a decir una vez y otra vez y otra vez: despierta, 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 no estás ya más hipnotizado por lo que proyecta tu mente. No sigas los pensamientos, no sigas las emociones, deja que vengan a pasar. Como uno ve un cine en una pantalla, y eso es una metáfora que utilizaba mucho Bhagavan y los sabios a través de los años, utilizan la metáfora de como una pantalla en la cual todo se proyecta y que uno mismo es un carácter en esta pantalla, y así hay como no una disociación, pero un desapego. Uno adquiere la perspectiva real de que en realidad los sucesos que parecen aparecer es simple y sencillamente un sueño en el cual todo lo que viene a suceder es un espejismo, y en este día especial que es el Adviento de Bhagavan, es el día especial de nuestro propio Adviento, a estar siempre en esta verdad, a estar al pie de esta verdad, y al ser fiel a sí mismo, el conocerse a sí mismo no es limitado a tener un entendimiento filosófico o metafísico de lo que es el ser, sino que lo que enseña Bhagavan no es algo que se pueda comprender o discutir con palabras, sino que es una experiencia que implica eventualmente la ausencia del aquello o aquel que experiencia. El experienciador termina y lo único que permanece es la gracia de Bhagavan, el silencio absoluto que todo lo abraza y todo lo transciende. Este es el Adviento de Bhagavan. Esta es la gracia de Bhagavan. Uno tiende a dar atención a esa figura tan bella y a esa vida tan bella que llamamos Ramana Maharshi. Y claro que todo eso tiene su lugar, porque hay que ofrecer nuestra gratitud también al gurú en forma, al gurú externo, por así decirlo. Pero el verdadero ofrecer la gratitud es el realizar que Arunachala está aquí, que no es limitado a una montaña, a un lugar geográfico, que Bhagavan no es limitado a una forma o a un nombre, sino que Arunachala, Bhagavan, el silencio, la gracia, todos son sinónimos, todos son lo mismo. Aquello que surge del silencio, que está lleno de silencio, ya sea con cantos, con danzas, con poemas, es el silencio mismo que se abre al silencio perenne de la gracia de Bhagavan. Y qué lindo que podamos tener esa profunda comprensión, por así decirlo. Así que de una manera natural, seguir día a día celebrando este Adviento de Bhagavan. Ya dejar de estar hipnotizados por lo que parece ser el paso del tiempo, lo que parece ser el nacimiento y la muerte y los eventos que surgen entre ellos, sin estar preocupados por la situación del mundo. Simple y sencillamente ser uno con Bhagavan, abrazar el símbolo del Shiva Lingam, como cuando Bhagavan llegó a Sancta Sanctorum del templo de Arunachaleswara, ese momento en que es como el pináculo de la realización completa, en el cual la separación, el sentido de separación desaparece y la unidad se establece por sí mismo. Y así el lingam, que es Arunachala, que es la divinidad, y el yo, que llega a abrazar el lingam que es Arunachala es uno, que nunca ha estado separado. Siempre es real, más allá de todo. Y así en ese esfuerzo, sin esfuerzo, en tener la impecabilidad de seguir la enseñanza de Bhagavan y seguir inquiriendo en este momento una vez y otra vez y otra vez con frescura, como si siempre fuera por primera vez, y entrar en este momento sagrado en donde no hay tiempo, ya sea en la meditación o en la actividad normal de la vida diaria, en el profundizar en la enseñanza de Bhagavan, de preguntarse quién soy yo. El límite de lo que llamamos la meditación y la no meditación en verdad desaparece y todo se convierte en una meditación, en la existencia que se profundiza, el conocimiento del yo que es ilimitado. Cuando uno se abre a la gracia de Bhagavan, uno se abre a la sorpresa que no tiene principio ni tiene fin. Y esa es la ofrenda de Bhagavan, que cuando él despierta en el corazón es de una manera única, como una flor que surge del fondo y del jardín sagrado del corazón, y en cada individuo se desarrolla por sí mismo. El jardín del corazón florece porque florece y no es de una manera uniforme en todo mundo, siempre sucede de una manera como está destinada a ser, y así no hay que preocuparse por si que uno está haciendo progreso o no hay progreso, sino dejar que Bhagavan siempre tenga la luz, las riendas que guían el camino espiritual, el realizar que el fin del camino espiritual es el camino, es el caminar, y el realizar más profundamente que no hay nadie que esté caminando, y aún más que no hay camino, que no hay fin, y así uno regresa al principio como Bhagavan, que es nuestro propio ser, al silencio sagrado del corazón. Jai Bhagavan. Jai Bhagavan. Jai Bhagavan.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Welcome to the offering by the North Carolina Ramana Satsang Group. First, we have Srimati Mangalam Kalyanam singing Sri Sadhu Om's composition Ramanaya Namo.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Ramanaya Namo, Ramanaya Namo, Namave. Ramanaya Namo, Ramanaya Namo, Namave. Karunakaranathan Munai Gatiyai Perumor. அருளாதரவீந்தனை அன்பின் அகப்பொருளே. ஒரு நாளும் உனை பிரியாவரமீந்தருள்வாய். ஒரு நாளும் உனை பிரியாவரமீன் சிவசக்திமய திருவாழ்வும் என அருளாம் பவமுக்தி சுவை பழமே பரிவால் அருள்வாய். தவ சக்தியர் ஞானியர்தம் மகமன்றினிலே தவ சக்தியர் ஞானியர்தம் அகமன்றினிலே நவநாடகனே ரமணாய நமோ நமவே. அழிவாகும் உடல் தளையற்றருளால் அறிவின் விழியே திறவாய் விரைவாய் குருவாக திரு. சுழீன்ற சுவை சுடரே சுனையாய் கருணை சுழீன்ற சுவை சுடரே சுனையாய் கருணை பொழிநாயகனே ரமணாய நமோ நமவே. மதியாம் மதிவாழ ஒளி செய்யும் வாயிதய கதிரே கருணை கடலே கடைக்கண் அருளின் நிதியாம் குவையே நினையே சரணாய் உடையோம் நிதியாம் குவையே நினையே சரணா உடையோம் பதியே பகவான் ரமணாய நமோ நமவே. கலையாவிலுமே தருமான்ம சிவ கலையே அலையாய் வழியாக யமன் அருள் செய்த தருணாம் சலநாதன் என தரை மீதுலவும் பரமே சலநாதன் என தரை மீதுலவும் பரமே தலைவா பகவான் ரமணாய நமோ நமவே. தகவா உலகெங்கும் வழங்கும் ஜெகத் குருவே பகவான் அடியோம் பதியே அருள்வாய் நயன முகமே முதல்வா முனிநாயகயம் உடன்வாள் முகமே முதல்வா முனிநாயகயம் உடன்வாள் அகமே பகவான் ரமணாய நமோ நமவே. தரை மீதுலவி சரண் தந்த தனி கடவுள் உருவே குரு நீ என உண்மையில் மூலகும் பரவும் சுர மானிடம் மதசன் குருவே பரவும் சுர மானிடமதசன் குருவே பரமேஸ்வரனே ரமணாய நமோ நமவே. கவிசித்தி தரும் தவமுக்த கலா மகுட நவரத்ன மகா மணியே அருணாச்சல பூம் பவனத்துறை தேவ பராத் பரமோன சதா பவனத்துறை தேவ பராத் பரம் மோன சதா சிவசக்திமயம் ரமணாய நமோ நமவே. மனவேதனையாம் மரணம் ஜனனம் கெடவே இனி யார் அருள்வார் என ஏங்கும் எனக்கு நீ தனிமானிட தேகம் எடுத்ததையா நிதியே தனிமானிட தேகம் எடுத்ததையா நிதியே புனிதா பகவான் ரமணாய நமோ நமவே. அருணாச்சலநாதன பேத ஸ்வரூப வகருள் தருவாய் ரமணா தலைவா தருகற் பகமாய் உருவாய் வருவாய் அருள்வாய் உயிரில் குயிரே உருவாய் வருவாய் அருள்வாய் உயிரில் குயிரே குருவே பகவான் ரமணாய நமோ நமவே குருவே பகவான் ரமணாய நமோ நமவே ரமணாய நமோ ரமணாய நமோ நமவே ரமணாய நமோ ரமணாய நமோ நமவே.
Next, we have the song Chippi Edupadarkai, composed by Sri Lakshmi Narayanan, sung by Srimati Saroja Ramanan.
சிப்பி எடுப்பதற்காய் ஓடும் சிறுவன் கையில் அற்புதமான நல்ல முத்து கொடுத்தாய் நாதா. சிப்பி எடுப்பதற்காய் ஓடும் சிறுவன் கையில் அற்புதமான நல்ல முத்து கொடுத்தாய் நாதா. உன்னை அறிய வந்த பேதையாம் எந்தனுக்கு தன்னை அறியும் வழி காண்பித்த கண்மணியே. உன்னை அறிய வந்த பேதையாம் எந்தனுக்கு தன்னை அறியும் வழி காண்பித்த கண்மணியே. சிப்பி எடுப்பதற்காய் ஓடும் சிறுவன் கையில் அற்புதமான நல்ல முத்து கொடுத்தாய் நாதா. தானாய் பிறந்த பின்னர் தானாய் மறைந்ததென்னும் தானாய் பிறந்த பின்னர் தானாய் மறைந்ததென்னும் சிந்தை கலக்கமுறும் விந்தைகள் எந்தனுக்கோ. சிந்தை கலக்கமுறும் விந்தைகள் எந்தனுக்கோ. உன்னை மறந்த பின்னர் யான் உயிர் வாழும் கோலம் எல்லாம் கண்ணை இழந்து நடு காட்டில் திரிவதன்றோ. உன்னை மறந்த பின்னர் யான் உயிர் வாழும் கோலம் எல்லாம் கண்ணை இழந்து நடு காட்டில் திரிவதன்றோ. சிப்பி எடுப்பதற்காய் ஓடும் சிறுவன் கையில் அற்புதமான நல்ல முத்து கொடுத்தாய் நாதா. தேவாதி தேவர்களும் வேதாந்த சாத்திரங்களும் தேவாதி தேவர்களும் வேதாந்த சாத்திரங்களும் தேடி அடைவதுவும் உன்னை அல்லோ ஜகநாதா. தேடி அடைவதுவும் உன்னை அல்லோ ஜகநாதா. நாதா நான் மாநிலத்தில் உன்னை உணர்ந்த பின்னே ராஜாதி போகங்களும் வேண்டேன் என் ஜகநாதா. நாதா நான் மாநிலத்தில் உன்னை உணர்ந்த பின்னே ராஜாதி போகங்களும் வேண்டேன் என் ஜகநாதா. சிப்பி எடுப்பதற்காய் ஓடும் சிறுவன் கையில் அற்புதமான நல்ல முத்து கொடுத்தாய் நாதா.
Vidya Venkat will now chant Aksharam Namalai verses 41 to 50. Each verse will be followed by the English meaning read by Lata Shivakumar.
அருணாச்சலவரர்க்கேற்ற அக்ஷரமணமாலை சாற்ற கருணாகர கணபதியே கரமருளி காப்பாயே. அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா. நிமிரு போல் நீயும் மலர்ந்தில்லை என்றே நேர் நின்றன என் அருணாச்சலா.
O Arunachala, how is it that you stand like a hapless bee in front of me and say, the bud is not yet open?
தத்துவம் தெரியாத அத்தனை ஊற்றாய் தத்துவம் இதுவென் அருணாச்சலா.
O Arunachala, you are beyond the knowledge of all tattvas, all philosophies. You are only this, the truth, at once transcendent and immanent. You are my Arunachala.
தானே தானே தத்துவம் இதனை தானே காட்டுவாய் அருணாச்சலா.
O Arunachala, you are the sole reality. Please reveal yourself as such.
திரும்பி அகம் தன்னை தினமக கண் காண் தெரியுமென்றன என் அருணாச்சலா.
O Arunachala, you teach me. Turn and look within, and ever seek the self with the inner eye, and you will see it.
தீரமில் அகத்தில் தேடி உந்தனையான் திரும்ப உற்றேனருள் அருணாச்சலா.
Faint-hearted though my search was, I have, by your grace, attained the self, O Arunachala.
துப்பறிவில்லா இப்பிறப்பெண் பயன் ஒப்பிடவாயேன் அருணாச்சலா.
Of what use is this birth without the power of self-inquiry? Come and fill this void, O Arunachala.
தூய் மனமொழியர் தோயுமுன்மையகம் தோயவே அருளென் அருணாச்சலா.
O my Lord Arunachala, let me by your grace merge in your true being, where only those of pure mind and speech can merge.
தெய்வம் என்றுன்னை சாரவே என்னை சேர ஒழித்தாய் அருணாச்சலா.
When I took shelter with you, my one God, you did destroy me altogether, O Arunachala.
தேடாதுற்றனல் திருவருள் நிதி அகத்தியகம் தீர்த்தருள் அருணாச்சலா.
O benign wealth that has come to me unsought, dispel my mind's bewilderment, O Arunachala.
தைரியமோடு முன்மெய்யகம் நாடயம் தட்டழிந்தேனருள் அருணாச்சலா.
Boldly seeking your true self, I am shipwrecked and ruined. Have mercy on me, O Arunachala.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா. அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா. அருணாச்சலம் வாழி அன்பர்களும் வாழி அக்ஷரமணமாலை வாழி. Next, we have an extract from the book Face to Face with Sri Ramana Maharshi,
read by Vijay Iyer.
Chapter 106. G. Lakshmi Narsimhan greatly helped the ashram management through his services during the 1930s and 40s. He translated into Telugu 5 hymns to Arunachala and reality in 40 verses works of Sri Ramana. My contact with Bhagwan began in 1930, and I spent a continued period of 3 years at Sri Ramanashramam. It was a great blessing. I was a science graduate. I had learned about the atomic structure of the universe and how the matter finally resolves into energy, and that the mind also is a form of energy. So the entire world of the mind and the matter, when traced to its source, is one uniform energy or God, or whatever you choose to call it. This was the attitude of my mind when I first went to Sri Ramanashramam. Bhagwan was then translating his Ulladanapada in Telugu. After completing it, he gave the manuscript to me and said, "You are in Andhra. See if there are any grammatical mistakes in it." It was his translation which made my mind turn inwards and set it on the right path. The essence of what Bhagwan said in my talks with him was, "You say that on final analysis, all that I see or think or do is one. But that really comprises of 2 notions, the all that is seen and the I that does the seeing, thinking and doing, and says I. Which of these 2 is the more important, real, true and important? Obviously the seer, since the seen is dependent on it. So turn your attention to the seer to see who is the source of your I and realize it. This is the real task. Up till now you have been studying the object, not the subject. Now find out for what reality this I stands for. Find the entity which is the source of the expression I. That is the self of all selves. This direct, simple teaching was like a tonic to me. It swept away the unrest and confusion that till then had haunted my mind. It is, of course, the essence of Ulladanapada and the central theme of all Bhagwan's writings. The simplicity of it made me burst out. Then Bhagwan, self-realization is very easy. Just as you say in the poem Atmavidya, Bhagwan smiled and said, yes, it seems so at first, but there is a difficulty. You have to overcome your present false values and wrong identification. The quest requires concentrated effort and steadfast abidance in the source when reached. However, while warning me, he also added words of solace. But don't let that deter you. The rise of the surge to seek the I is itself an act of divine grace, for which one has to pray. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Rasika Ramanan will now chant the Renuka Geetam composed by Sri Kavya Kanta Ganapati Muni.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Surasiraschara Charana Renuka Jagadhadhiswari Jayati Renuka Devatasiro Desalalitam Renuka Padham Disatu Me Mudham Kundali Puri Mamdanam Maha Kimapi Vasataham Mama Sada Hridhi Mastakaitavam Vastu Sasvatam Asti Me Sadha Sastadham Hridhi Adinarite Padapamkajam Spuratu Me Manaha Sarasije Sadha Kevalam Padhoho Sevakosmite Vedmine Taraha Dveda Sannute Hrudayate Nunaha Samuchito Nuna Parichayom Vikaha Padare Nuna Pahi Mumchavaha Padapamkajam त्रिदश सन्नुतेः नत्यजम्मिते चरणमम्बतेः योनिषेवते पुनरयं कुचः ध्याति किं कृति अहरहोम्बतेः रहसि चिन्तया धन्यतां गतोः नास्य धर्धये स्वरजितो यथा शिरसि जाह्नवी जननि रेणुकेः मनसि ते कृपा अम्ब पाहि मां दम्बतापसी पादकं जयोः राधिकिं करम् पुत्रमात्मनः पुण्यकीर्तने बहुकृपे कुतोः मामुपेक्षसे अम्ब संस्तुतेः जम्बवैरिणा पाहि मां मीनं मग्नमापधि तत्त्ववादिनः सत्त्वशालिनी त्वमज विद्धूयः सत्त्वरूपिणी त्वां प्रचक्षते सदय वीक्षिते वेदवेधिनोः मोधरूपिणी संविधुं विधुः स्वामिदं प्रसू परमयोगिनः परमदेवते जननि कुण्डलीः पुरनिवासनी परशुरामवः त्वसयमामिमम् तनयरोधनं श्रवणसाहिनी श्रनसुरार्चितेः यदि दया हृदि याचकसुतोः भजनमीप्सितं तदपि दुर्लभं किमिदमम्बिके मास्तु वेतनं छिन्नमस्तके भजनमेव ते याचते मया तरलतारया जलजदीर्घया सानुकम्पया शीतपातया केवलं दृशः पश्य रेणुके तेन मे शुभं नक्त्वा शुभं किं करी भवः सुरविलासिनी जयति कुण्डलीः नगरवासिनी मधुरमम्बतेः चरणपङ्कजं तत्र यद्धृतैः सज्जतेऽखिलं करणमम्बतेः चरतु मे हृदि इयमनामयेः प्रार्थना मम भुगजकङ्कणः प्रभृति संस्तुते भुजभुवामरेः जननि पाहि मां कुण्डलीपुरीः मन्दनाहिता गणपतिस्तुतः जयति रेणुका.
Next, we have an extract from the book Face to Face with Sri Ramana Maharshi, read by Shekhar Kalyanam.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Readings from Face to Face with Sri Ramana Maharshi, enchanting and uplifting reminiscences of 160 persons. Chapter 76. Gunturu Lakshmikantham was biographer of an outstanding devotee of Sri Ramana, Ganapati Muni. My Guru, Kavyakanta Ganapati Muni, used to always din into my ears the glory of Bhagavan Ramana. He would say, I am just an atom. Bhagavan is the incomparable Meru, the legendary mountain. He had assured me that he would take me to Sri Ramana personally and make me learn the Hridaya Vidya from him. I was eagerly looking forward to it. Then the bolt from the blue came. My guru attained nirvana in 1936. Everything was dark for me. I also lost hope of learning the truth from Bhagavan directly. In June 1937, I went to Arunachala for darshan of Bhagavan. He was seated on a sofa. He was incomparable. His luster would put to shame 1,000 suns. He did not see us. There was no sign of his having noticed me. I felt discouraged. During the day, I was moving about in the ashram. I crossed his path several times in order to catch his attention, but it was of no avail. In the evening, Bhagavan was seated again on the sofa. All of a sudden, he called Narasimhan, who was copying Uma Sahasranamam of Ganapati Muni, into a notebook and asked, "Have you understood the meaning of the verses?" Narasimhan replied, "I kept their general drift, but not their true import." Bhagavan said, "How come you do not understand? You are a scholar yourself." And then he said, "The light of the self travels from the heart to the mind and from there to various parts of the body. The discriminating one must, through incessant effort, turn the light back to the heart where from it has arisen. Then one experiences the bliss of the self. Though the heart is all-pervasive, and since the individual identifies himself with the body, physical location, the right side is indicated." While uttering the last words, Bhagavan looked straight at my heart. How can I describe the wonder of the experience which followed? I was simply bathed in joy, the kind of which I had never known. He blessed me with the experience for which even the greatest devas are waiting with eager longing. It was almost as if he was saying, "You have got what Ganapati Muni had promised, and that for which you have been so eager. Now it is up to you to make it your own by steadfast practice."
To conclude, we have Sri Sadhu Om's composition Jnana Sundara Ramana, sung by Ranjani Ramanan.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Jnana Sundara Ramana Sadguru Nada Sri Ramana. Jnana Sundara Ramana Sadguru Nada Sri Ramana. Dheena Rakshaka Nada Sadguru Deva Sri Ramana. Jnana Sundara Ramana Sadguru Nada Sri Ramana. கருணையங்கடல் பெருமழை பொழி கண்ணா ஸ்ரீரமணா. கருணையங்கடல் பெருமழை பொழி கண்ணா ஸ்ரீரமணா. அருணயங்கிரி கடவுளே ரமணப்பா ஸ்ரீரமணா. ஞான சுந்தர ரமண சத்குரு நாதா ஸ்ரீரமணா. ஆரணத்துரு பரிபூரணத்திருவடியன் பே ஸ்ரீரமணா. ஆரணத்துரு பரிபூரணத்திருவடியன் பே ஸ்ரீரமணா. நாரணத்திருவருவான சத்குரு பரநாதா ஸ்ரீரமணா. ஞான சுந்தர ரமண சத்குரு நாதா ஸ்ரீரமணா. அரணி தவ பெருநிலை மனவரணி அருளமுதளித்திடுமா தாஹ ஸ்ரீரமணா. அரணி தவ பெருநிலை மனவரணி அருளமுதளித்திடுமா ಶ್ರೀರಮಣ ನರನೇರುರುತನಯಡೆ ಗುರುಪರನೆ ಹರ ಹರಪತಿ ಶಿವನಾದ ಶ್ರೀರಮಣ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಸುಂದರ ರಮಣ ಸದ್ಗುರು ನಾದ ಶ್ರೀರಮಣ ಶ್ರೀರಮಣ ಶ್ರೀರಮಣ.
This brings us to the end of the presentation by the North Carolina Ramana Satsang Group. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Is it going to be asked in now?
Yes.
Hope you are able to hear us, and thank you for giving us opportunity to do the Sabarpanam for Master and Satsang. So we have 3 sets of groups, starting with the young kids. So they are going to chant Guru Paduka Stotram, followed by Sharata Bhujangam, and then that will be followed by Meenakshi Pancharatnam, and then they will conclude with Sri Rama Bhujangam. So we will start with Guru Paduka Stotram. Start.
Ananta samsara samudrataya naukavitavya guru bhakti tavya vairagya sagraya tanujnavya namo namah shri guru bhakti tavya Namo Shri Guru Padukaya Nataya Yogi Patita Sahiyu Kadachitavya Sudaridravaya Uka Sarvajas Patitam Vitaya Namo Namah Shri Guru Padukaya Nani Kanika Sapadavya Mohari Livarikavya Namadana Vishwatadri Pratavyam Namo Namah Shri Guru Padukaya Swamani Gauri Vajaratnakanti Saridviraja Chakanyakavya Rupatvaya Nanayogamante Namo Namah Shri Guru Padukaya Paramandakara Paramparavya Namo Namah Shri Guru Padukaya Cherished Swamahasayala Sadurandravya Namo Namah Shri Guru Padukaya
Okay, we will start, Sharada.
Subhakshoya kumbhasya urna kumbha prasada sada kendu bimba ranoshka bimba mahesardamba jasramadamba Sakashe dayadram kalenana mudram kalabhirvinitram Isubhadram Purasimvinitram Purastubhadram Madhesharadamba Majasramadamba Lalamangabalam Jasadganalolam Sabhakpekamalam Jasashri-kapolam Kaletvaksamalam Kanatpatnadolam Madhesharadamba श्रीमन्तवेणीं सुषालुद्धितैनीं प्रमत्कीरवाणीं नमद्वज्रपाणीं सुधामन्दरास्यामुदाचिन्त्यदेवीं भजे शारदां शास्त्रादुरेहादृगन्तेऽर्थचान्दां ननुसन्बन्धकाङ्गीं चिन्त्यां गणेशावसै सङ्गरूपस्थितां भजे शारदां नमस्यां नवम्यां सदा सामरूपां भजे शारदां भगवती वन्दी जगन्मोहनां मानसाम्बोजसूत्राजभृङ्गीं निजस्तोत्रसङ्गीतनृत्यप्रभाङ्गीं भजे शारदां
मीनाक्षी पंचरत्न
पीताम्बरालङ्कृता विष्णु ब्रह्मसुरेन्द्रसेवितस्वरूपां शिवां मीनाक्षीं प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहं कारुण्यवारां श्रीमत्षण्मुखविग्रहराजजननी श्रीमज्जगन्मोहिनी मीनाक्षी प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहं कारुण्यवारां मीनाक्षी प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहं कारुण्यवारां
Start with Ramapujan.
सच्चिदानन्दरूपं पुराणार्थमाधारणीयं वरेण्यं महान्तं गुणान्तं सुखान्तं स्वयं राम रामं प्रपद्ये शिवं नित्यमेकं निरङ्कारकाभ्यम् शून्यं सुमान्यं महेशं कलेशं सुरेशं परेशं नरेशं निरीशं महीशं प्रपद्ये यदा वर्णयत्कर्णमूलेऽन्तकाले शिवो राम रामेति रामेति काश्याम् ब्रह्मरूपं भजेऽहं 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 महारत्नपीठे मूले सुखासीनमादित्यकोटिप्रकाशम् सदा जानकी लक्ष्मणोपेतमेकम् सदा रामचन्द्रं भजेऽहं पादारविन्दम् लसन्मेखलाचारु पीताम्बराढ्यम् महारत्नहारोल्लसत्कौस्तुभाङ्गम् शरीलोलमालम् चन्द्रिकास्मेरशोणादराभम् समुद्यत्पनम् इन्दुकोटिप्रकाशम् नमद्ब्रह्मरुद्रादिकोटीररत्न स्फुरत्कान्तिनीराजनारादिताङ्घ्रिम् पुरस्ताञ्जलीनाञ्जनेयादिभक्तान् स्वचिन्मुद्रया भद्रया बोधयन्तम् भजेऽहं रामचन्द्रम् वदन्यं न मन्ये समीपं कृतान्तः समेत्य प्रचण्डप्रतापैर्विषयेन्माम् तदा विष्करोषि स्वरूपम् तदा पद्मनाशं सकोदण्डबाणम् निजे मानसे मन्दिरे सन्निधेहि प्रसीद प्रसीद प्रभो रामचन्द्र स सौमित्रिणा कैकेयी नन्दनेन भक्त्या च संसेव्यमान स्वभक्ताग्रगण्ये कपीशैर्महीशैरनीकैश्च राम प्रसीद नमस्ते नमोऽस्त्वीश राम प्रसीद प्रसादि प्रकाशं प्रभो माम् त्वमेवासि दैवं परं मे यदेकं सुचैतन्यमेतद्वदयं न मन्ये यतोऽभूतमेयं वियद्वायुतेजो जलोर्यादिकार्यं चरं चाचरं च नमः सच्चिदानन्दरूपाय तस्मै नमो देवदेवाय रामाय तुभ्यम् नमो जानकी जीवितेशाय तुभ्यम् नमः पुण्डरीकाय ताक्षाय तुभ्यम् नमो भक्तियुक्तानुरक्त्याय तुभ्यम् नमः पुण्यपुञ्जैकलाभ्याय तुभ्यम् नमो वेदवेद्याय चाद्याय पुंसे नमो सुन्दराय नमो विश्वकर्त्रे नमो विश्वहर्त्रे नमो विश्वभोक्त्रे नमो विश्वमात्रे नमो विश्वनेत्रे नमो विश्वचेत्रे नमो विश्वपित्रे नमो विश्वमात्रे नमस्ते नमस्ते समस्त प्रपंच प्रभो प्रवीण मदीयं मनस्त्वत्पदद्वन्द्वसेवां विधातुं कर्तं सुचैतन्यसिद्ध्यै शिलाकृत्वदं गृह्समासङ्गिरेणो प्रसादादिचैतन्यमादत्त राम नरस्त्वत्पदद्वन्द्वसेवाविधान सुचैतन्यमेतेति किं चित्रमद्य चरित्रं विचित्रं त्वदीयं नराये रामचन्द्र भवन्तं भवान्तं भरन्तं भजन्तो लभन्ते कृतान्तं न पश्यन्त्यतोऽन्ते स पुण्यः स गण्यः शरण्यो महायं नरो वेदयो देवचूडामणिं त्वाम् सदाकारमेकं चिदानन्दरूपं मनोवागमं राम राम प्रचण्ड प्रभुवीर प्रभो रामचन्द्र बलं कथं भार्ये यतो खण्डितकोदण्डदण्डः तदग्रीवमुग्रं स्वरुत्रं समित्रं सरिद्दुर्गमध्यस्थरुक्षो गणेशम् लम्बिना रामवीरो वा सूर्यकस्त्रिलोक्यां सदा राम रामेति रामामृतं ते सदा राममानन्दनिस्यन्दकन्दम् पिबन्तं नान्तं हनुमन्तमन्तर्भजेतं नितान्तम् सदा राम रामेति रामामृतं ते सदा राममानन्दनिश्चिन्दकन्दम् पिबन्नन्वहं नैव मृत्यो विदेवि दासमेतैरकोडन्दभूषैः असौ मित्रिवन्द्यैरचण्डप्रतापैः अलङ्केशकालैरसुग्रीवमित्रैः रामाविधेयैरलं देवदेवः अस्थिरासनस्थैरचिन्मुद्रिकाढ्यैः अभक्ताञ्जनेयादितत्त्वत्प्रकाशैः अमन्दारमूलैरमण्डारमालैः रामाभिधेयैरलं देवदेवः असिन्धुप्रकोपैरवन्द्यप्रतापैः अबन्धुरयाणैरमन्दस्मितढ्यैः अदण्डप्रवासैरखण्डप्रबोधैः रामाभिधेयैरलं देवदैर्नः हरे राम सीतापते रावणारे हरारे मुरारे सुरारे परेति लपण्डं नयन्तं सदा कालमेव समालोकया शेषबन्धो नमस्ते नमित्राभिवन्द्य नमस्ते सदा कैकयी नन्दनेड्य नमस्ते सदा वानरयुगीश्वरन्द्य नमस्ते नमस्ते सदा रामचन्द्र प्रसीद प्रसीद प्रबन्ध प्रताप प्रसीद प्रसीद प्रबन्धाधिकाल प्रसीद प्रसीद प्रबन्नानुकम्पिन् प्रसीद प्रसीद प्रभो रामचन्द्र वेदसारं मुदा रामचन्द्रस्य भक्त्या च नित्यम् पठन् सन्ततं चिन्तयन् स्वान्तरङ्गे स्वयं रामचन्द्रः सदन्यः.
Thank you. Give us just 30 seconds for us to rearrange the kids, no? Finger kids. Just to get up and go and sit in the back, no? So you come in front. Hey, come here. Get up. Upper Namaskar. Mike go. Mike can go. Come up there. No, sure. Come in front. Yeah, keep it down, Anna. Just keep it down. Come here. Baba. Ippude come. Namalu kotta come.
So should I just sit here?
Come in front. Come in. All good?
Yeah. Yeah.
So the elder group of the kids, they are going to chant Kola Rupadigam as the first one, followed by Ambashtakam, and then it will be followed by Lalita Pratasmarana Stotram, and then they will conclude with Shivatandava Stotram if time permits.
வேயுதோழி பங்கன் விடவுண்ட கண்டன் மிக நல்ல வீணை தடவி மாசரு திங்கள் கங்கை முடிவேலிருந்து உடமே புகுந்த செவ்வாய் புதன் வியாழம் வெள்ளி சனி பாவிரண்டும் உடனே அவை நல்ல நல்ல அடியாரவர்க்கு மிகவே சூடி வந்தேன் உளமே புகுந்த அடியாரவர்க்கு மிகவே மேனி ஒளி நீரணிந்த உமையோடும் வெள்ளை விடை உளமே புகுந்த திருமகள் கலைய தூதி செயமான பூமி திசை தெய்வமான அழியாரவர்க்கு மிகவே மதினுதல் மங்கையோடு பலவாலிருந்த மறையோடும் எங்கள் பரமன் மதியோடு கொன்றை மாலை முடிமேலிருந்து உளமே புகுந்த கொதியுது நமனோடு தூத ஒரு நாளான அடிகுணம் அடியாளர்களுக்கு மிகவே நஞ்சனி கண்யந்தை மடவாழ்த்தனோடும் விடையங்கள் துஞ்சிருள் வள்ளி கொண்டை உளமே குந்த அடியாளர்களுக்கு மிகவே வாழ்வறியாடே வரி கோவணத்த மடவாழ்த்தனோடு அடியாரவர்க்கு மிகவே செப்பிலா முலை மங்கையோடு மகனாக விடு செல்வன் நடை உளமே புகுந்த வினயான அடியாளவர்க்கு மிகவே पापाहस्व मनुजानुलीन जनता निपुणा रूपाभिकाशिकरि भूपालवंशमणिदीपालिदा भगवती यालीभिरात्मतनुताली सकृत् प्रियकपाली सुखेलति भय व्यालीन कुल्यसित चूली भरा शरणधूली लसन्मुनिवरा बालीभृतश्चवसिताली महति याली कशोभितिलका साली करोतु मम काली मनस्वपदनालीकसेवनविधौ न्यङ्काकरे वपुषिकङ्कादिरक्तकुशिकङ्कादिपक्षिविषये त्वं कामनामयसि किं कारणं हृदयपङ्कारि मे हि गिरिजाम् शङ्काशिलानिशितटङ्कायमानपदसङ्काशमानसमुद्रम् जङ्काभिमानततिमङ्कानुबेत शशिसङ्काशिवक्त्रकमलाम् कुम्भावती समविडम्बालेन नवकुम्भावीन समिधम् शम्बाहुलेय शशिबिम्बादिरामुखसम्भादितस्तनभाम् अम्बाकुरङ्गमदजम्बाललोचिरिहलं बालकादिशतु मे बिम्बाधराविनतशम्बायुधादिनपुरम्बा विपिने इन्द्रानकीरमणिबन्धा भवे हृदयबन्धावतीवरसिका सन्धावती भुवन सन्धारणेऽप्यमृतसिन्धा उदारनिलया गन्धानुभान मुहुरन्दालिवीतकचबन्धा समर्पयतु मे शम्भामभानुमपि सन्धानमाशुभदसन्धानमभ्यगसुता
We'll start with Vairagya.
प्रातस्मरामि ललिता वदनारविन्दम् बिम्बाधरम् पृथुमौक्तिकशोभिनासम् आदर्शदीर्घनयनम् मणिकुण्डलाढ्यम् मन्दस्मितम् मृगमरोज्ज्वलभालदेशम् प्रातर्वदामि ललिता भुजगल्पवल्लीम् रत्नाङ्गुलीलसरङ्गुलिपल्लवाढ्यम् कुसुमेषु श्रेणीर्दधानाम् प्रातर्नमामि ललिता चरणारविन्दम् भक्तेशरनिरतम् भवसिन्धुपोतम् पद्मासनानि सुरनायकपूजनीयम् पद्माङ्कुशधरसुदर्शनलाञ्छनाढ्यम् प्रातस्तुवे परशिवां ललितां भवानीं त्रय्यन्तवेद्यविभवामकुर्वन्नवद्यम् विश्वस्य सृष्टविलयहेतुभूताम् विश्वेश्वरीं निगमवाङ्मनस्सादिदूराम् प्रातर्वदामि ललिते तव पुण्यनाम कामेश्वरीति कमलेति महेश्वरीति श्रीशाम्भवीति जगतां जननी परीति वाग्देवदेति वचसा त्रिपुरेश्वरीति यश्लोकपञ्चकमिदं ललिताम्बिकायाः सौभाग्यदं सुललितं पठति प्रभाते तस्मै ददाति ललिता झटिति प्रसन्ना विद्यां श्रियं विमलसौख्यमनन्तकीर्तिम् जलप्रवाहपावितस्थले गले वलम्ब्य लम्बिता भुजङ्गतुङ्गमालिकाम् डमड्डमड्डमड्डमन्निनादमड्डमर्वयं चकारचण्डं धनोतु नः शिवः शिवम् जटाकटं सम्भ्रमभ्रमन्निलिम्प निर्जरी विलोलवीचि वल्लरी विराजमानमूर्धनि जलल्ललाटपट्टपावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे प्रतीक्षणं मम नन्दिनी विलास बन्धु बन्धुरस्फुरद्दिगन्ध सन्तति प्रमोदमान मानसे कृपाकटाक्ष धोरणी निरुद्ध दुर्धरापदी क्वचित् दिगम्बरे मनो विनोद मेतु वस्तुनि जटाभुजङ्ग पिङ्गल स्फुरत्पनामणि प्रभकरं कुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्त दिग्वधूमुखे मरान्द सिन्दूरस्फुरद्वगुद्धरीय मेदुरे मनो विनोदमद्भुतं विभक्तु भूतभर्तरी सहस्रलोचन प्रभृत्य शेषलेख शेखरे प्रसून धूलिधोरणी विदूसराङ्घ्रि पीठभूः भुजङ्गरमालया निबद्धजाटचूटगः श्रेचिराय जायतां चकोरबन्धुशेखरा ललाटचद्वरज्वलधनञ्जया स्फुलिङ्गवाणि वीरपञ्चसायकं नमन्निलिम्पनायकम् सुरामयूखलेखया विराजमानशेखरं महाकपालि सम्पदे शिरोजमानः करालपट्टिकादगद्गद्गज्वल धनञ्जयाहुतीकृतं प्रचण्ड पञ्चसायके धराधरेन्द्र नन्दिनी विराग चित्रपत्रक प्रकल्पनैक शिल्पिनी त्रिलोचने निर्मम नवीन मेघमण्डली निरुद्ध दुर्धर स्फुरत्कुहूनि शीतिनीतमः प्रबन्ध भद्रकन्दरः निरम्ब निर्जरीधरस्तनोतु कृत्ति सिन्दूरं कलानिरालबन्धुरः श्रियं जगद्धुरन्धरः प्रफुल्लनील पङ्कज प्रपञ्च कालिमप्रभावलं विकण्ठकुण्डली रुचिप्रवर्गवन्दनम् स्मरच्चिरं पुरच्चिरं भवच्चिरं मखच्चिरं गजच्चिरान्दकच्चिरं तमन्तकच्चिरं भजे अकर्व सर्वमङ्गला कला कदम्ब मञ्जरी रसप्रवाह माधुरी विजृम्भणा मधुव्रतम् स्मरान्तकं पुरान्तकं भवान्तकं मकान्तकं गजान्तकान्तकान्तकं कमान्तकान्तकं भजे प्रचण्ड ताण्डव शिवः विषद्विचित्रकल्पयोर्भुजङ्गमौक्तिकस्रजोर्गदिक्षरत्नलोष्णयोः त्रिनारविन्दचक्षुषो ब्रजामहेन्द्रयो समं प्रवर्तमनुमनः कदा सदा शिवं भजे कदा निलिम्ब निर्झरी कुञ्जकोटरे वसन् विमुक्तधर्मशिरस्समञ्जलिं वहन् विमुक्तलोचनो रामबाललग्नः शिवेति मन्त्रमुच्चरन् सुखी भवाम्यहम् निलिम्बनादनागरी कदम्बमौलमल्लिका तनोतु नो मनो मुदं विनोदिनो महस्मिषं प्रचण्डवादवानलवाशुभक्तधारिणी महाचलिकामिनी जनाविभूतकल्पना विमुक्तवामलोचनो विवाहकालिकध्वनि शिवेति मन्त्रभूषणगन्धयाय जायताम् इदं हि नित्यमेव मुक्तमुत्तमोत्तमं सवं पठन् स्मरन् ब्रुवन् नरो विशुद्धमेति सन्ततम् हरे गुरौ सुभक्तिमाशु याति नान्यथा गतिं विमोहनं शङ्करास्य चिन्तनम् पूजा भुजावसान समये दशवक्त्रगीतम् यश्चम्भूषण परं पठति प्रदोषे तस्य स्थिरं रजत लक्ष्मी सदैव सुमुखीं ददाति शम्भुः.
Just sit in the back and then the adults will come. So the kids finished their portion. So adults we'll continue from where we left off as far as Uma Sahasram is concerned. Last time we ended at 22. We will do from 23 till the time permits.
Oh.
त्रयोविंशस्तबकः किरदिवामृतं किरणमालया जयति तस्सितं शिववधूस्मितं तव परं परे मम गुहान्तरे स्फुरतु सर्वदा विकसितं मुदा पदमधोऽम्बुजान्न किल भिद्यते मदनविद्विषा सदनगीते विभूतयोरवीकृतबहुद्वौ विदधदुर्जगत्रयमिदं शिवो तव तु केलने नलिनजाण्डकम् गिरिशवल्लभे कन्दुकम् सकलमस्त्युमे सदभयङ्करे तव करे परे किमपि नो नरे किमवर्ण्यतां यशसि कुण्डलाम् उगुमनिस्रजा प्रविलसद्गला भणनिरन्तरं बहुगुणानुमान् गरमयम्बुदे ह्यमलवानिमाम् आवयहीवाननुभजाम्यहम् भुवनभर्तृतो चरणमन्वहम् गणपते शिरकमलचुम्बिनी भवतु गोपते ध्वजकुटुम्बिनी दहरमज्जनं विधदतं जनं परमदेवते नयसि धामते जननी विज्ञता भवतु धीमताम् अनुभवस्तु ते करुणया सताम् अचलया धिया हृदि गवेषणम् वृषया नगरशोधनम् न विजहामि ते चरणनीरजम् अवनिधीमतामवरवादिनम् परमुमेम्रते हृदि विचिन्वते फलितमस्तकमदेवते स्वयमनामये सकलधात्र्यसि निजमहिं निसा त्वमयि तिष्ठसि स्थितिमसाधयस्तव पदाम्बुजे विधिमधिक्षिपाज्ञलसिद्धीरजे स्यतु मदापदं शिववधूपदम् यदृशयो विदुस्त्रिभुवनास्पदम् गणगणं गृणं शिवे शिवं गतभयो भवं नगमितोऽनवम् तव कृपावशादरिदमव्यये जननिनः प्लुते स्तव यदङ्घ्रये नयनदृश्ययो यदन्तरम् तदमरस्तु ते तव वपुः परम् अहमिति स्मृतिः क्वनु विभासते इति विचोदयन् महतिलीयते अमृतसंज्ञके सुखचिदात्मके मतिमदर्चिते जननिधाम्निते अयि मुदास्पदम् स्पृशति ते पदम् श्वसितयात्रया सततदृष्टया दधतु सत्कवेर्गणपतिरिमाः नगभुवो मुदम् नरमणोरमम् श्री उमाये नमः। हर नमः पार्वती पतये हर हर महादेव। चन्द्रिकासितं चण्डिकास्मितं भूतले सदा भवतु भूतये बालचक्षुषचक्षुकान्धनम् किञ्चिदस्तु मे शस्तवर्धनम् साधु सन्तति क्षेमकारिणी घोरदानवानिकरारिणी योगयुक्तसचित्तचारिणी पादसेवक प्रज्ञतारिणी पुष्पवानजिन्नेत्रधारिणी पादुमां जगच्चक्रधारिणी द्वादशान्तभूजातशारिका सर्वमयस्यैककारिका पुण्यकर्मसु स्वच्छमस्तका योगशालिषु छिन्नमस्तका आत्मनिष्ठिते सम्प्रदायिका सर्वजन्मिनां सम्प्रवर्तिका मां पुनातु सर्वपूज्य पादुका भावलोचन प्रणयिका दानतो यशौरुषाद्रमा सम्परोहदशीलतः क्षमा सत्यतो जगत्यत्र गौरवम् यज्ञतो स्थानमुज्ज्वलम् संयमादघटवितताम् योगतो महासिद्धिशालिताम् शर्वऋते सेवया सर्वसत्फलप्राप्तिरग्र्यया नोद्यमेन या सिद्धिरुत्तमा विश्वनायिका दीक्षितेन सा सम्पदां रमणगिराम् त्वं शिवे प्रभो प्राणसंविदाम् चक्षुषा नभो लक्ष्यधारिणा सिद्ध्यतीव ते विधारणा आशिरोदधन्नाभितो नीलम् देवी विन्दति त्वन्मुनिर्बलम् हृद्गृहान्तरे यद्विशोधनम् तत्सवित्रिते स्यादुपासनम् काप्यहं मते गोचरं विना लोकधात्रिते रूपभावना अस्य मण्डनं कोऽपि विद्यया खण्डनं परमनायया मातरेतया जीयते त्वया एकया तनो भिन्नया धिया बाह्यदर्शने विश्वपङ्किला अन्यथा भवस्यम्ब केवला खण्डवन्द्रणाम् भरसि भोगिनाम् अस्य भिन्न चेत् कापि योगिनाम् बन्धयेषयद्भासि खण्डिता मोक्षयेषयद्भास्य खण्डिता एतदीशितो निहृन्मुदे सौप्रतिष्ठसङ्गीतमस्तु ते माय नमः हर नमः पार्वतीपतये
हर हर महादेव
कन्याकुमारी सुतरां वदान्या मान्या समस्तैः प्रकृतेरनन्या आक्षेपकं सावृद्भुराणां हासं विधत्तां जगतः सुखाय रक्षस्व चेतो मदमत्सरारेर्भिक्षस्व काले तनुरक्षणाय वीक्षस्व रामेशवधूपराज्यं मोक्षस्व लाभे यदि ते विलासः लोकस्व दूरीकृतभक्तशोकम् आनन्दस्य नाथे क्षणपुण्यपाकम् भीतिः सखे चेद्भवतः पवित्रम् ज्योतिर्विशेषम् जलचारिनेत्रम् यो लोकते मज्ञानविध्वंसविधानविज्ञानम् अम्बां परां जीवनलिङ्गशक्तिम् भूयः सकायन्न लभेत बिभ्रत्सहस्रं च मुखानि शक्तो वक्तुं गुणान् कमलस्य जन्मापि यत्र प्रभवेत् जनानां मुक्त्यै मुनीनामपि दुर्लभायै व्याघ्राधिवाताशनपूजितस्य नाट्यस्थलीनायिकया शिरस्य नेत्राभराजा शिवकामयावो मित्राणि कामास्तलिनो भवन्तु आलोकते पीतकुचानयित्वा मालोलचित्ता मरुणाचलेयः निर्वेदवान् पर्वसुधांशुवक्त्रे सर्वे वशेतस्य भवन्ति कामाः यः कुण्डलीपट्टणराजधानीमालोकते कामपि कृतमस्तम् निस्सारमानन्दकथाविहीनम् संसारमेतं स जहाति बुद्ध्या
दृष्ट्वा वधूमादिपुरीश्वरस्य
यो लोचनारोचकमाधुनोति तस्यान्तरङ्गं धुत सर्वसङ्गं भूयो भवारोचकमावृणोति काञ्चीरमण्या करुतां गृहस्थे पाणैर्मुदं कामपि किङ्किणीनाम् काञ्चीभुवः पुण्यपुरी यतीन्द्र त्वामम्बिकानामर्णैर्विनोतु श्रीकालहस्तिस्थलदर्शनस्य कैलासवीक्षा पुनरुक्तिमाहुः ज्ञानं प्रदातुं शरणाश्रितेभ्यो ज्ञानाम्बिकायत्र निबद्धदीक्षा श्रीशैलशृङ्गस्य विलोकनेन सङ्गेन हीनो भविता मनुष्यः धामास्ति यत्र भ्रमरालकायाः शान्तभ्रमं तद्भ्रमराम्बिकायाः तीरे विपश्चित् विरपश्चिमाब्धेर्गोकर्णगामोऽभद्रकर्णीं बुद्धिं शिवां सर्वमनोरथानां सिद्धिं च यद्यस्ति मनोऽधिगन्तुं धाम्नि प्रसिद्धे करवीरनाम्नि पुण्याभिधानां कृतसन्निधानां देवीं परां पश्यति यो विरक्तो मुक्ते सपानिग्रहणाय शक्तः ज्ञाने गृहाणे यदि कापि काङ्क्षा नानेह सम्मित्रमुधापि प्रेमम् सेवस्य देवीं तुलजा पुरस्ताम् नैव स्वरूपादितम् गोपालिनी वेषभृतं भजस्व लीला सखीं तां भुवनेश्वरस्य इष्टं हृदिस्थं तव हस्तगं स्यात् कष्टं च संसारं भूयः आराध्यते वैतरणी तटस्था येनेयमम्बा विरजोभिधाना आराधितं तेन समस्तमन्यत् सारोधरायामयमार्यगीतः सङ्गीयमानं फलमार्यवृन्दैर्वृन्दारकाणां सरितस्तटेऽस्ति यः कालिका पश्यति कालकेशीं तत्रास्य कालादपि नैव भीतिः नीलाचलं सिद्धसमूहसेव्यं लीलानिकेतं प्रवदन्ति यस्याः भद्रापर्णा च गुह्यमुद्रा कामेश्वरी सा भुवनस्य मूलम् माङ्गल्यगौरी पददर्शनस्य कर्ता तु भूत्वा सुकृतस्य भर्ता आचारभूतैरधिगम्यमग्र्यम् स्थानं प्रपद्येत यतो न पाकः वाराणसी शुभ्रगिरेरनूनं क्षेत्रं पवित्रं भुवनत्रयेऽपि अर्थे प्रजानाभिधृतान्नपात्रा गौरी स्वयं यत्र विशालनेत्रा वृन्दारकाराधितपादपद्मां नन्दामिमामिन्दुसमानवक्त्राम् आलोक्य विन्ध्याचलवासिनीं नालोचयेत् संसृतितो भयानि आनन्ददेवामिह मुक्तिसंज्ञां नारीं परीरभ्रुमनां मनुष्यः दूतीं वृणोतु प्रमथेश्वरस्य कान्तामवन्ती पुरनायिकां ताम् यत्र छिद्रकृता सहं भ्रात्रा मुहुः खेलितवान् वनेषु तं सिद्धदेवर्षिनुतं स्मरामि कैलासमावासगिरिं जनन्याः पूर्णाम्बरे शीतकरेऽधिकारं बिभ्रत्यगेन्द्रे धवले सलीला क्षेत्रेषु काश्यादिषु गुप्तशक्तिर्गौरीन्द्रवज्रासु च सन्निधत्ता श्रीवाय नमः हर नमः पार्वतीपतये हर हर महादेव ओम नमो भगवते श्रीरमणाय. With this we will hand it over back to the next group.
இறையுனை நிலையும் எண்ணமே நன்னா இறையுனதருக்கை தாயேத்து இறையுயிரின்றி கொண்டிட நின்றார் எங்குறையத்தினம் இறையினி குறையும் குற்றுயிராக்கி எனை வதைத்திடலதற்கின்னம் இறைவனாம் அருணாச்சலவன முடித்தே ஏகனாவாழி நீடூரி.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya. Namaskaram. Today I'm going to be talking about verse 3 of Arunachala Patikam. During Bhagavan's Jayanti celebrations, I talked about verse 1. During his Aradhana celebrations, I talked about verse 2, and now I'll talk about verse 3. But just to recapitulate, verse 1 was basically Bhagavan was praying to see Arunachala, praying to Arunachala to give his darshan. But obviously in this context, his darshan means Bhagavan wants to see Arunachala as he actually is. In other words, he wants Arunachala Swarupa Darshanam, the real nature of Arunachala. And in the second verse, it was a prayer for love. And in this verse, Bhagavan is praying to complete the task of killing me. All these three are actually the same, because we cannot see Arunachala as he actually is without thereby being killed by him. That is, knowing our real nature is the death of ego. And the death of ego is knowing our real nature. They're one and the same thing. So seeing Arunachala and being killed by Arunachala are one and the same thing. And it is the nature of Arunachala to destroy his devotees. As Bhagavan sings in Aksharamlai, in verse 24 of Aksharamlai, Bhagavan sings, Kodiyit tadiyare kollu ne katti kondeng and varven Arunachala. Kodiyitu means hoisting a flag. That is, in old days when a philanthropist was to do an act of philanthropy, supposing he was to feed people or something like that, he would hoist a flag to announce it. So Arunachala has hoisted a flag. And what does he hoisted a flag to announce? Adiyare kol. He will kill the devotees who come to him. So Kodiye tadiyare kollune katti. After embracing, katti kondu means embracing, it can also mean marrying. After embracing you, who kill devotees, hoisting a flag. That implies embracing you, who have vowed to kill your devotees and have hoisted a flag to announce your intention to do so. Engan varvein Arunachala, how will I live? In other words, how can I continue to live after embracing you? So the very nature of Arunachala is to kill his devotees. And he has hoisted a flag to announce this. This is why Bhagavan, in the first verse of Aksharamlai, he begins, Arunachala mina ahame nene pava teve radupai Arunachala. You eradicate the ego or the I of those who meditate on you in the heart as I, or that is, ahame both implies meditating on Arunachala as I and meditating on Arunachala in the heart. And both, it has two meanings. So the nature of Arunachala is to kill his devotees. So if we see Arunachala, we will thereby, if we see Arunachala as he actually is, we will thereby be killed by him. And in order to see him as he actually is, we must have all-consuming love for him, because we cannot see him until we are willing to surrender ourselves, to sacrifice ourselves completely. And in order to sacrifice ourselves completely, we require all-consuming love. So in order to give ourselves wholly to Arunachala, we need love. So the prayer in the first verse to see Arunachala, the prayer in the second verse for true love for Arunachala, and the prayer in this verse for Arunachala to complete the task of killing one. These are all ultimately pointing at the same thing. They're all one and the same thing. So just briefly, in the first verse, Bhagavan sang, if you who by your grace took charge of me are not gracious, giving me sight of you, what will be my state if I leave this body, having pined and suffered intensely in this dark and miserable world? Without seeing the sun will a lotus blossom. Likewise, being the son of the sun, O love called the great Aruna, great hill Aruna, where grace surges forth as a spring, gushing abundantly. The implication is, will my heart blossom without seeing you? So the blossoming of the heart and the killing of ego are one and the same thing. And that is not possible without seeing the son of Jnana, which is Arunachala. And then in the next verse, verse 2, he sings, Arunachala, the form of love, having taken charge of me, is it befitting for you to ruin me by not granting love of you to me, who do not have love in which one melts, softening like wax in fire, thinking of you in one's heart? Oh, happiness produced in love, or in other words, happiness born in love, oh, satiating ambrosia welling up in the heart of devotees. What to say? Your will is my will. That is happiness for me, O Lord of my soul. So those are the first two verses. And in this verse, the meaning of this verse, I'll just briefly say the meaning. Well, that is, if we take the bare meaning, by the rope of your grace, pulling me, who did not come close to an intention to think of you, the Lord, you stood to kill completely without an iota of love, of life. That is, without leaving an iota of life, that means. What wrong did I, poor wretch, do? What little obstacle now? Thoroughly tormenting ye in this way, making half alive is for what? Arunachala, who are God, fulfilling your intention, may you flourish as the one for all it. May you flourish as the one for all eternity. So I'll go through it now, sentence by sentence. And the first word of the verse is Ire. Ire means God in the sense of the one who is the supreme, who is preeminent, who is beyond everything, who transcends everything. So he says, Bhagavan sings, Ire Une. Une means you. Nineum, thinking of you. Enname. Enname means the thought or the idea or the intention to think of you. Nanna means not coming close, or not who did not come close. In other words, who did not who had no intention to think of you. That's the basic idea. So this is a relative clause. Ireune, nineum, enname, nanna. This is describing the next word, which is enne. Enne means me. So me, who did not even come close to having any intention to think of you, the you who are God, the Lord. So then he goes on to say, enne unudu arol kayatral, by the rope of your grace. Like the idea is like a lasso or something. If you tie someone up in a rope and drag them. So by the rope of your grace, kayatral means by it's an instrumental case. So it's by the rope of your grace. Etu means drawing, dragging, pulling, attracting, carrying away. Pulling me or attracting me by the rope of your grace, me who had no intention of thinking of you. And then he goes on to say, or the next three words can be interpreted in three ways. Ire, uir, indri. Ire, one meaning of ire is iota, something very very small, an atom, or it comes from a verb meaning to break off. The other meaning of ire, as we saw before, is God. So it has two meanings depending on which verb it's derived from. Uye means soul and indri means without. So ire uye indri can mean either without an iota of life. That implies without leaving an iota of life. In other words, kill me completely. That's what he's praying for. Another meaning is, if we take ire to mean God, then ire uye indri means without God and soul. That implies without leaving any distinction between God and soul. So long as we seem to exist as a separate entity, as an ego, there's a seeming distinction between us and Arunachala. But when he kills us completely, then that distinction is completely removed. So there are two meanings. Both meanings are very appropriate in this context. Then the next word is kondrida. Kondrida means to kill completely. Nindrai, you stood. You stood, the implication that is the literal meaning, kondrida nindrai, you stood to kill completely. But the implication is you stood determined to kill completely. Kill who? Kill me completely. Me who had no thought, who had no intention of thinking of you. You stood determined to kill me. So the main clause of this verse is this ire uye indri kondrida nindrai, which can be taken in two senses. You stood determined to kill me without leaving even an iota of life, or you stood determined to kill me without leaving any distinction between God and soul. In other words, completely, you wanted to kill me completely so that there was no distinction between you and me. As Bhagavan sings in the second verse of Aksharam, Arahu Sundaram Bol, Ahamum Niyum, Ahamum Niyum, Mutru Abhinadmai Irupom. That is, may we be completely non-different, like Arahu and Sundaram. Arahu and Sundaram are names of Bhagavan's mother and father. They're also there. Arahu means beauty in Tamil. Sundaram means beauty in Sanskrit. So they're two words that mean the same. They refer to the same thing. So just like Arahu and Sundaram are completely non-different, it's also a tribute to his parents, to a love between his parents, because if there wasn't great love between them, how can they have given birth to such a divine child? So it's a beautiful tribute to his parents, and to what he's praying for is that complete. Mutru means complete, no difference at all. May we be completely non-different. May we be one. So when Arunachala kills us, that distinction between God and soul will be destroyed, and he will kill us in such a way without leaving even an iota of life in us, and in us as ego. That means ego will be completely eradicated. So the whole of this first sentence, Ireyune nineum eneme nanna ene unudu arul kayatral etu irei uye indri kondrida nindrai, means by the great rope of your grace, pulling me, who did not come close to an intention to think of you, the Lord, you stood to kill completely without an iota of life, or without God and soul. Two meanings. So the implication is, if we slightly expand it, by the rope of your grace, pulling, attracting, dragging, or carrying me away, me who did not come close or did not adhere to an intention to think of you, the Lord, you stood determined to kill me completely without leaving even an iota of life, or without leaving any distinction between God and soul. So that's the first sentence. Then there are a series of questions Bhagavan asks. So the next sentence is En kure irtranan ere. En means what? Kure is a word that has a a range of meanings. It means deficiency, imperfection, want, fault, defect, flaw, dissatisfaction, grievance, wrong or obstacle. Irchanan means is a past tense, first person form of the verb irtru, which means to do. So irchanan means I did. Ere means a fool, an ignorant fellow, a simpleton, a poor wretch, a helpless fellow. So Bhagavan is referring to him as Ere, as a fool, an ignorant person, a simpleton, a poor wretch, a helpless person. So the implication is, what wrong did I, poor wretch, do? In other words, what wrong did I, this poor wretch, do to you? Then the next sentence, ire ini kure en. Ire, again, in this context, it means an iota, something very small. Ini means now or henceforth. Kure again means deficiency, imperfection, defect, flaw, or obstacle. And en again means what. So in this third sentence, ire ini kure en, it's a question that means, what little obstacle now? So the implication is, what little obstacle now prevents you fulfilling your intention to kill me? That's the implication. But all he says is, what little obstacle now? But what he's praying for is for Arunachala to fulfill his intention to kill him completely. So that is what's implied here. Then the next word, kutruir, is a compound of two words. Kutru means something that's short, diminished, shrunken, or defective. And uir means life. So kutruir is a compound word in Tamil, but means half alive, or half alive, half dead. That's the implication. So in other words, it implies being stranded between life and death, neither alive nor dead, stuck between the two. So kutri arki, making me half alive. Na means me. Veitidil means veitu means tormenting. Veitidil, idil is idu is often used as an auxiliary verb, but gives emphasis to what is to the verb that it's attached to. So it implies we can take it to mean thoroughly. So veitu means tormenting, thoroughly tormenting. So thoroughly tormenting me, making me half dead, half alive. Edaku, for what? Ingan means thus or in this manner. So this sentence, this fourth sentence, I think, yes, fourth sentence, kutruir arki ene veitidil edaku ingan. It's a question that means thoroughly tormenting me in this way, making half alive is for what? So that implies, for what reason or purpose are you thoroughly tormenting me in this way? Making me half alive, stranded between life and death. Then the final sentence, he begins by describing Arunachala as Irevanam Arunachala. Arunachala is obviously Arunachala. Means who are. Irevan is another word in Tamil but means God. It actually it's derived in two ways. It's derived from Ire, which, as I said earlier, means the chief, superior, or the transcendent one. So it's implying that implies the transcendent nature of God. Ire also, it's also derived from Iru, which means to stay, abide, or pierce through. So the word Irevan implies that God abides in all, because he's omnipresent and all-pervading, and yet he transcends all, because he's infinite and therefore unlimited by and independent of all things. In other words, what Irevan implies is that God is both immanent and transcendent. So it's referring to that God as that which is both immanent, ever present, omnipresent, present in all places, and yet transcending everything. So Irevanam Arunachala is a beautiful description of Arunachala. Ennam, again, it's the same word but he used in the first sentence. It means thought or idea. In this context, it means intention. So what is the intention of Arunachala? As Bhagavan said in the first sentence, the intention of Arunachala is to kill him completely. So ennam mudite. Mudite means ending, concluding, accomplishing, or fulfilling. So ennam mudite means fulfilling your intention. What intention? The intention to kill me completely. Arunachala, who are God, fulfilling your intention, ekan are vari niduri. Ekan is a Tamil personal noun formed from a Sanskrit word ekam, which means one. So ekan means the one. Here it implies but Arunachala, God, is the only one. But as it said in Chandogya Upanishad, he is ekam eva advaityam, one only without a second. So he is the only one, that's the implication. Means being or as, and vari is an optative derived from the verb var, which means to be, exist, flourish, prosper, or be happy. So vari means may you be, or may you flourish. Niduri means for long eons or all eternity. That is, again, it's a compound. Nidu means a long time, or permanent, or eternity, permanence or eternity. And uri means an eon, or a very long time, an age. So niduri implies for all eternity. So this final sentence, Irevanam Arunachala enam mudite ekana vari niduri, means Arunachala, who are God, fulfilling your intention, may you flourish as the one for all eternity. The implication is Arunachala, who are the all-pervading yet all-transcending God, fulfilling your intention to annihilate me completely, may you flourish as the only one, the one who alone exists for all eternity. So that is Bhagavan's prayer, but Arunachala should swallow him completely, and Arunachala alone should remain in all his eternal glory. So the whole verse is, by the rope of your grace, pulling or attracting me, who did not come close to an intention to think of you, the Lord, you stood determined to kill me completely, without leaving an iota of life and without leaving any distinction between God and soul. What wrong did I, this poor wretch, do to you? What little obstacle now prevents that what wrong did I do to you? It means, what wrong did I do, but you've decided to kill me? That's one way of taking it. But what wrong did I do, but you haven't yet killed me? That's more fitting with the bhava of the song. But we can take it can be taken either way, but more fitting with the bhava is, what wrong did I do? Why are you not completing? You have this intention to kill me. Why are you not complete? What wrong have I done that you're not completing your intention to kill me? What little obstacle now prevents you fulfilling your intention to kill me? For what reason are you thoroughly tormenting me in this way, making me half alive, stranded between life and death? Arunachala, who are the all-pervading yet all-transcending God, fulfilling your intention to annihilate me completely, may you flourish as the only one, the one who alone exists, the one without a second, for all eternity. So in this verse, like in so many other verses of Arunachala, Aksharam and Patikam, Bhagavan is constantly praying for this complete destruction. In verse 9 of Aksharamlai, he expresses it most beautifully. Ene eri tippo dene kalava vidil iduvo anmai Arunachala. This verse, Bhagavan expresses that urgency with which he wants to be destroyed. Ene aritu means destroying me. Ipodu, now. That is, without delay, now itself destroy me. It's what Bhagavan is praying for. So, ene eritippo, ene kalava vidil, iduvo anmai Arunachala. If you do not unite with me, destroying me now, is this your manliness? So that is, Bhagavan is expressing here that urgency with which he's praying to Arunachala to destroy him without delaying any longer. He doesn't want moksha at some time in the future. He wants to be destroyed here and now. So this theme of, but Arunachala is there to destroy his devotees. In Maharshi's Gospel, it's recorded, but Bhagavan once said, your glory lies where you cease to exist. Your greatest glory lies where you cease to exist. So it's the complete eradication of ego. That is what Bhagavan is constantly praying for throughout these, throughout Aksharamlai, Patikam, Navamanmalai, all these songs. He's repeatedly praying for his destruction. And as he says at the end of 10th verse of Patikam, he ends by saying, or to min we call, O souls, be saved, thinking of this Arunachala, Ulam Adenil Oli, who shines in the heart, we koli Arunamagiriye, as the destroyer of the soul. So the grace of Arunachala lies in his destroying us completely. So this is what Bhagavan is constantly praying for. And then in the 11th verse, he says, like me who think this hill to be the supreme, how many are those who have thereby been destroyed? So Arunachala is there, that is, Shiva appeared in the form of Arunachala only to completely destroy us. So that is the ultimate grace, is our own lies in our own destruction. So Bhagavan says in that verse 11, like me who think this hill to be the supreme, how many of those who have thereby been destroyed? O people who are wandering about thinking of a means to give up the body, having given up desire for this defective life due to its expanding or unfolding misery, there is on earth one rare medicine that when thought of once within the mind will kill without killing. No, it is certainly Arunahil, which kills without killing means it kills the ego without killing us. That is, we remain, but what is real in us remains. What is real in us is only Arunachala, who's ever shining in our heart as I am, who's ever dancing in the heart as Bhagavan puts it in verse 2 of Arunachala Patikam. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya.
இறையுனை நினையும் எண்ணமே நன்னா எனையுனதருட்கயிற்றாலேத்து இறையுயிரின்றி கொன்றிட நின்றாய் என் குறையற்றினும் ஏழே இறையினி குறையன் குற்றுயிராக்கி என்னை வதைத்திடலதாக்கிங்கன் இறைவனாம் அருணாச்சலவென முடித்தே நீகனா வாழி நீடூழே.
Dakshinamurthy Param, Vande Guru Param, Vande Guru Param.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. The Georgia Satsang Group is delighted and grateful to participate in the 128th Advent to Arunachala celebration. The following is Sri Sadhu Om's composition called Arutpugal Taravenum.
திருப்பணி இழைத்துன் சிவப்பதி துதித்துன் செவப்பணி திளைத்துன் சினமாசை திருப்பணி இழைத்துன் சிவப்பதி துதித்துன் செவப்பணி திளைத்துன் சினமாசை ஜெயித்திட உழைத்தும் திரிப்புழன் இழுத்தும் திடத்தவம் இருக்கும் திருவாளர் ஜெயித்திட உழைத்தும் திரிப்புழன் இழுத்தும் திடத்தவம் இருக்கும் திருவாளர் விருப்புழமழைக்கும் கனத்தவருவக்கும் பரத்துருவெடுக்கும் பெருமானே விருப்புழமழைக்கும் கனத்தவருவக்கும் பரத்துருவெடுக்கும் பெருமானே விருப்புழ மழைக்கும் கனத்தவர் உவக்கும் பரத்துரு எடுக்கும் பெருமானே விருப்புழ மழைக்கும் கனத்தவர் உவக்கும் பரத்துரு எடுக்கும் பெருமானே விருப்புழ மழைக்கும் கனத்தவர் உவக்கும் பரத்துருவெடுக்கும் பெருமானே வினைச்சுமை மிகுத்தும் ஜகத்தினை நினைத்தும் பல பொழுதொழித்தன் புவிவானால் வினைச்சுமை மிகுத்தும் ஜகத்தினை நினைத்தும் பல பொழுதொழித்தன் புவிவானால் தனத்தன தனத்தன் தனத்தன தனத்தன் தனத்தன தனத்தன் தனதான தனத்தன தனத்தன் தனத்தன தனத்தன் தனத்தன தனத்தன் தனதான தனத்தன தனதன் தனத்தன தனதன் தனத்தன தனதன் தனதான தனத்தன தனதன் தனத்தன தனதன் தனத்தன தனதன் தனதான தனத்தன தனத்தன் தனத்தன தனத்தன் தனத்தன தனத்தன் தனதான ஒரு கண முனைக்கும் பிடப்பகை மனச்சன் சலத்தினை ஒழிக்கும் தவனாகே ஒரு கண முனைக்கும் பிடப்பகை மனச்சன் சலத்தினை ஒழிக்கும் தவனாகே உளத்துயர் எதற்கும் பொருத்தமிழ் எனக்கண் அருட்புகழ் எனக்கும் தரவேனும் உளத்துயர் எதற்கும் பொருத்தமில் எனக்கண் அருட்புகழ் எனக்கும் தரவேனும் நெருப்புரு மலைச்சம் பதத்தனை அழைத்தும் பணிக்கென வளர்க்கும் குருதேவா நெருப்புரு மலைச்சம் பதத்தனை அழைத்தும் பணிக்கென வளர்க்கும் குருதேவா நினக்கல தேவர்கண் பவப்பினி ஒழிக்கும் பொறுப்புலம் உதிக்கும் பகவானே நினக்கல தேவர்கண் பவப்பினி ஒழிக்கும் பொறுப்புலம் உதிக்கும் பகவானே உளத்துயர் எதற்கும் பொருத்தமில் எனக்கண் அருட்புகழ் எனக்கு தரவேனும் உளத்துயர் எதற்கும் பொருத்தமில் எனக்கண் அருட்புகழ் எனக்கும் தரவேனும் அருட்புகழ் எனக்கும் தரவேனும் அருட்புகழ் எனக்கும் தரவேனும். ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீரமணாய.
Namo Ramana. Namaskaram. August and September hold deep spiritual significance for devotees of Sri Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi. On August 31st, 1896, the day of Sri Krishna Jayanti, young Venkatraman, who would later be known as Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi, was on his way to Tiruvannamalai and stopped at the house of Sri Muthukrishna Bhagavatar for food. The lady of the house saw in young Venkataraman the very embodiment of Lord Krishna. She welcomed him with open arms, offering food and snacks with a mother's love. sensing something divine in him. The very next day, September 1, 1896, marks Sri Bhagavan's arrival at Tiruvannamalai, a turning point not only in his life, but in the lives of all those who follow him. September falls within the Chaturmas, the period when sannyasins traditionally cease their travels and remain in one place for deep contemplation. After arriving at Arunachala, our beloved Bhagavan stopped traveling, both physically and mentally, and remained there for the next 54 years of his earthly life. September 2, we honor the Nirvana day of Sri Muruganar. Sri Muruganar was the epitome of Guru Bhakti, living his entire life immersed in the memory and devotion of Bhagavan. He composed over 30,000 verses, all centered on Ramana Maharshi, reflecting an extraordinary inner life and spiritual surrender, making him, in my opinion, a perfect template for us. He first met Bhagavan in September of 1923. I call it his Advent Day. This further cements the spiritual importance of this month. A few weeks ago, we celebrated Vairagya Chaturthi, and today I would like to share 3 intriguing connections between Sri Bhagavan Ramana and Lord Ganesha. The first incident, as recounted in Sri Ganesan Venkatraman's book, Ramana Periya Puranam, dates back to 1912. And it's about a sincere Ganapati Bhakta named Sri Swami. After learning about Sri Bhagavan, he came to meet him and became his devoted caretaker. To Sri Swami, Sri Bhagavan was not only a guru, but also he considered him as his own son and God himself. On one Vinayaka Chaturthi day, Swami requested Bhagavan to offer Nevedya, a food offering with prayer to Lord Ganesha. At that time, they were in Virupaksha cave in Arunachala. Bhagavan, who wasn't accustomed to formal rituals or chanting, composed a simple yet profound 4-line verse called Venba in Tamil on Lord Ganesha. Let me recite it in Tamil. Pillaya Petravanai Pichandi Yaki Engum, Pillaya Pel Vayitrai Peni Neer, Pillayan Kalnenjo Madathu Pillayare Kanparum, Pinvandan Tannai Neer Petru. This verse playfully refers to Lord Ganesha, who made even Lord Shiva beg for alms as a mendicant, while he, with his pot belly, remains fully fed. Bhagavan asks Ganesha to shower his grace on him. Now, what stands out to me is Bhagavan's reference to himself as Pinvandan, meaning the one who came second, since Ganesha is Shiva's first son and Muruga the second. So Bhagavan hints at his identity as Muruga, linking himself to the wisdom tradition of Muruga, the Jnana Guru that Muruga represents. This is a powerful revelation for those who worship Lord Subramanya. We will explore more of this in future satsangs. For now, let's come back to the second incident. This involves Kavyakanta Ganapati Muni, an extraordinary disciple of Bhagavan. Before Muni's birth, his mother had a dream of Agni, the holy fire, entering her womb, and his father saw a vision of a child from a Ganesha Vigraha in a temple approaching him. So they named him after Lord Ganesha. Ganapati Muni was already a sincere and an advanced seeker when he met Bhagavan. He became one of his closest disciples. Once at Pachayaman temple, he saw 6 radiant lights merge into Bhagavan's form, revealing that Bhagavan was Skanda or Arumugam, the Lord with 6 faces. This inspired him to compose the Ramana Chatvarimshat, a 40-verse Sanskrit work describing Bhagavan's divinity and oneness with Muruga. In a way, this parallels the story of Ramayana, where Lord Shiva came to support Lord Rama's cause by incarnating as Lord Hanuman. Similarly, I interpret that Lord Ganesha came in the form of Sri Ganapati Muni to support Sri Ramana, helping to spread his glory and teachings. The third incident takes place in the early days of Sri Ramana Ashrama, during another Vairagya Chaturthi. The devotees were preparing Kurukattai, which is a sweet offering to Lord Ganesha. The women in the kitchen, I believe there were 4 of them, Sankarammal, Shantammal, Lokammal, and Sampurnammal. They were discussing how they were running out of Purnam, the sweet filling that they were sharing with each other. One said, I have run out of Purnam, give me some. Another said, you don't have enough Purnam, take it from me. Yet another said, I have just a little Purnam left. So that's when Bhagavan entered and he understood that it was Vinayaka Chaturthi. And he pointed out a profound truth. No matter how much Purnam you take or give, it remains whole and perfect. It is still Purnam, just as the self remains complete and whole. This idea is beautifully echoed in the Ishavasya Upanishad's mantra, which I would like to recite now. Om Purnamadaha Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudhachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. There is a beautiful takeaway from this mantra and Sri Bhagavan's Upadesa. In Sanatana Dharma, our tradition, there are countless divine forms and many stories associated with them. Whether it's Ganesha coming from Parvati, Skanda from Shiva, or Brahma coming out from Vishnu, each form is Purnam. That's the Tattva. That's the understanding. Each form is complete in itself. Purnam is not diminished when it gives rise to another. Supreme remains supreme in all manifestations. Single-pointed devotion to any form leads us to the Supreme and helps us merge with it. Our beloved Sri Bhagavan is Purnam. And surrendering to him reveals the oneness of all, that all is one. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya.
Namaste, I'll be chanting Go Suktam at Bhagavan's lotus feet. Om Agavo Agmanuta Bhadramakranna Sidantu Goshthe Ranayantvasme Prajavati Pururupa Ihasyuhu Indraya Purvirusha Soduhanaha Indro Yajvane Pranate Cha Shikshati Upedadati Nasvam Mushayati Bhuyo Bhuyo Raimidasya Vardhayanna Abhinne Khille Nidadhati Devayum Natana Shanti Natabhati Taskaraha Naina Amitro Vyathirada Dharshati Devagashyabhir Yajate Dadati Cha Jogittabhir Sachate Gopati Saha Natarvarenu Ashnute Nasaggaskrtatramupayantita Abhi Urugayamabhayan Tasyata Anu Gavo Martyasya Vicharanti Ajvanaha Gavo Bhago Gava Indro Me Achat Gava Somasya Prathamasya Bhakshaha Imaya Gava Sajanasa Indraha इच्छामि धृदा मनसा चिदिन्द्रम् यूयन् गावो मेधयता कृशञ्चित् अश्रीरञ्चित् कृणुथ सुप्रतीकम् भद्रन् गृहन् कृणुथ भद्रवाचः बृहद्वो वय उच्यते सभासु प्रजावती सूयवसगं रिषन्ति इहि शुद्धा आपः सुप्रपाणे पिबन्ति मावस्तेन ईशतमागर्षघुंसः परिवोहेति रुद्रस्य वृञ्जात् उपेदमुपपर्चनम् आसु गोषूपपृच्यताम् उपऋषभस्य रेतसि उपेन्द्र तव वीर्ये ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः.
ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ ரமணாய. அருணகிரிநாதர் திருப்புகழ், சாங் நம்பர் 425, ஜெய ஜெய அருணா. ஜெய ஜெய அருணா திரி சிவய நம, ஜெய ஜெய அருணா திரிம சிவயன, ஜெய ஜெய அருணா திரி நம சிவயத் திருமூலா. ஜெய ஜெய அருணா திரிய நம சிவ, ஜெய ஜெய அருணா திரிவய நமசித், ஜெய ஜெய அருணா திரி சிவய நமஸ்தெனமாரி. ஜெய ஜெய அருணா திரிதனின் விழிவை தரகர சரணாத் திரியன உருகி, ஜெய ஜெய குருபா கியமென மருவி சுடர்த்தாளை. சிவ சிவ சரணாத் திரிசெய செய்யன சரண்மிசை தொழுதே, தீய சுவை பெருக திருவடி சிவவாக்கிய கடலமுதை குடியேனோ. ஜெய ஜெய சரணாத் திரியன முனிவர் கணமிதுவினை காத்திடுமென மருவ, செடமுடிமலை போற்றவுணர்கள் அவிய சுடும் வேலா. திருமுடியடிப்பார் திடுமென இருவர் கடிதலை தெரியா படினின அருண, சிவசுடர் சிகிநாட்டவனிரு செவியர் புகழ்வோனே. ஜெய ஜெய சரணார் திரியனுமடியர் கிருவினை பொடியாக்கிய சுடர் வெளியர், திருநடமிது பார்த்திடுமென மகிழ்ப்போர் குருநாதா. திகழ்கிளி மொழிப்பார் சுவையிதழமுத குரமகள் முலைமேல் புதுமண மருவி, சிவகிரி அருணா திரிதல மகிழ்ப்போர் பெருமாளே. சிவகிரி அருணா திரிதல மகிழ்ப்போர் பெருமாளே. சிவகிரி அருணா திரிதல மகிழ்ப்போர் பெருமாளே. ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீரமணாய.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. The following is a song composed by Andavan Pichai. The story of Srimati Maragadammal, also known as Andavan Pichai, is extraordinary. Her story is highlighted in the current issue of Sharanagati. The day Bhagavan draws us into his fold and gets us to peace is truly our own advent, and she has very elegantly captured this emotion in this song.
ரமண சத்குரு பதம் சரணமடைந்து மனம் அமைதியை பெற்றதம்மா. மகரிஷி ரமண சத்குரு பதம் சரணமடைந்து மனம் அமைதியை பெற்றதம்மா. சமயத்தில் அழைத்தென்னை இமயாமல் நோக்கிய, சமயத்தில் அழைத்தென்னை நிமிஷத்தில் நெஞ்சத்துள் நிரந்தரமாய் வந்த ரமண சத்குரு பதம் சரணமடைந்து மனம் அமைதியை பெற்றதம்மா. மர்க்கடம் போல் மனம் பற்பல விதமாக நேர்காமல் ஓடியே நிலை குலைந்தலைந்திட. மக்கடம் போல் மனம் பற்பல விதமாக நேர்காமல் ஓடியே நிலை குலைந்தலைந்திட. அற்புத திருநோக்கால் அரும் பொருள் காட்டியே. அற்புத திருநோக்கால் அரும் பொருள் காட்டியே பதமடைந்திட அருள் செய்த ஆத்மபந்து அப்பதம் அடைந்திட அருள் செய்த ஆத்மபந்து எங்கள் ரமண சத்குரு பதம் சரணம் அடைந்த மனம் அமைதியை பெற்றதம்மா. சாத்திரங்கள் படித்தும் மாதவங்கள் புரிந்தும் சேத்திரம் பல சென்று தீர்த்தங்கள் ஆடியும். சாத்திரங்கள் படித்தும் மாதவங்கள் புரிந்தும் சேத்திரம் பல சென்று தீர்த்தங்கள் ஆடியும். காத்திருந்தும் பலன் காண்பதறிது. காத்திருந்தும் பலன் காண்பதறிது. உந்தன் கருத்துள்கிருப்பதை கண்டு கொள் என்றுரைத்த. கருத்துள்கிருப்பதை கண்டு கொள் என்றுரைத்த ரமண சத்குரு பதம் சரணம் அடைந்த மனம் அமைதியை பெற்றதம்மா. மனம் அமைதியை பெற்றதம்மா. ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீரமணாய. தாயின் வண்ணமும் தன்னருள் வண்ணமும். தாயின் வண்ணமும் தன்னருள் வண்ணமும். சேயின் வண்ணமும் சிந்தையின் வண்ணமும். சேயின் வண்ணமும் சிந்தையின் வண்ணமும். வாயின் வண்ணமும் வாய்மையின் வண்ணமும். வாயின் வண்ணமும் வாய்மையின் வண்ணமும். தீயின் வண்ணமும் தேவ ரமணனே. தீயின் வண்ணமும் தேவ ரமணனே. நீதி வண்ணமும் நெஞ்சத்து வண்ணமும். நீதி வண்ணமும் நெஞ்சத்து வண்ணமும். நேதி வண்ணமும் நின்றதன் வண்ணமும். நேதி வண்ணமும் நின்றதன் வண்ணமும். பாதி வண்ணமும் பார்ப்பதி வண்ணமும். பாதி வண்ணமும் பார்ப்பதி வண்ணமும். ஜோதி வண்ணமும் தொக்க ரமணனே. ஜோதி வண்ணமும் தொக்க ரமணனே. சரண வண்ணமும் சன்மம் கடத்துரு. சரண வண்ணமும் ஜன்மம் கடத்துரு. தரண வண்ணமும் தம்மவர் வாழ்க்கையின். தரண வண்ணமும் தம்மவர் வாழ்க்கையின். பரண வண்ணமும் பார்வைக்கு அகப்படா. பரண வண்ணமும் பார்வைக்கு அகப்படா. புரண புரண வண்ணமும் போத ரமணனே வாரமோடு வழிபடுவாருக்கு வாரமோடு வழிபடுவாருக்கு சேர விண்ணருள் செய்திடு வண்ணமும் சேர விண்ணருள் செய்திடு வண்ணமும் வீரவல் கழல் வீக்கிவை கூற்றுதை வீரவல் கழல் வீக்கிவன் கூற்றுதை தீர வண்ணமும் தேவ ரமணனே தீர வண்ணமும் தேவ ரமணனே விளக்கும் வண்ணமும் வீணரகங்கெட விளக்கும் வண்ணமும் வீணரகங்கெட விளக்கும் வண்ணமும் பேரவென் கண்மணம் விளக்கும் வண்ணமும் பேரவென் கண்மணம் இலக்கும் வண்ணமும் எல்லவர் சிந்தையும் இலக்கும் வண்ணமும் எல்லவர் சிந்தையும் அளக்கும் வண்ணமும் ஆன்ம ரமணனே அளக்கும் வண்ணமும் ஆன்ம ரமணனே தேவ ரமணனே 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 ஆன்ம ரமணனே. ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ ரமணாய. வாழீரமநேசன் வாழியருள் வாரிசத்தாள் வாழீரமணிய குணமானடியார் ஊழி பலவாழி பராசக்தி வாழி சதாமுத்தி வாழி சிவானந்த வளம்.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. The Georgia Satsang thanks the organizers for allowing us to make our humble offerings at the lotus feet of Sri Bhagavan. Now on to the Austin Satsang.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
మేలుకో మేలుకో అరుణగిరి రమణ మేలుకో మేలుకో అరుణగిరి రమణ మేలుకోవయ్యో మధురమూర్తి రమణ మేలుకో మేలుకో అరుణగిరి రమణ మేలుకోవయ్యో మధురమూర్తి రమణ మేలుకో మేలుకో అరుణగిరి రమణ మేలుకో మేలుకో అరుణాచలముపై సుప్రభాతం వయ్యే అరుణాచలముపై సుప్రభాతం వయ్యే మేలుకొని వేగమే మమ్మేలుకో రమణ మేలుకో అరుణాచలముపై సుప్రభాతం వయ్యే మేలుకొని వేగమే మమ్మేలుకో రమణ మేలుకో మేలుకో అరుణగిరి రమణ మేలుకో వయ్యా ఓ మధురమూర్తి రమణ మేలుకో 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 కొమ్మ చాటుననున్న కోయిలమ్మలు పాడే కొమ్మ చాటుననున్న కోయిలమ్మలు పాడే రావయ్య రావయ్య మమ్మేలు రమణ కొమ్మ చాటుననున్న కోయిలమ్మలు పాడే రావయ్య రావయ్య మమ్మేలు రమణ కొలిచేటికో కొలిచేటి భక్తులకు కోటి రూపాలతో కొలిచేటి భక్తులకు కోటి రూపాలతో కనుపించవయ్య మా కన్నులకి పుగ కనుపించవయ్య మా కనులకింపుగ రమణ మేలుకో కొలిచేటి భక్తులకు కోటి రూపాలతో కనుపించవయ్య మా కనులకింపుగ రమణ మేలుకో మేలుకో అరుణగిరి రమణ మేలుకో వయ్య ఓ మధురమూర్తి రమణ మేలుకో మేలుకో అరుణగిరి రమణ మేలుకో మేలుకో పద్మములు విచ్చినవి పరిమళము జల్లినవి పద్మములు విచ్చినవి పరిమళము జల్లినవి రావయ్య రావయ్య రమణీయ రమణ పద్మములు విచ్చినవి పరిమళము జల్లినవి రావయ్య రావయ్య రమణీయ రమణ వెల్లుకువై వెలుగువై వెలుగువై వెలుగుచు వెలుగుమకిచ్చుచు వెలుగువై వెలుగుచు వెలుగుమకిచ్చుచు ఎదురుగా రావయ్య వేదమూర్తి రమణ మేలుకో వెలుగువై వెలుగుచు వెలుగుమకిచ్చుచు ఎదురుగా రావయ్య వేదమూర్తి రమణ మేలుకో మేలుకో అరుణగిరి రమణ మేలుకో వయ్య ఓ మధురమూర్తి రమణ మేలుకో మేలుకో అరుణగిరి రమణ మేలుకో మేలుకో మేలుకో
Hello everyone, my name is Shruti and I recently graduated high school and will be attending college this fall. I wanted to carry on the tradition in our Bay Area Satsang group of sharing my experiences as a young Bhagavan devotee as I start this new chapter of my life. My family and I have been coming to Satsang since I was 2 years old in 2008. As Sunitanti mentioned, a lot of you may remember me as the little girl who would fall asleep during the prayers and wake up just in time to go play with all the other kids and eat dinner. I can now admit that I was pretending to sleep a lot of those times. Looking back, those Saturday evenings held some of my favorite childhood memories, and I would always look forward to satsang days. I am forever grateful for this time in my life, for growing up hearing Akshara Manamalai, Upadesasaram, Arunachala Pancharatnam, and more chanted every week. The 3 yearly functions also held very enjoyable memories, from performing Bharatanatyam dances to Kumipatu to spending time with other devotees. I am equally thankful for the opportunity to visit the Ramana Ashramam in Tiruvannamalai several times since 2008. Whether it's sitting in the Samadhi hall, eating the sattvic food, seeing cows and peacocks around the ashram, or listening to the evening Parayanams, I will cherish these incredible and peaceful experiences. Just this summer, my family and I did Girivalam on Paurnami, which is the full moon day. The sense of understanding and belonging I felt in the large crowd of devotees walking around Arunachala was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I look forward to India visits mostly for the opportunity to visit the ashram, and I hope we will continue to do so. The impact of Bhagavan's presence and teachings has been apparent throughout my life, more and more as I grow up. Specifically, I have a tendency to get really anxious and stressed out over the smallest of things, but as soon as I think of Bhagavan, say Arunachala Shiva 3 times, I can feel all my worries begin to drift away. Nothing else in the world provides me with as much reassurance as Bhagavan does, as I grew up hearing that he always has a plan for us and that things will work out in the end. I am lucky that I always get to feel as though there's an invisible safety net behind me, ensuring that I will be protected by Bhagavan's grace always. This was especially true over the past few months during my college decision process. I initially did not get into many of the colleges that I wanted to go to and got waitlisted at many schools. The following months were stressful, confusing, and frustrating, with little to do but wait. Throughout this period, my devotion to Bhagavan remained steadfast. My family and I always trusted that he had a greater plan, would always act in my best interests, and would guide me to the right place. In due course, on the very day after my school ended, I had gotten off the wait list at my top choice college and will be going there this fall. The sense of belonging, support, and comfort that Bhagavan has provided me throughout every day and every second of my life is something that cannot be summed up into words. I feel his presence with me constantly in trying times and happy moments alike. I am thankful for the supportive satsang family that I have gotten to grow up with. I am thankful for my parents, sister, and grandfather for bringing me to satsangs. Above all, I am eternally grateful for Bhagavan's grace in my life, guiding me towards the right actions and right mindset. Om Namah Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Ramanam, Ramanam, Hridayam, Ramanam, Kalaye, Hridaye, Pratate, Ramanam, 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 Hridayam, Ramanam, Kalaye, Hridaye, Pratate, Ramanam, Arunam, Ramalam, Achalam, Ramanam, Charanam, Ramanam, Charitam, Ramanam, Smaranam, Ramanam, Puranam, Ramanam, Kalaye, Hridaye, Pratate, Ramanam, 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 Hridayam, Ramanam, Kalaye, Hridaye, Pratate, Ramanam, Saram, Ramanam, Shilam, Ramanam, Daivyam, Ramanam, Tiram, Ramanam, Koham, Ramanam, Guhyam, Ramanam, Kalaye, Hridaye, Pratate, Ramanam, 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 Hridayam, Ramanam, Kalaye, Hridaye, pratate ramanam, netre ramane, stotre ramane, gatre ramane, gotre ramane, pado ramano, pani ramano, kalaye hridaye, pratate ramanam, 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 hridayam ramanam, kalaye hridaye, pratate ramanam, shantam ramanam, sarvam ramanam, kadam ramanam, krityam ramanam, margam ramanam, maunam ramanam, kalaye hridaye, pratate ramanam, 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 hridayam ramanam, kalaye hridaye, pratate ramanam, bodhim ramanam, purnam ramanam, molam ramanam, ardham ramanam, jyoti ramanam, jatam ramanam, kalaye hridaye, pratate ramanam, 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 hridayam ramanam, kalaye hridaye, pratate ramanam, diksham ramanam, drishtim ramanam, preksham ramanam, pritim ramanam, viksham ramanam, vidyam ramanam, kalaye hridaye, pratate ramanam, 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 hridayam ramanam, kalaye hridaye, pratate ramanam, vachanam ramanam, mananam ramanam, rachanam ramanam, lekyam ramanam, bhajanam ramanam, tyajanam ramanam, kalaye hridaye, pratate ramanam, 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 hridayam ramanam, kalaye hridaye, pratate ramanam, satyam ramanam, sanam ramanam, tattvam ramanam, sanam ramanam, nityam ramanam, jnanam ramanam, kalaye hridaye, pratate ramanam, 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 hridayam ramanam, kalaye hridaye, pratate ramanam, 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 hridayam ramanam, kalaye hridaye, pratate ramanam. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Arunachala Siva, Arunachala Siva, Arunachala Siva. Hello everyone, my name is Sri Natarajan and I'm currently studying at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. I want to give my experiences on growing up going to satsang. I started going when I was around 7 or 8. At the time, I didn't really understand the meaning of prayers, nor did I understand chanting, and it was kind of like this for a couple of years. I remember frequently questioning the existence of a God. Even though at a young age I didn't gain the spiritual aspect of satsang, I did find a community of wonderful people which I'm still grateful for to this day. I love talking to everyone, especially Karthik Mama, who was always so kind to me. I would say I became more spiritual when I turned around 16 or 17. To me, it was reading the Bhagavad Gita with my mom that really brought me to religion and made me appreciate satsang more. I realized that the teachings of Ramana, being detached to oneself and his surroundings, are extremely powerful and can be applied towards my own life. But the moment that solidified my relationship with Bhagavan was when I visited Tiruvannamalai this year. In the back right corner of the temple, a Shiva statue rests. It was at that statue where I paused on my journey, and I closed my eyes. No thoughts came into my head. It was fully clear. And to me, as someone who's always distracted and thinking about anything else, this moment was life-changing. I felt some sort of connection to a higher power that I've never felt before. I felt like I was at peace. I felt like Bhagavan when he was meditating at this temple, and I truly understood the energy that goes and comes along with this religion. Today, I think about Bhagavan every day. In fact, Rajesh uncle gifted me 2 Ramana keychains, which I keep on my desk and look at every single day. Thank you.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. My name is Shivani and I'll be singing the song Shambho Gangadhara in the Ragam Apar Upa in the Talam Adi. Shambho Gangadhara Chandrasekhara Hara Shambho Gangadhara Chandrasekhara Hara Shambho Gangadhara Chandrasekhara Hara Shambho Gangadhara Chandrasekhara Hara Shambho Gangadhara Ambalavanare Ambalavanare Adirainalare Ambalavanare Adirainalare அடைக்கடம் என்று நம்பி வந்தே ஆடறி பழுங்காரும் சொன்னே சம்போ கங்காதரா சந்திரசேகரா ஹரா சம்போ கங்காதரா தாயும் தந்தையும் நீ உன்னை தவிர வேறே ஒருவரும் இல்லை தாயும் தந்தையும் நீ உன்னை தவிர வேறே ஒருவரும் இல்லை மாயங்கோபாலன் கிருஷ்ணன் பணி தேரும் மலரடி பணிந்த பிறவியை தீரும் மாயங்கோபாலன் கிருஷ்ணன் பணி தேரும் மலரடி பணிந்த பிறவியை தீரும் சம்போ கங்காதரா சந்திரசேகரா ஹரா சம்போ கங்காதரா
A Western classical music composer often looks at a blank score on a page before creating an original music composition filled with notes, rhythms, ornaments, articulations, dynamics, and so much more. Similarly, our life is usually an empty score. God, who is the composer of our lives, fills the score, that is, our hearts, with the music that will become our lives. I recently stumbled upon this personal thought while composing a reflective piece of music. But I am fortunate to have had introductions to multiple spiritual saints, such as Puja Gurudev Swami Chinmayananda and Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi, to guide me on my own personal spiritual yatra or journey. The following is a brief description of this yatra. The Saint Kabir, who lived in approximately the 15th century AD, says in his famous couplet, and I quote the English translation, "Guru and Govind both stand before me. Whose feet should I touch first? The Guru, because thou art the one who will show me God. End quote. The primary spiritual figure who introduced God to me, other than my parents, was Puja Gurudev Swami Chinmayananda. At a young age, around the age of 6, I watched a biopic film about Puja Gurudev and was very, very inspired by his own spiritual yatra. I have been attending the local Bala Vihar in San Jose, California since the age of 5, and have also been an active member of my local Chinmaya mission for the past 12 years. I remember learning about various saints and sages as part of the 6th grade Bala Vihar curriculum. One of these saints and sages was Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi. This was indeed the first time that I heard about Bhagavan's life and his teachings. Around the same time, one of my Bala Vihar teachers, Sunita Aunty, informed my parents about this weekly satsang on Bhagavan Ramana. Our family started attending this local Bay Area Ramana satsang since then. The Ramana Satsanga group observes Bhagavan's Jayanti, Aradhana, and Advent regularly. I participate actively in these events. I play music with my brother and parents, I act in plays, and I have been blessed to tell stories on Bhagavan in Sanskrit. The group has also provided a platform for me to develop both confidence and build leadership skills, while, at the same time, being engrossed in Bhagavan. I am eternally grateful to my parents and Sunita Aunty for this exposure. What draws me to Bhagavan is his silence, or maunam in Sanskrit. I am a person who is hypersensitive to sound. Silence is something that I cherish, and I found that deep maunam in the serene atmosphere of Sri Ramana Ashramam. When I visited Sri Ramana Ashramam, I felt extreme shanti, inner peace, when entering the ashram setting. The serene atmosphere instantly blew me away. I was also amazed at the beautiful peacocks and enjoyed the sumptuous food that the ashram had, such as the idlis, sambar, and so much more. I particularly loved the delicious narakela coconut chutney and idlis. It was so inspiring to taste the food that was cooked with love for Bhagavan. Eventually, my parents, my brother, and I got more and more immersed in Bhagavan. During the pandemic, I took part in online satsang events, narrating as well as speaking about Bhagavan's grace that really captivated me. Towards the end of 2023, our whole family was involved in the project of Sri Ramana Tirutondar Togai, a set of 20 prayer verses composed by my father that celebrates the life of 108 of Bhagavan's devotees. I narrated an introduction for this project. This experience made me feel very humble. During the end of 2023, I attended the Jayanti retreat in Tampa, Florida. I had the unique opportunity to plant a plum tree along with the elder children in the retreat to commemorate the 100th year celebrations of Sri Ramana Ashrama. Thinking ahead, spiritual figures like Bhagavan Ramana and Puja Gurudev have always been an inspiration, or Marga Darshaka Neta, also known as a leader who shows the spiritual path to the seeker. For me to be constantly and continuously engaged in spirituality throughout my life. I plan to continue on this spiritual journey by doing service and seva to Bhagavan and Gurudev. I hope that one day Bhagavan and Gurudev will show me my own path to follow to reach God, the ultimate composer. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
பொருந்த மரத்தின் கீழ் கோன்கழல் கண்டாயிருந்தும் பிறந்தாயே நுந்தி பர
இருந்தும் பிறந்தாயே நுந்தி பர
ஈசன் கண்ணோக்கவோ உந்தி பர
பகவீட்டில் உள்ளான அருணை ரமணன் முகவீரில் முழவோ உந்தி பர
ரமணன் முகவீரில் மூழ்கவோ உந்தி பர
முகவையில் தோன்றினை உந்தி பர
சத்குரு ராயன் மேல் சாற்றிட பாமாலை சொற்கரு உற்றாயோ உந்தி பர
சொற்கரு உற்றாயோ உந்தி பர
சொல்லற்ற பால்யமுற்றுந்தி பர
செம்பூலம் சேரூரம் சீர்கவி சங்கத்தார் உம்பூல செந்தளி புந்தி பர
உம்பூல செந்தளி புந்தி பர
ஓங்காதோ உன் கவி உந்தி பர
அருணையை போற்றிடும் ஐந்தூதி பாக்கள் மறுமானி பெற்றதென் உந்தி பர
மறுமானி பெற்றதென் உந்தி பர
மாமன் சொல்லேற்றதென் உந்தி பர
காலிரண்டாலீர் தான் கல்லூரு கண்பரை நூலிரண்டால் மட்டும் உந்தி பர
நூலிரண்டால் மட்டும் முந்தி பர
நுந்தை பீடித்தானோ உந்தி பர
சந்நிதி வந்ததும் சர்க்குரு ராயனுன் முன்னேதிர் கொண்டதென் உந்தி பர
முன்னேதிர் கொண்டதென் உந்தி பர
முன்ஜன்ம பந்த மீதுந்தி பர
ஆதி குரு முன்பனைத்தும் முதிர்ந்தோட ஜோதி உரு கண்டும் முந்தி பர
ஜோதி ஒரு கண்டும் முந்தி பர
சொக்கி மயங்கினை உந்தி பர
உடலோ உரைய உயிர்மை கூறுக அடைத்ததோ நெஞ்சமும் முந்தி பர
அழைத்ததோ நெஞ்சமும் முந்தி பர
ஐயன் முன் பேச்சற்றாயுந்தி பர
சீர்வரை ஞானியை சேவித்தெழுதிய பார்வலர் பாவிந்தாயுந்தி பர
பார்வலர் பாவிந்தாயுந்தி பர
பரபத்தி தேசிகர் குந்தி பர
தேசிக பத்தையும் தேசிகன் வாசித்தே தாசரின் சூட்டித்தான் உந்தி பர
தாசனின் சூர்த்தித்தான் உந்தி பர
சாதனை ஏதுற்றாயுந்தி பர
மாயன் வலியன் மயக்கிடுவான் என்றே சாயமே நீங்கினையுந்தி பர
சாயமே நீங்கினை உந்தி பர
சாயுஜ்யன் விட்டானோ உந்தி பர
தாயை விடாத தளிர்கன்றை போலவே நேயனை நீங்காமல் உந்தி பர
நேயனை நீங்காமல் உந்தி பர
நிழலாகி மீண்டனை உந்தி பர
வாசகர் போலே வணைந்திட கட்டளை ஈசனாரிட்டாரே உந்தி பர
ஈசனாரிட்டாரே உந்தி பர
ஈதன்றோ பேரருள் உந்தி பர
அம்பலவாணன் அவர் சொல்லெழுதினன் எம்பெருமானோ பண்ணுந்தி பர
எம்பெருமானோ பண்ணுந்தி பர
எழுதினன் முன் கையாலுந்தி பர
பகவானை வாழ்த்தும் பனுவல் முறையை பகவானே வாழ்த்திட உந்தி பர
பகவானே வாழ்த்திட உந்தி பர
பதிவானதுன் முறை உந்தி பர
உயிர் தந்த அன்னை உயிர் விட்ட பின்னர் உயர் தந்தை பொற்பதம் முந்தி பர
உயர் தந்தை பொற்பதம் முந்தி பர
உனதுலகானதோ உந்தி பர
அகந்தை அழிய அமலந்தன் சொல்லாலகமகமாய் யாசித்துந்தி பர
அகமகமாயாசி துந்தி பர
அரைவயிருண்டனை உந்தி பர
கலியுன் பசி மேல் கவனமார் கொண்டாரவியல் தருவாரோர் உந்தி பர
அவியல் தருவாருந்தி பர
அருள் வள்ளல் அன்பேற்றாய் உந்தி பர
மனமீர் தீரத்தினன் வாஞ்சையில் உந்தன் மனமாய் தருள் செய்தான் உந்தி பர
மனமாய் தருள் செய்தான் உந்தி பர
மாயக்கண் நோக்கத்தால் உந்தி பர
தானேயோர் அந்தன தாய் தீதிக்கென்றத மோனேசன் சொற்கேட்டாய் உந்தி பர
மோனேசன் சொற்கேட்டாய் உந்தி பர
மோட்சம் தீதிக்கென்றாய் உந்தி பர
மெய்ப்பொருள் ஏதென்று மெய்யனை தூண்டினை உய்தியாம் பெற்றோமே உந்தி பர
உய்தியாம் பெற்றோமே உந்தி பர
உள்ளது 40 உந்தி பர
ஆன்மாவை காண்வித்தை ஐயே எளிதென்று கோன் கையால் உத்தாரம் உந்தி பர
கோன் கையால் உத்தாரம் உந்தி பர
கொண்டங்கள் ஏதம் தீருந்தி பர
தாருகா மாந்தர்க்கு சாற்றிய சத்தியம் ஒரு உபதேசமாய் உந்தி பர
சத்தியம் ஒரு உபதேசமாய் உந்தி பர
உரை செய்ய உந்தினை உந்தி பர
சிவனார் புராணத்தை செப்பினை போலும் அவன் தன் புராணத்தை உந்தி பர
அவன் தன் புராணத்தை உந்தி பர
அவனை வைத்தாக்கினை உந்தி பர
குருவாசகங்களை கோர்த்தவர் போதம் திருவாசகம் போலே உந்தி பர
திருவாசகம் போலே உந்தி பர
திரட்டியளித்தனை உந்தி பர
பல்லாண்டு பாடியும் பண்மாலை சூட்டியும் வல்லானை போற்றினை உந்தி பர
வல்லானை போற்றினை உந்தி பர
வழி நின்று காட்டினை உந்தி பர
ரமணானுபூதியில் ராப்பகலாண்டு ரமணேசன் போதத்தில் உந்தி பர
ரமணேசன் போதத்தில் உந்தி பர
ரமித்தனை என்னாலும் உந்தி பர
பகவானே நின் கோ பகவானே நின் கண் பகவானே நின்னுயிருந்தி பர
பகவானே நின்னுயிருந்தி பர
பகவானே நின் முத்தி உந்தி பர
முருகினை வெங்கட கோர் ஜன்மமெல்லாம் முருகனின் பேர் வாழி உந்தி பர
முருகனின் பேர் வாழி உந்தி பர
முருகனின் சீர்வாழி உந்தி பர
எண்ணியவை எண்ணியவாறு எய்திடலாம் ஏழை மண்ணிடைவன் குலத்துறங்கு மதற்புடை மீன்விழி போல உன்னிலவு நாட்டத்தால் உளத்துறங்கும் ஓரியல்பால் கண்ணிமையார் ரமணனோடு கண்ணோக்கமாடாமோ கண்ணாதிய கண்ணீர் கருமணியாய் அம்மணியில் பண்ணாத பாவையாய் பாவையத நாட்டமுமாய் விண்ணாதி விண்மணியாய் இத்தனைக்கும் வேறாகும் கண்ணாய ரமணனோடு கண்ணோக்கமாடாமோ கண்ணோடு கண் காட்சி கலங்குங்கார் காதலருள் எண்ணாதவாய் சொல்லால் ஏது பயன் எங்கை நீர் பண்ணாயவாய் சொற்கள் பயனற வெங்கடரமண கண்ணாளன் தன்னொடு நாம் கண்ணோக்கமாடாமோ மீட்சியே இல்லாத வீட்டின்ப வேட்கையுடை பூச்சியே செங்கமல பொன்னனையீர் வீட்டுலக ஆட்சியான் வேங்கடவன் அந்தமில்லாமை ஞான காட்சியான் தன்னொடு நாம் கண்ணோக்கமாடாமோ ஏவலிடை நின்றொழுகும் எங்கை நீர் கண்ணொழியும் காவலரு கதிரொழியும் சார்வது போர் சங்கையற ஜீவ பரமான்மாக்கள் சேர்ந்திட வெங்கடரமண காவலனோடொன்றாக கண்ணோக்கமாடாமோ செத்தாலே திறப்படுவோம் செத்தாலோ பிறந்திடுவோம் எத்தாலே வாழ்ந்திடுவோம் என கருதியே மாப்பீர் இத்தாலே வாழ்ந்திடலாம் எங்கள் வெங்கடரமண கத்தாவோடொரு முகமாய் கண்ணோக்கமாடாமோ காக்கையிரு கண்களுக்கு மணியொன்றே கலந்தார் போல் தாக்கும் இரு நிலையினுக்கும் சார்கரியாய் எண்ணிதய சேக்கையிடை நுரை ரமணன் சிறப்பெய்த காரண்டம் காக்கைக்கு தோன்றலோடு கண்ணோக்கமாடாமோ நகநோக்கி நம்மை வெண்ணரகத்துள் ஆழ்த்தும் வாழ் முகநோக்கால் வெளி நோக்கி மோகத்துள் மூழ்காதே தகநோக்கி நம்மை தடுத்தாண்ட வேங்கடனோடகநோக்கால் அகமகிழ கண்ணோக்கமாடாமோ கண்ணாக தன்னருளே காட்டினான் அடியேற்கு அண்ணாமலை ரமணன் அழகார்ந்த பொன்மேனி என்னாலே எண்ணி எழுத்தால் எழுத ஒணா கண்ணார முதனோடு கண்ணோக்கமாடாமோ ஆருயிராயம் மாலரி படுவான் அடியேன் சொல் வேதி மணமாலையாய் வேந்த திருவேங்கடவன் காரிகையில் நம்மை கலந்தாண்டான் கழி சிறந்த காரிகை சேர் கண்ணோடு நாம் கண்ணோக்கமாடாமோ காரிகை சேர் கண்ணோடு நாம் கண்ணோக்கமாடாமோ
हृदय गुहर मध्ये केवलं ब्रह्ममात्रम् यहमहमिति साक्षात् आत्मरूपेण भाति हृदि विषमनसा स्वम् चिन्वता मज्जता वा पवनचलनरोधा